All right, all right, all right. I've been getting some more. This is confirmation. This is not a download. I want to say good morning and happy Sabbath. I'm going to tell you what I know, nothing what I heard. All right, all right, all right. Oh, hold on. Excuse me. Everything I tell you is what I saw, experienced, what I've read, experienced, what I've been through, experienced, observed, experienced. I even created theories and formulas to confirm these words. I've even used, not in a malicious way, but people, how to use this information right here. You see on the thing, and people. I had to find out. In other words, I had to become as if I was wicked. I had to come in as if I hated you and I hated myself. I had to come as if everything about me you hated who brought me here. Because for you to hate to be alive, you hate the creator who brought you here. And so by nature, the universe that is in disagreement with the galaxy, in the orders of the galaxy, and this, that, and the third. Like Ion and Orion, not Orion, eons. Because when you get past the galaxy, now you're working in the eon, the Eonian zone. And eons is a Greek word for forever. You said forever? You said, yeah, I've seen forever. And your earth brain cannot get a clue what forever really looks like. Now, the only way you can get a glimpse of forever is taking a mind altering drug. And this is why LSD, DTS, mushrooms, and all that, because people are trying to find out where's their pineal gland at. Yeah, a lot of people don't have a pineal gland. Humankind lacks the completion of the crystal city. And if you see the picture in the corner, there is 4 stars. These 4 stars are the foundation of the pyramid fire center that connects to all the suns in you, Earth, universe, galaxy, eons, and so forth. Because here's the confirmation somebody gave me. This is going to blow your wig back, man. And I, for one, I'm not scared of this information. I'm not scared of not having this. I'm not scared of this power. My point is, all I want to do is be left alone. All I want to do is be able to get up, enjoy the sun, my spirit, and on earth, mind my business and leave yours alone. But now I can't swim, drive, walk, scooter, car, nothing without some devil on this planet wanting to get a rise so they could put me in a sarcophagus called Allegheny County Jail or a federal or state penitentiary. And that's why it is a major business. Because you'll support these people putting innocent people in jail. Why? Because you don't investigate. As soon as your ears is tickled, he's guilty. No investigation. And if you do investigate and find out he's innocent, the fact that it was on your heart so convicted, you said guilty anyway. And the same thing with somebody that's guilty, you say he's innocent. You know he's fucking guilty, but that's my cousin. Fuck it. So even in your deeds prove that you're a devil because you find righteousness wicked and you find wicked righteousness. I'm living this shit every day. That's some shit in this room now. One of the main reasons why I don't even talk to people, Dave. Or whoever is making this false name. That might not be who you is. Which I sort of kind of already knew it. But whoever it is that's tuning in, whatever, I pray that you share the information, live it, practice it, and better your life, and be a light in your community or somebody's life. So we're gonna watch a video I just got. Well, I didn't get it, but it was on Facebook. I always go look for some new inspiration to confirm some stuff. So, you got Orion's belt. He controls the what? The serpent. So there goes the serpent of wisdom, Dragon Ball Z, the 7 balls of the Dragon Ball Z, 8 balls, or I think there's 9. Well, they control the 9 what? They control 5 of the stars of the Dragon Balls. 4 of the Dragon Balls is in your brain. They got all of them except for your pineal gland. And only way they can destroy that is by using the god Proteus or Orcus. And let me show you that Jesus is coming and you're not going to like it. So we get Cain's face on the moon. We get the face of another demon in Egypt, because when you match up these 3 dots, or the same 3 dots here, only thing is they don't have the pyramid. So they made one on Earth. And they fucked up Earth's electrical magnetism. Yes, Egypt. Okay, so we don't want you to feel left out. We don't want you to feel left out. Because you did say you are the creators of all things. So that's why I tell Pan-Africans, you're telling the world and God that you're the one that told everybody it was your bright idea to hate God and his planet. Yeah, I don't know if any of you kind of figured that out. Black Egypt. So, being that all of your information comes from the devil and the white man, and then you wash it up and say it's yours, well, we're going to tell you what your white daddy didn't tell you in Egypt on those walls. Alright? We're going to tell you the limitations of your black history. Then we're going to show you how futile, fragile, and how ignorant it is to be a black man or woman born in America under the auspice of this ideology called the American Dream. Oh, this is what I got to put on before I do anything. Orion's belt controls the serpent, meaning it controls the 3 stars in your brain, the hypothalamus, the thalamus, and there's another gland. Alright, so these 3 glands, hyporeactionary and all that, your hypothesis and all that, these are in your left hemis and your right hemis. You notice spheres, circle of thought, orbs, chakras. So now in your mind chakra, right? See, you get how many chakras there is? I think there's 9 chakras. So then you got 13 chakras. So there should have been 13 what they call orbs or 13 Dragon Balls. Go back to look up Dragon Ball Z again. And how they're always in heaven, in the sky. That's your brain. That's your mind. That's your thoughts. That's your equilibrium. That's why when you say I'm black, it throws off your equilibrium. How we know? Turn on a rap video after listening to a classical video and watch how far your equilibrium gets thrown off. Watch how you go from peace to, yeah, I want to fuck for free and then kill the nigga that I had sex with. Yeah, you ever notice that? Think about it. Why do music change your mood? Because one tone is for the left hemisphere, the other tone is for the right hemisphere, and because you have no knowledge of the pineal gland, so now you're being controlled. Call it, let's get hype. Remember, black man and black woman, you didn't go to school, you didn't know how to read hypothalamus. So if I put you in and I told you, go get EPMD, not EPMD, go get Chuck D, go get Flavor Flav in the clock and tell him, don't believe the hypothalamus. Don't believe the hype. So when they put that music in your hypothalamus, right? You actually started destroying your pineal gland. Why? Because you don't believe the hypothalamus. You don't believe it exists. You didn't even know that it exists till now. Some of you. Some of you didn't even, you might have heard about it. You might have read about it. But now, you never knew that it had anything to do with the pyramids of Giza, did you? You had no clue. I named it. That's why, I don't know who sent me that video, Ezekiel something, Yashalera, something like that. Thank you. All right, I got my rollie up. I'm rolled up now. Let me roll it up. I'm rolled up. Let me mark my tree first so I make sure I know what I'm smoking. I got this one weed, man. I hit that shit, man. I'm out. I'm going to sleep. My whole day fucked up. Only, man, I can't smoke this shit. I got shit to do. You know, y'all? Can't be smoking and be all lethargic and shit. No, we don't play that, folks. At all. Oh, well, I guess I'm going to take a shot. No, I don't. I'll mark this with certain marks. Where the fuck is all my entrance at? Alright. This must be pathetic. That's super high power shit. And you know, those who may anyway, fuck that. I'm tired of explaining myself. Alright, so now let's explore. Don't believe the hype. No. You know what? I'm getting around the video. Suntan versus Satan. So I'm gonna give you this is a mixture of Satan and suntan, because now we're at what? We're not on Earth right now, literally. We in our brain. No, we're in our mind, our sea of thoughts, and we're up in the universe, which is a sea of what? Space. You see what I'm saying? You see the stars, you see the stars in the universe, and you can see the thoughts in your mind. Those are the same exact numbers of the stars in the universe, okay? What you see in your mind, you're seeing the exact same thing in the universe. How we know? Because there's a face on the moon. One, they worship Orion's belt, which means he controls the serpent, which also means the line of three bright stars, Who's seen when them stars fall? The pineal gland. When you see the belt of Orion, right? The new life, the penis, was about to come into the Milky Way to change all things. But they misinterpret the mind of the Most High and the mind of the universe not having a pineal gland. What is the square root of a pi? This is how you get the square root of the universe. This is not math class. But we might get into it because I can feel myself being curious. So now we know that the belt controls the devil. Who? The serpent. Orion's belt in Egypt controls who? The serpent. That's why the Pharaoh them has what? A serpent on their forehead, Dave. You would think after 200 years of African studies they would have picked that up. But if they did, they didn't tell you niggas. How I know? Watch this. I want you to hear this bullshit. Graduation speech at Harvard, 2023. We'll find a video. Before I do this, let's put this here. Let's get another one. Check out the hustle. Dave, whoever this is, check this out. America wants to borrow how much? No. That ain't what I said. President Biden is asking how much money? Now, I'm going to put this together. Who is the burden of America, first of all? Let's get this out. Who told you? $160 billion in funding. Now hold up. Understand this. Is asking for $1 billion. Now, who's paying that $1 billion? Watch. Watch. Who's going to be spending that $1 billion? Harvard University? Let's get it.
It is my privilege to introduce her.
Now look though.
Excellency
Look though.
Johnson Sirleaf, the President of the Republic of Liberia.
Now stop. You hear what she said? They said she's the Republic of Liberia or Liberia, whatever. But you see, the black Jew and the white Jew. This is the chessboard. If you're up on top of a pyramid in Giza, and you're the tallest one, if you're in Mexico and you go to the Sun Temple, you notice the Sun Temple is taller than the moon, then the temples get smaller. You go to Egypt the same way, South America the same way. You go anywhere on the planet, it's the sun, moon, star temple worship. And at the bottom of the pyramid is Harvard University, Yale, Oxford. And these people tell you nothing about your pineal gland. So they have to use the Orion's belt to bond you like Gorilla Glue. Now you become a fashion show or an outfit or a sport coat or a Nike shoe or Adidas emblem or a Gucci bagger or a Fendi bender. Homo. See what I'm saying? Suntan versus Satan. Now, look at this shit. This is Black America, y'all. This is what you love. Come on. Listen to this. Look at it. That one nigga, hardly. Come on. Hey. Unless you hate God, you cannot. Unless you hate yourself, you cannot think for yourself. You have to be a beta or an alpha, and that's it. All those sheep, on average, is a beta or less, delta. Using their words. So, a prophet or a messenger would be a sigma. Because they said, if it wasn't for technology, nobody would understand the regeneration of the so-called black man and black woman. Called the sigma, alpha, beta, delta, omega, man, meaning we're all of them in one. Because that's what I am. That's what I do. I'm all of those in one. And I'm shielded by the truth of the Most High Yah, who is the master of all the sonships. In this universe, in other universes, and all galaxies, seen and unseen. That's why I tell y'all, Father Yah, protect me from things that I know and what I don't know, and the things that are seen and what unseen. Known and what unknown. Because y'all don't know, this is who's paying for that $1 billion one. And she's going to make sure you go to jail. I just want to let you know. She's going to make sure that all the black women go to Harvard or go to school. Make sure the babies get a father who is just like these niggas. See? This is how you get the children into Harvard University and get them around a bunch of pale-skinned devils. And say, I'm from Africa, I'm from this, and then put it in the law and say, and spell it out for them, and then give it to you and say, yay, you can be a Harvard like me. No, you can't. You're going to always be a fucking follower. You're going to always be in a trap because you didn't create Harvard for you. Harvard created that shit for him to control you. Her Excellency. Whose?
Thank you so much.
Whose? If Harvard is so special, why is the black man, the black woman, and the white man and the white woman, at least here in downtown Pittsburgh, ain't that bright? I'm not the brightest one in the universe either, but I've seen some shit that is far not bright at all.
President Drew Gilpin Post, President and members of the Harvard Board of Overseers.
What are they talking about? What is this black woman talking about where she's talking about overseers? Where she's telling you, like Winnie Mandela did after Mandela died, she went there and gave the exact same speech to the Catholic Church. Matter of fact, I don't even want to listen to this chick. I almost said I called out her name for real. Now y'all heard that. Winnie Mandela visits the Pope. End of story. End of story. End of story. End of story. Africa, America. You see that? You see her face? Hold up, let me move this out the way. If I can. Nope. We're good, right? And it's Italian. The Republican Italian. Look at my nigga. These are my new African Americans. Yeah, Italy. All Winnie Mandela, the ex-wife of Mandela, dies. A life of struggle against apartheid. I guess so. What'd she do? That's it. Only about her going to fucking... Look, man, we still going to jail. But this is the $1 million picture. Right there. Martin was there. Farrakhan. All your black leaders always end up right here. All roads lead to Rome. Listen. Classical all roads lead to Rome. Roman Empire had a system of roads. Alright? All roads lead to Rome. All roads impact ancient Rome. All roads lead to Rome. All niggas bow down to Rome. All black people. Not one of you are not guilty of this right now. If you wrote on a piece of paper that I am black and African American and my name is Jim Jones, who? You are a Catholic property and your police officer is United States. And that court system is in London, England. Everything else is a field of dreams and a golf course. Let me say that again. Pope, England, America, everything else is a field of dreams and a golf course. And And on the golf course, we play chess. The left hemisphere of your brain will be the white man. And the right hemisphere of your brain will be the black man. And the rest of us will sit up here and watch you rattle each other's brains on who's black and white while we play golf. There she go again. I think she was a whore. Look. She's a bit wench. They gave Jesse Jackson and Farrakhan the permission to create a multi-trillion-dollar industry called Black Americans, and he went to go get the history books to try to create a story on how black people came from Africa and that Kwanzaa was the religion. See, he gave them a piece of the flow on how to create a fake people. Black people are not real. I'm telling you, you better not put black or anything else from this day forth. Tell your friends and family, do not put black, African American on shit. Don't claim it. In fact, if you got a house, if you got a business, if you got something that you created from your own hands, I suggest you get your husband, your wife, and your family, and you change all that out of black African American, because your white daddy gonna get it, him right here, called the Pope. That's why he did, she did, and the Pope still living. And that program is still going on, how the black man runs to the devil and his black woman kisses the devil's ass, and then you get this. We're black, and the cross said that we could come together. The vicar of Jesus, Peter, the church, said that the apartheid is over and that we could go to America and be African Americans. We have permission now. How we know? Because you went to your white daddy before you came to America. Because that's what happened with Marcus Garvey. That's why you don't find too many pictures with Marcus Garvey with the Pope. He said, no, Mark, we ain't fucking with you. But there go those eyes again. Something about that look. It's the same there and here. What is she fucking looking at? Look, she's not looking at Mandela. She's not looking at Mandela. She's thinking. She's not looking at Edward. She's confirming. Now comes, oh shit, Black Power. See what happened? You see the trick? I gotta screenshot this shit. That's the trick. So now we see what's going on. Because it started out like this. The pictures paint 1,000 words. He's talking about his plans. And he got his head turned this way so he can hear him. But he's thinking what he's listening to. But he got his head turned just enough degree to feel her staring at him. Because you notice his eyes damn near closed. And he's feeling her shit. His eyes almost open because he's hearing some different shit. So these two ain't together. They're separated. That's why Jesus becomes what becomes between what? The man and wife. He separated the ideas. How? By both talking to him while she's staring at the conversation, not getting involved. What confirms that? Because she has her whitey looking outfit on, and that might be the same outfit. It is. By gosh, it's the same tie. They was in here. Look, this is what they did. They went to the Pope. They went to Satan. This is when the son went to Satan and said, Satan, I'm tired of this shit. Oh, damn, here's my M&M's. He said, Satan, I'm tired of this shit. Ain't no God. He said, Mandela, you came to the right place. When did you get to the right place? Because that's Adam and Eve. Mandela and Winnie is the Adam and Eve of black history. This was the motivation behind Africa getting into hip hop. This is the history of hip hop, rap, R&B, Flavor Flav, Grand Visualizer. Oh yeah. Zulu Nation. Hey, just we told you was from the tribe of Shabazz. Now I say that to say this. Mandela mainstreamed black and African American history and culture. Whether it's in Egypt or where the fuck it is on the planet. He mainstreamed this version of the shit. But the natural truth has always been here. He just mainstreamed it into a tunnel called Black African Americans. But if you put that name down and pick up Afro-Asiatic, then you'll see the bigger picture and note that we had 3.6 million languages and dialogues. So that makes you not a black man or African American. So now, you see her dress code? When she with White Daddy, you know they're not letting no black power revolutionist slash Malcolm X anybody that's like Malcolm X, Sirisetti, and some of the revolutionists that's right today, you're not getting that far. So you see her dress code when she's with her own people. Africans, real Africans, with their white daddy and their religion. You see her dress code when they're outside. Where's the militant, I'm about that black shit code? It's not in the dress code. It's not in there. He got his dress code on. He got his robe, his cross, his little fuck hat. Got his hand gesture. He got his dress code on. But she's not in her dress code. He's not in his dress code. So there's no African American warrior connection nowhere tied to me or the Most High at all. He's not properly dressed. Not properly dressed. Uh-oh. Now, don't let this look forget for you. Look at how she dressed. Look at how she looked. And you tell her hands is crossed. Same thing. She played the fuck out of him. Same hand cross. Dress code. No afro. No African shit. No African warrior, nothing. But he had his dress coat on. So we know these are the monkeys coming to America with Kwanzaa. They promote Kwanzaa as a new money for his cause. She's happy with it. She starts to dress like the white man. But in order for them to get this money, she had to go to her people and what? Play the role. He got his outfit on. He's coming to America to look to see what African Americans would look like in his great melting pot. And she's smiling. This would be the African American woman look. So if you see a black woman in America dressing like this picture, 3 or 14, your devil bitch Winnie Mandela got you that dress code. This is where Pan-Africans get that, all that. Go back and look at the mentality of black civilization during Mandela's birth and how they created a distraction. Because now look at the outfit. Now you're in America. Look, she talked to the American rep, Edward Kennedy. And on January 9th, 1985, right? Now, we're saying black and African American was already, but 1988 is when African American became official with Jesse Jackson. We make sure we have that right. What year Jesse Jackson created Black America? What year was Black America coined by Jesse Jackson? See? 1988. Bam, right on schedule. 1985. See? So, now check this out. I'm going to prove it to y'all. Y'all seen that star thing? Hold up. I can still do that. I'm going to show proof to y'all the Jesse Jackson scam. We're going to move on up. The Farrakhan and African Bambaataa allowing rape and sacrifice in hip hop. Hip hop is strictly satanic, man. Just like heavy metal. Damn, I went out to my fucking BMW, man. I don't understand, man. How my fucking car just disappeared, man. That's some bullshit. Sorry. Go to books that confirm the stuff that I brought to y'all. I'm going to get into this book called The Holy Pibby for y'all Jamaicans. So, anybody that calls himself a Jamaican, we're going to get this Holy Pibby. I can't find it for some reason. I got it, but some people keep taking my shit. That book right here, Fabric of This World, oh my gosh. We got your Selassie. Hold on. We got your Selassie behind the what? See that double cross? You go Selassie. In Jamaica, Trinidadians, Nuwapians, and Ethiopians. If you don't kick that nigga out that castle and hang his nuts and stick it up his ass, you're guilty. By the power given me by the Most High Yah to say this, if you don't remove anything of Selassie out of Jamaica and off your islands, you're going to sink. Okay? Right now, there is a major weather warning somewhere who said they was going to do something to God's people. I can't remember. I just seen it. Texas was talking about how they going to block the borders because they ain't going to do this. and God is dropping so much rain on their ass, they be lucky if they can light a cigarette, let alone a motherfucking rocket. And that's if the water don't fuck up their computer systems with the rain and the lightning bolts. So Texas, pale skin, great Texas politicians, you think you're gonna block people from coming in out of their land like they've been, and they try to block me from walking on land here in Pittsburgh, Texas, y'all got something coming. Pennsylvania, you got something coming. And you, Texas, you got something coming. Because what's happening to you guys is every time the Most High is migrating his people to him, like he does the animals in Africa and other places, you're going to get your ass whooped. So we're going to start with Selassie in Jamaica and all the islands. And anybody who claimed to be Jamaican, Rastafari and all this, if you love Yah, if Yah is in your heart, then everything in Selassie must be removed from your mind, hearts, and soul, because Most High hates you for that, and that's why your country is suffering. Same, especially with Haiti. The Most High is judging you, Haiti, and Trinidadians and all that, because you put this fuck nigga as Jesus on a double cross. How we know? Because he got a double cross right here. See? Illuminati. Who is Selassie? Illuminati. Selassie is Illuminati. Selassie. Illuminati. Selassie. Illuminati. Selassie. Trump. Money. Jew. Barack Obama. Monkey Man. Illuminati. Illuminati. Whoremongers and idolaters and liars shall have partaken the lake and burneth with fire and brimstone. I didn't make this up. And I saw a new heaven and earth, for the first heaven and earth were passed away, and there was no more SEA. Meaning there was no vicar of Christ anymore. There was no sea of thoughts, sea of people, no vicar of Christ to see, no religion to drop in the sea of life. There was no more. Did I go backwards? The fuck is my car at? I wasn't done customized. That's what I had to. It's like real. I had all four. I just wasn't done. So we got here. Kwanzaa. Let me help you out. Kwanzaa is a week-long annual celebration in the United States and other nations where African diaspora and African Americans honor African heritage, African American culture. Right? African American culture. Not African on the continent of Africa culture, but African American culture. So that means he gave you a culture. And it says unity, creativity, faith, and giving gifts. That sounds like Christmas. See? And it's that right the day after. And you still get the new year like Jesus. So what they do? They gave you a holiday and a God for your ignorance. This is what it looks like. See? You even have the Jewish candles in it. You even got Jesus in the Jesus the Jew, the cup, the Lord's Supper. They just packaged Jesus different and told you was black and African American was the other part. And so now you worship this when God told you not to. Now how is Selassie king of Solomon's blood and all that when you get Illuminati right here? I'll wait. I will definitely wait. Sounds like Jamaica has a problem, NASA. I ain't bothering you. That's talking to or dragon. He bounced on me. So we understand who hates God. Alright? These 50 nations with their emblems and all that. Because we need this to justify winning. Whoa, Winnie. Winnie! Damn, Winnie. Reverend Jackson killed Martin Luther King. I think you should arrest Jesse Jackson for the murder of Martin Luther King so he could do this. And this was when? So, in 1985, what happened to it? What happened in 85? That's 90. Now, you see the progression. After they sell you what? This is what we talk about. We just want to talk about the black woman real quick. No, I got something better. The fuck? You see these black devils that did this? You see how they listen. Read the nigga shit, y'all. Read the nigga shit. Read the nigga shit. Here's the nigga shit right here. I know when they read this, they said, okay, fuck it. Give it to them. I'm telling you, when they read this shit, y'all, look, y'all can't read, y'all can't see it because for some reason I'm learning that y'all, Facebook is not allowing y'all to read what I'm reading, so I gotta read it to y'all. Let me read some shit to y'all. Let me read some dumb ass shit to y'all. Listen to this. Now, mind you, Black America, let's before we begin this journey on get you out of Egypt, okay? So we can take you to the promised land of land of milk and honey. All right? We need you to focus. We need you to focus. We don't want you to hurt yourself. And we don't want you to hurt nobody. To get on down. You ain't gonna hurt nobody. To get on down. Don't stop for me. And I won't stop for you. Remember that? Ain't gonna hurt nobody. Get on down. But this gonna hurt you. Let me blow this dumbass shit up so y'all can see this shit. So you don't think I'm making this dumbass shit up. Please get your pens and papers right now. Who's ever watching, get your other. I hope you got 2 phones. We're going to do something real special here. We're going back to school, goddammit. We're going back to school. All right. That's if they let me. Something ain't going on right here. Wow. I don't know what this is about. Alright. This motherfucker's off the screen. There you go. Shit. Let's get a quote in here. Now, mind you, that's Reverend H. Herbert Martin, not Martin Luther King or nothing. All right, what's that dumbass quote Jesse just said? All right, where we at, man? Damn commercials. Sheesh. All right, here we go. Here's this quote. Jesse Jackson, the Nobel Peace Prize winner. Because I have 2 questions. I got a question. Hold on. I'm gonna find something out. Are Polish Americans classified as white people? No. I got something better because they all classified as white people. Are Armenian Americans classified as white? Aryan men, right? Yes! Now, check this out, y'all. Now, let me read you a quote from this guy that a black college gave him a fucking Nobel Peace Prize for. Says he got one, I should get one too. He got one for lying to people or misleading people. We should get about 4 or 5 for free to people, I think. There you go. All right. Let's make sure we're on the same page here. Now understand, fear comes with this too. I showed y'all pictures years ago, but y'all don't want to listen. So now we know that Armenians are white, Jesse Jackson. Now, I don't know what nigga school you went to that changed the color of Armenians, Jews, Arabs, and Italians are called white Americans. And when they get home from work, then they become Italian, Arabs, and Armenians in culture. Now, the black man and the black woman, okay, you go outside in the world and you work like a dog and a slave. Get treated like one too. Then you go home and you have the same Armenian, Jew, Arab, Italian, and police officer taking your babies and putting your men in prison. So you have to ask Jesse Jackson, like Martin Luther King, not only did he sell the souls of God's people to the devil, but y'all rewarded him and Farrakhan for it. Y'all rewarded Jesse and Farrakhan for the murder of Martin Luther King and our beloved prophet, messenger, Malcolm X. And that's why Black America is so successful, because you're promoting the death of God's messengers. Somebody said they want a Malcolm X holiday. Well, guess what, nigga? I'm not saying it's a bad idea. But history told us that every time you celebrate a dead black man, you go into another 20 years of slavery and bondage, man. I don't think you want to do that. Give you a heads up. You don't want to do that. to the guy I watched said they want to create a Malcolm X holiday. Don't do it. Don't do it. They worship Jesus. What happened? You worship Malcolm. What happened? You worship Martin. What happened? Dr. Khaled. Soon as y'all try to worship him, God took his ass quick. I'm like, damn, that nigga ain't been on the earth for a good 10, 15 minutes after he left the Nation of Islam. They took his ass fast. No, no, no. The only one surviving that didn't get instructions from the Most High for real, and they still living, is Jesse Jackson and Farrakhan. I don't know if y'all noticed that they're all dead. Everybody's dead except for Jesus Farrakhan and Jesse John the Baptist. Now, I want to give big ups and much respect to the students under these men, far as exercising self-awareness, not being wicked. That leads me to 19 Keys and Rizza Islam. We pray that you don't do what Farrakhan done. We pray that y'all don't kill motherfuckers so you can have your own platform and shit. Like, that's stupid. It's a bad thing. So now, Jesse Jackson put your brain on how to kill yourself. That's why I try to live in a glass house. And why you peeking through my window, which is my past, or why you looking at me in my face. Because what? The windows is the eyes to the soul. My soul is what? My crystal part of my crystal palace. So Jesse Jackson literally painted your glass house wood, called Jew wood. And Jesus died on your mind, on wood, in your mind. So your crystal glass is no longer crystal, but made of wood and stone. Because that's what you worship. Things are made of what? Wood and stone. So now we understand that there was Armenian Americans, Jewish Americans, Arab Americans, Italian Americans. Jackson said, and with a degree of accepted and reasonable pride, see, this is the formula. He said, if I can give them to accept it with a reasonable pride, they connect heritage to their mother country and where they are now. See that? You gotta hear it. In other words, what he's saying is they will disconnect from their mother country and use you as their mother country as where they're at now. Program complete. Once you accept Black African American, you're no longer saying that this is America and South Brazil, South America is your inheritance from God. You said that. And the black leaders, see, black leaders, meeting to discuss national goals, said that they would meet again in Washington to what? March, the God of War. Mars. The battle was burnt. They was burnt before they even got into the battlefield. So, now we understand the battle in the sky with Satan and this bitch right here. That 1985 caused us to be turned to Black African Americans. See how you're dead? See how you don't mean shit and why they can kill you. So now, after 1985, who gets murdered? Who gets murdered between 88 and 85? Let's find that out to confirm this. What year did Malcolm and Martin get killed? 65? 68. See the years? 3. 88. 85. 3. 3 years, 85 equals 88. 3 years, 65 equals 68. Who runs the black man? The devil, right? How we know? Because of this. Hold on. What's all this shit? All this shit down here. Where all this shit come from? Fuck is this shit? Why not delete this dumbass shit up? What the fuck? Okay, I know what this is. What the hell? I like in mentality. I don't like black women mentality. Hell no, they got that fucked up. I don't know where that shit come from. I got stuck, y'all. I'm sorry. Where the fuck that shit come from? So now we got this book here called Stolen Name. Check that out. How the Russians or Russians turned into Ukrainians. You see that? So, you don't know who you talking to. Who's that monkey's name? Jesse Jackson. See what I tell you when you call yourself black? You know, all this shit. Oh, man. Now, I forgot what I was about to show you the other one. Okay, I'm going to show y'all their family tree. You see? They have family trees. Your anus is their heaven. See? The ass or your anus equals Gaia. Alright, according to them. Offspring. Your anus, nigga. Booty doop. Poop shoot. Now, Gaia's earth. Who's fucking up the... Who is using the earth as an ass? What? Mountains, nymphs, and the sea. You see 4 things. They make up their earth. After their earth comes what? 3 giants, 3 cyclops, and they bred on earth, because you see it with Gaia, through the anus. Not through the mouth of heaven, but from the anus, the butthole of heaven. So that means from hell. And then they created what? Hypertension, multiple sclerosis, Thea, what? A Helios, a fake sun, Selena, a fake aurora around your head. And then they told you what? It was okay to be a what? An Aphrodite, which means what? An angry homosexual. How we know? Because anus is synonymous to booty. I'm just going to leave that right there to you black, Greek, or Greco niggas. Now, you want to know who's the god of hell? Cronus. And for hell, in the levels of hell, or the abyss, is the names that you'll take in your rap titles and in your medication.
Oh, surer than ever. It's
shit. There we go. Poseidon. See, the water god. He is the water right above fiery hell. Then you got Zeus. Jesus. Well, no, Jesus ain't here. He ain't here yet. So, Jesus could not have been with God. Because if he was with God, he'd have been sitting up here with Cronus. So, even in Greek, and even in the original language of the Most High, there's no Jesus that was with God when God created the world. Jesus ain't create the Greek Olympian gods, and Jesus didn't create the Most High's kingdom. So according to Greek mystics like Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Jesus does not exist. Okay? Now, next slide. Man, I got shit for days. What's this? What is their creed? Remember, we're talking about Winnie Mandela and being black and African American, and how Kwanzaa took y'all money and left you with guns. And remember, let's say this. Kwanzaa funds prisons for you. Kwanzaa, it's like this. Black, when you sign your contract, look like this. Biden and his family, right? They're trying to find a way to pay their debt for the next 100 years. And they need a new name. They need a new business name. Because all business names on the planet are in debt. And they use the black African American debt so African American so much that you can't squeeze anything out of it anymore. Why? Because the black African American is no good to themselves. So they're even useless to even market the residue of the first slave masters. They're just too gone. So what they'll have to do is what kill them and use their organs, which is what matters to them, organs. That's the only thing that matters is your organs. See, when a black man or black woman, when you really get them, is when they get sick. So we have to what? Kill them in order to keep our money or to pay our debt. That's what's coming. Called a new Jim Crow law coming back in Mississippi now. They're going back to killing you. Because you won't pray the Most High and you won't listen to them or the devil. So you're being rendered useless. I ain't letting you know this shit, man. So what is the creed that Winnie Mandela, right, was a real African of all places. And Mandela, who was an African of all places, took a creed with the Catholic Orthodox Church. Same thing with Selassie. He took a creed or an oath with the Catholic Church. So did Oprah. So did P. Diddy. And all your major artists or anybody who's making over $1 million on the planet is a part of this creed. The word creed means a statement of belief. The Nicene Creed is a traditional summary of the statements of the chief truth which the church teaches and which all Orthodox Christians are required to believe. 2 John chapter 9. Read that when you read the Bible out in the streets. Read that when you're reading the Bible on YouTube. Read that after you start reading certain shit and you say you're a Christian, you've already bound your tongue, your words, and your soul to hell. I just want to let you know. And I'm not giving it to you for free on how to get off that bitch. Because if God don't give it to you for free, I don't know what to tell you. The following catechism is based upon the statements of a belief and faith found in the Nicene Creed. This is the base of your Christian belief. If you were to be a black man or a black woman or a white man or a white woman in this melting pot called corporate America. If you're not willing to follow these rules, you will go to jail and be in prison and be sucked dry, literally. So keep calling yourself black, African American if you want to. Creed, right? Then we have a military. Military Hospital Order of Jerusalem. The hospital is the military, y'all. Did you know that? Especially to the women who kept my children away from me and took them to the hospital. You had them in a hospital, military hospital, called the what? Red Cross, Goodwill. See, you put a baby on the Red Cross like Jesus. Damn, did you know that? When you take your baby to the hospital? Hey Dave, did anybody know that? When you take your baby to the hospital, you take it to a military. And they what? Give you a birth record, an ID tag, and send you off to war, Christian soldier. You've been baptized a Christian. And you're off to go. And who? And Jerusalem. Heru is who? Egyptian. An Egyptian version of the City of Peace. Let's get you a picture of their family. I'm not going to fix that. Now, the gang is all here. Here's your gods, black people. Alright? Let's break it down. You got 1 college, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 1 plus 7 is 8. 8 is the complete thought of the brain that's in the earth. I mean, it's in the heavens. And when they come down to earth, which means down to the consciousness, see, psyche. The brain, y'all. Look. Right here. Psyche. See what I'm talking about? The brain. They're gonna play the movie. I need y'all to get to this. I had to bust you up in order to fix you. Now, Psyche is brought to Olympus to do what? Retrain your brain. To think like who? To think like who? See the psyche? Now, train our brain to do what? Jungle Boogie. Premium Jungle Boogie. The psyche was brought to what? The Mount Olympus. What's that? Your brain. Mount Olympus is your brain. And Prometheus stole the pineal gland out of your brain and brought it to man and turned you into a fucking jungle monkey. Put that together too. I got a feeling I'm gonna need that. Bro, I got a feeling I'm gonna need that. Oh, that's fucked up. Oh, that ain't it. Alright, I'm cool. I'm cool. I agree to say. So now you see the psyche. So, anytime you hear any of the, you see the Sphinx right here too, right? You see the Sphinx? Egypt. You see the little baby with the wings? It was Valentine's Day. So let me show you their holidays. See, these little creatures here, what they call nymphs or their representatives. Like this will be her baby. This will be his mixture with the Sphinx. With the head, you know what I'm saying? They got the feet of an animal or a crow, you know, because he like mixing shit. This guy with the medicine, he likes fucking with God's creation. See the white man with the wig, looking like the Sphinx and the bird fingers. So this is where you get the black man's genetic code getting fucked up. You go to this guy here, he has this old guy, he fucks with time, I believe. You get this wizard right here. Whatever this is in his hand. That might be his buddy. You know? So, and you see Poseidon. I showed you that. That's a messenger. When you see them with wings on their backs, they're messengers. See, like this guy here, a messenger. And while they sit up in the sky of your brain and tell you that black is beautiful, the white man is weak or the white man is strong, these are your emotions in your organized system. Black man. So you might want to get familiar with who these 17 entities are that's in the spirit of your brain, who's been made flesh on this piece of paper. And it's ironic that the guy who painted it is named Raphael. That was amazing. And it show you white daddy. Look at it. White daddy, look at him. See how he sit? That's what happened at a meeting yesterday. I'm not going to say where it's at, but I'm going to say at these drug and alcohol meetings. I want to tell you this. All right? Oh, I want you to see that eagle too. America. See the feet? Get the white bitch the black man loves. Get the white bitch that the white woman carry, that the pale skin copy. Everybody copy off of her beauty and makeup and cosmetics. So you see what you do, black man and black woman. This is you. So this is why I don't fuck with you. Not because of the color of the painting, because it's just a painting. But this is your whole emotional state. This is your emotional state. This submissive, I can't do nothing without you, without me playing with your pretty lips. He got big lips. She got little lips. He got a big, it's always something about that. Right? But not realizing, but you notice she's not paying attention to his pet. His foundation. His tools of survival. And his aerial friend. And that eagle is very strong. And that eagle has more of a necessity than his half-naked thing over here. Facts. I gotta go through this shit. Delete. I gotta see this shit. Oh, this is crazy. How do I delete this shit? No, we're gonna show you this. It's in a book, y'all. It's in a book. Zeus's rise to power. The creation of who? The black man. In case you don't haven't read that before. And in case you don't consider yourself immortal, let me see. They killed Malcolm 3. It was 3 years before she came to America when they put that plan together after they killed Malcolm and Martin. That's what, 3 threes. That's 6. And it took them 9 years probably to do something else. So we see that. We ain't done with this. We're going to pick this up again. Because this is not the focal point. See, now, now we get the raised fist movement. Now it's on the Kraken. Now you notice something, right? I don't know if you notice anything. I don't know if you notice anything. What y'all notice? I noticed it. Let me tell you what I noticed. That right there. Not one South African has been back since they gave us Kwanzaa and took all that fucking money and ran. And then they gave Farrakhan a nice fat check. And they gave Jesse Jackson a nice fat check and told the Alpha Sigma Delta fraternity, the purple and yellow gang, like the IUCK posse gang. So it's doing it again. Dave, we need y'all help to stop this shit. Because what they think they're going to have is another Malcolm murder and another Martin Luther King murder, another who else they murder? Another Black Panther leader murder. No. That murder tactic is over. We know too much now as a people who are tired of your demonic witchcraft. So there's going to be a meeting, and it's going to need a meeting between true leaders of the men and women born in America with the true leaders of the men and women who was born in your Africa. So these surrounding nations can stop using this misogyny or this androgyny to paint both sides of the fence white. So we can look like them in the White House and still think like them while they have the belt of Orion around our necks. And what's that? Hold up. Where's that at? Not that. Belt of Orion. When we said threes, right? Threes. Threes. Now, threes. 1, 2, 3, where? Africa. Where's Africa? Or Egypt? In Africa. Where they used to make homage? At Petra. Before they moved it to Mecca. So this belt that keeps his pants up, that holds the sword, and he's shooting a bow and arrow in the heavens at what? God. Orion is warring against the Most High. And 1, 2, 3, he's missing what? His phallus, which is his pineal gland. He can't produce through his phallus a spiritual entity. So they cut it off. They cut it out. They took it out. They took it out. They took his. They took the DNA out. They took the RNA. They took the code out, called the pineal gland, was ever in the pineal gland. So that's why you got what? Pyramid of Giza. And they're killing what? And sterilizing what? 70% of Africa's population. Everywhere around this Orion's belt, the black woman is being sterilized. I posted that. The African boy is being sterilized. In fact, it's so horrible there that the Chinese and Russians are saying they don't even want you there in hell anymore. Because a lot of y'all, even Africans, don't even know where the fuck they from for real. This whole shit been rearranged. How I know Orion's belt, his pineal gland would have been the Milky Way of thoughts, because after he had spermed some thoughts, the sea of thought would have spilled out, called a Milky Way. See all this milk? These are ideas. There's wisdom, there's life energies. Where? In the Milky Way. Where did milk come out of? His penis. That's why you have orgies and sex all over the place, because they don't have the morality of the pineal gland, where you don't share your thoughts or your sperm or your penis with anybody and everybody. So if you're a whore, that's because you don't have a pineal gland. If you're black or African American, you don't have a pineal gland. And so nothing that you produce has what? Life. Why? Because you don't have a dick in Orion's belt, and you don't have the richness of thought. You don't have the richness of spirit. And so black is out here in outer space. And it's not the black man and the black woman considered aliens and 3/5 of what? A man. Why? Because you don't have no fucking pineal gland. Ooh, that was heavy. Trying to explain the Winnie 3, Mandela and them 3, and why we're going to expound on this. So he controls the serpent. What's that? The limbic brain. Behind the brain is the serpent brain called the limbic brain, where you become a reptile or a representative of covering shit up. Meaning, when the dragon came to the serpent and said, "Will you speak for me?" He said, "Yeah, I'll cover up the messenger, but I'll tell them the message." So that's a reptile. I'll rep your message, but I won't tell nobody where it came from. That's where the reptilian come from. Okay? Your limbic brain. Your reptile brain. And with this line of 3 bright stars that goes down to your serpent brain, I can put a belt, like a Kuiper belt, or a steel belted tire, or a gold chain around you. Then you become a famous hunter in stories like my autobiography. the life and death of Winnie Mandela. See how your stories become famous? By being what? A hunter. And that sounds good in flesh, but in God's face, you are a Oculus Infamous, meaning that you like to kiss the devil's ass for fame. So there go your fame, Farrakhan and Jesse, through murder. I know I got it somewhere. That's it. Oh, and I got books to prove it. Facts and Facts, look at that book. Morgan Partis, Epistle of Ad Africanus, Adorfa. Morgan Partis, we see. The Hamadani Library, Forgotten Books, the Chronicles, Jeremiah, Chronicles of Realms, Mystical Magical Systems. Note the word system. Apocrypha Septuagint with the Apocrypha, both the magicians. I'm going to name some gods for you too, so y'all might not have known about. What should I share with y'all? This, speaking of which, so you see how we create earthquakes in the body of people? Earthquakes are physical phenomena such as earthquakes are generally at the end products of a chain of causations operating not only on. So how do I do an earthquake in a person who called themselves an Aries, Taurus, Leo, right? First, I have to put them into a program. Kamadatu, Rupa, Da'atu. And this is why people ask you, what's your birth sign and stuff? Alright? That will represent, on the right side up, it represents Gucci. 2 Pisces, 2 fish, or 6-9. Sexual. You notice the pyramid, the Arupa Datu. This is the cat that separates the pyramid in you. Alright? Next time you see a cat without this piece, what you're missing is this right here, the Rupa Datu. Alright? You're missing this. This relationship, when you respect this relationship, you respect that relationship. And you know that C is ABC3, and that letter E would be another number. So even this C or 3 is mind, body, and soul. A, B, C, D, E. I think it's 4. So that makes it 7. So everything is all good. I'm resting. Now I'm looking at everything I've created. In the heavens and on what? Earth. The planetary chain. That's where they got chains, shackles, and slavery to what? The chain of life. That's why you wear shit around your neck. See that? But the real chain of life is you staying at your Arupa Datu. One, 2, 3, 4. That's 8, right? Nine, 10, 11, 12 tribes. is the sun god, Israel. The S-O-N is God. And the S-U-N is the Son of God too. So you got two sons worshiping what? One creator. So now you are part of the what? Planetary chain. And you become a physical phenomena. You make people feel different. And are generally the end products of chain of causations. See? So when you come in the room, you cause shit to happen. Operate not only on what? I forgot what I put that on. Oh, I forgot what I did with that. Alright? Here you go. Oh, no, that ain't it. Now, Earth Chain, I'll give you this one. Or read this. We've seen a planetary chain, and now we go to Earth chain. Our planet, like every visible cosmic body, net astrology, cosmic, is one of the composite chain or coordinated group formed of 7, see 7, I marked that right, I read the 7, or the 12 tribes of energies and substances. The ones, right, on our plane of existence, visible, clear ink, to our what? Physical senses. So if you're black and African American, then you're not part of the Earth chain. These septenary or duodenary groups are called planetary chains, and the Earth chain is one whose visible component is what we call the planet Earth, which we come from. Why? Because I know this to be part of the Earth chain. I mean the planet chain. The pure element, however, is not physical. Its characteristics, property, or tattva in connection with the human organs. See? Human. Hold up, let me pull this up. I'll help you out. Solar system is part of your solar plex organs, and you're fucking with what? Your human organs. It's smell, and the name in the Hindi system is Prithvi Tattva. It is characterized by square or cubical forms. What did God say make the temple? By how many cubicles? Forms, and by the fixity, the nature, spirits pertaining to where said by medieval European mystics be the what? Gnomes, or they were called nymphs. See, medieval mystics created Christianity to keep you from what? Maintaining your organs. Your man organs, not your human organs, but your man organs and your pure elements. I just want to hit you up with that science. So we know they're using the star map in Detroit. See? The Southern Gateway in Detroit. Ironwood Gateway, Detroit. Southern Gateway, Ann Arbor, Stargates, Detroit. The Planet, Detroit. Now you see the belt, not the belt of Orion, But there's another belt. See? See the penis, the phallus, they're trying to birth a new magical something into the mind of the people. See, the frequency of the planets is being put into the mind of the people. This is why I told this particular person or family in Detroit, I haven't been around you for this long because I have nothing else better to do in life. But because I have to live a life of always warring and battling, I would never be stuck in one place. Because one thing you don't do is be at war and be a customer sitting in one place. That's why warriors don't build castles. Kings build castles, get lazy, and get murdered. Fucking alpha dog. Fuck that. Keep it moving. I'll see you when I get back. Now they have to blow up the crib before I get back. Hey, I don't know what to tell you. You knew the risk. I miss you, but you knew the risks. Because you said the same thing was me, nigga, so stop playing. But that's what I told certain people from Detroit. Whether I know them or not, that I got to get there. I don't know why. And when I first got to Detroit, and I seen it, and then I seen the people of Detroit, and I'm looking at this copper plate as I'm even getting pictures of the spirits and the frequencies of Detroit that's chaotic. I hope this person get that message. Whoever's from Detroit, who's into the truth, who want to free their people, who's on the same plane in spirit or journey, hit me up. This is not personal, fam. But we ain't with the bullshit, because we don't mind dying about this. So now we see what's going on. The water god, blue. Wind. See the stars. You get the eagle. The wind is the spirit coming down. See? To the water as Son of God. The star came down as a spirit wind down to the water of people as the Son of God, and so now he's what? Walking on water. That means you are the sea, because the Pope is what? Holy See. So he's walking on what? On your backs. That's in Detroit. You see the sun rays? See the penis? William Livingston, with his, see the angels of Zeus or Thea? This is in Detroit. Why Detroit and Chicago is killing each other. There you go. The giant penis for a energy, and here go the three rivers like we got here in Pittsburgh. See, they built something downtown. Now, what I'm fascinated about this is this porthole right here, the same thing in Pittsburgh, Detroit. There's a couple of them somewhere else. And I got to get to them. Welcome to the Matrix. Series number 4. It's just crazy, y'all. So right now, we have this same picture in the city of Pittsburgh, and somebody bought part of it and privatized it and made a dark city over it. and they privatized it, called PPG Square. Where I saw the video where I was not allowed to walk through with coffee without being followed. Like, and then, look, man, look. It almost got ugly. See? Now, if you look at Pittsburgh, only difference is the flooding. Now, had they not flooded somewhere, this river would be over here. There's a sacred land underwater here. All this is sacred. They flooded it. Just enough to leave this. I know that. They flooded it. I can feel it. I'm looking at it. Because when I see Pittsburgh, when they flooded the river, there's a drop like that. Like if you was in Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh is in a hole. Downtown Pittsburgh is literally in a giant pit. And if they cut those motherfucking dams, we're going to be under about 2,000 feet of water. Easy. But they had to drain to make Pittsburgh's Stargate accessible in order to block other Stargates from being accessible. It's a system. Get something to do with flooding. We go to Ark of what? Titus in St. Louis. That's why they killing people in St. Louis. And it all makes something. See? The Gateway Ark of Washington, D.C. and the obelisk. Penis energy. Now they got this in downtown Pittsburgh. I look at it every day with water around it. But they don't have a capstone on it. Gateway. This represents our three rivers and the bridges. This represents them enjoying our land and our ignorance. Because they hung out at our holy land with our rivers. And you go to a picture of what? The serpent, our people, and the fish. And you see what? Another serpent and another fish. So, being blue, fish, and serpent is synonymous with this. Detroit. You ready to go? You ready to go to outer space? Detroit? Before we go out of space, Detroit, let me remind you of something. Zeus makes mortals. We know that. So you have your Roman Catholic Church, real quick. All right. So I want you to see all the crosses, Jesus, Rome, America. So when you see them fighting, mind your business. It ain't nothing to do with you. Don't be passing money to Ukraine, talking about what Jesus said this. No, God didn't. He said don't fuck with them. Every time somebody die or they messing their business, the nigga always want to go over there and get in their business. And then wonder why they in your business. Leave these Pelicans alone. You see how big their crib is and all the gold? They don't need you help, nigga. This is what I think. We should be separated. I agree with them. They don't want you niggas in there while they doing this. Pookie and Ray Ray. Shaquina. That big ass all in the way, and Jordan Cologne all in the motherfucking fucking with the incense. This is the basketball shoes scrape across the marble. Nobody want to hear that shit. So no. Let's get Selassie's boys in there. Uh-huh. Selassie. Jamaica. Let's get them in there. We're going to heaven, man. We're going to bring earth to heaven. We just since the crew's all here. Oh, wrong button. Alright, now, where we at? Speaking of which, bang. Selassie, guilty. Get him out your mouth and out your brain, Jamaica. Now, my favorite. My fucking favorite. This is my favorite. The black man, black woman's curse. This is right on time, y'all. We definitely about to go out of space. You see that? Who's that? See that? Who's that? The black Russian, Jew, nigger, monkey, parrot, who's killing us through hip-hop, gospel rap, BET, people like, they breed this bullshit. These motherfuckers right here. These are the ones that's gonna kill you. New people of earth. These are the Christian soldiers that's coming out of the hospitals every day. There's 1 million of them being born there's 1,000 of them being born every 6 hours. They're being born in the hospital. They give them a cross, a crown, a red tag. A couple of these niggas come pray for them. They have a wedding called White Daddy. Pay their taxes. Go to church. You pick up. White Daddy makes his round. He go back up to Vatican to back to Mount Olympus where his psyche is at. And he drops some more dumb nigga shit on you. How I know? Because he told you this in history. And this sign, I will fucking conquer you niggas. In hoc signo vinces. Written on the wall, the cross and the crown. How they rule over you niggas. That's your psyche. This, look, it's like this, niggas. You have to pick a side. Heaven or hell. They gotta pick a side, yo. In Detroit, tell them to pick a side. Chicago, pick a side. Texas, pick a side. Pick a side. Can't have them both. Gotta pick a side. Gotta pick a side. See, niggas, gotta pick a side, niggas. Let me blow this up for you. In case you didn't get it. Alright? Oh, remember I told you the new Eve? Matter of fact, I was talking about that. God's good. Bang. Here's the new Eve, niggas. Look. Here's the whole gameplay right there. You niggas is out. What church you go to? I'll wait. Let me shoot that to you. Wake y'all up. Let me wake you up real quick. Why you become extinct? And it's called Metatrix, not Matrix anymore. So it's called Media Tricks. Alright? Media Tricks and Mother. Let me put that on top. What is Media Tricks? Female mediator. See? Feminism. Feminism will be the new Eve. Hold on. What are they putting in the psyche? See, this is part of the psyche. Female mediator. Groups by go-between for those parties with wonder what? With the word for, another word for mediatrix is mediatress. So you see what they're doing? So now, in their world, Mary, the mother of their Jesus, Satan, which is Babylon, is an intercessory role of the Blessed Virgin. As a mediator, I thought Jesus was a mediator. And the salvific, salvific redemption by our Son Jesus Christ and the bestowed graces through her. Okay, God, you doing too much. Hey, y'all, God doing too much, man. Y'all Christian God, he doing a little too much, man. I had to find out what this is. Salvic sounds like saliva or salvific. having the intent or power to save. Okay. Redemptive power. So, what does they say? What is she? So you got she got a mediator with the intent to redeem you by her son Jesus. Okay. Now, Mary was real, and of course, I wouldn't doubt if she's real or not. So, if I was to bring it to earth in a real sense, I would say Joseph, the real man, from the seed of Joseph. Mary, who's from the tribe of Ephraim or Manasseh. While Joseph or Hosea was out, she would mediate with the attempt to redeem people through what? The works of Joseph and Hosea. Why? Because they was out doing something. Doing what? Carpentry. So I could use that. But this right here is some bullshit. Where they say it's a good story. Gospel. We got you that. It's a good story, Eve. This new Eve, the go-between and mother in your church. And we just want to show you your Christian doctrine. I just don't want you to forget. Right here. Summary of Christian doctrine. Matter of fact, let me get the book. See that? Let me help you out. Summary. What sums up Christianity is the belt of Orion. 1, 2, 3 stars that belt you or bind you into a circle or a church or a sigil that is what? A summary of Christian doctrine. And this sigil, this doctrine of the Orion's belt and magic spells of demons, witches, and priests, right? And bacteria and tattoos that cause your blood to what? Turn green. Incredible Hulk. Right? Says this. The triangle, right? That everybody wear around their neck. That same Orion star triangle. Not pyramid, triangle. A pyramid has 4 triangles. A triangle only has 3. A triangle doesn't have fire. Why? It just has some angles. A pyramid has 4 triangles with fire in the middle. What do you call that? I'll wait. Mr. Triangle. Anyway. Speaking of which, Mr. Triangle. And we'll give you a list. I list my art if you need that. And we give you a list of the road, the rise, and the rise of Annie Clark. Triangle. Baphomet. Finger up. Finger down. I'm gonna help y'all. Same eye, same Jesus spirit, same bloody chip with the blue hand of abyss, the abyss fire or the fire of sulfur with the blood of what? Jesus. That's not holy water. See that? How we know? Because of the icon and their eye in the triangle cult. We have this to show you for a conference to prove that is true. So we don't have no issues with that. God damn, I can delete this shit. I said I share this shit so much. So when you worship Drake, you talk about Athena, the owl. And when you say you're a Mason, understand what you're getting into. Alright? This is why they don't put so much stuff in the Bible, because you'll find out that all black churches have an oath to Nimrod. Everything black and African American belongs to the children of Babylon. That's a Babylonian. And he has a Bible in his hand called a Babylonian today. We're not saying anything bad or good, we're just telling you Nimrod. And here's the logic. Jesus is God, and the God is Jesus. Okay. God has sent Jesus, but they are one. He sent himself. Okay. Because the God is Jesus, and Jesus is God, Jesus died, but God didn't die because God is everlasting, ever living. But he died on the cross. Comma. But, comma, the one who died on the cross is not God, but he's Jesus. And Jesus is God. God commanded to crucify God to please the God. Okay? Check it out. Jesus don't know the hour or the day because none knows it except only the Almighty God. So, that Jesus, comma, Jesus is God. None has seen the God, and Jesus was seen by all people. But Jesus is God because he is incarnated of God. Jesus will sit on the right hand of God in the judgment of the day, and he is God because, see what I'm saying? That part. Let me shoot that. So now that we know Jesus is not God, and we're going to show that he's a devil. Now we're going to go from heaven to hell, Saturn, all around Babylon, and where your religion came from after this. And after I show you this video, you should be able to bend down on your knees and prostrate after taking a shower. And you should not want to hurt another person in your community again after you see this. Really, you should not want to hurt nobody again. You should want to sit your motherfucking ass down somewhere, get your mind right, make amends to people who you've harmed, Really apologize to everybody that you've harmed, man. This is why I recommend the 12 steps of AA. I'm gonna end now. I'm gonna end the 12 steps of AA with this video. The false Jesus that black men and black women love. He will allow everyone into heaven. The black man, the white man, the gay. He don't give a fuck. Everybody can come to heaven. Remember, Jesus is God. So Jesus said, I come to bring peace, not division. There goes that. I require obedience. There goes that. I don't require you to be holy. Just do good. I don't require you to repent. Just give me your sins. And I'll take them to Satan. And I'll pay for them. Deal? Sounds good to me, they said. They said, you really want Satan to pay your bills? That's like turning yourself into a whore. You're going to the pimp saying, I can't work at McDonald's. You're praying the crackhead saying, please, oh, please, just let me suck your thing. I need a hit. I was just saying. He's the only one that preaches love. He never says anything offensive. The black woman is so beautiful. The black man is so awesome, doing nothing and hating God. He never says anything offensive. Nobody's wicked. Everyone's Jesus' children. Ain't nobody going to hell. You do the fuck you want on the planet. And God's commandments are just some shit we found on some toilet paper. And I was in Walmart and I happened to see some letters and I had nothing else to do but wipe my ass on some toilet paper with 10 Commandments on. You know, that's all. So let's go take you to where your heaven and your hell is fucked up. Really, when you look up, you're dead. When you look down, you're buried so far underground, it's ridiculous. The only thing between heaven and hell for you right now is messengers like myself. Because the shit that's coming, the shit that's coming, y'all ain't ready for it. Y'all not ready for it. See the niggas? The Moors? See, these are the Moors, the Ammonites, the Hittites. They always with white daddy. Look, see what I'm saying? This ain't nothing new. LSU. Who got that Florida State Devil outfit that's yellow and gold? I know that ain't Cal State. Somebody else got yellow and gold. Oh, Kansas City Chiefs. Who else? Oh, I know who. Washington used to be Redskins. Yeah, why does the Redskins get those colors? So your sports represents colors as well. I thought that was a video. So check that out. Caesar's Messiah, the Roman conspiracy. And here's the names of shit. What they use. Let me help you out. A version of good news of military victory. That's what that means. I told you about this word. I did. I told you about that word. Anybody got any information on that? Anybody researched that? And I told you it's used before your New Testament. This is what they use to create Jason, the book of Maccabees, and other books. That's how they took them out. And that's why I say they're going to take something supernatural for us to put that back together. That was the words. This is the only way they'll believe that there's a God. If these people put this shit back together, that's God. They know it. I'm trying to get you heaven to earth, y'all. Trying to get you to heaven to earth. Help you out. Hey, yo. Who's the crackhead for real? That's what I want to know. Who's the one that told you that you shouldn't be friends with the truth? You might want to go back and whoop their ass. They want you to stay in hell with them. I tell folks, if you don't like me, something wrong with you. Meditate on that when you use the restroom. I'm going to play the video. All right. So I hope y'all read that. Y'all can see that clearly. Joseph goes to Egypt. Joseph goes to Egypt. Old Testament, Matthew. Pharaoh massacres boys. Herod massacres boys, Matthew. All the men are dead who sought your life. All the men are dead who sought your life. Egypt to Israel. Egypt to Israel. Pass through water, baptism. In the wilderness, in the wilderness. Tempted by bread, tempted by bread. Do not tempt God. Do not tempt God. Typology. Your language. So you want to check that out. See? They changed it. That's why you get Yahweh, blah, blah, blah. Let y'all see that for a minute. So typology is very important when you're reading from what conscious communicate would say, source up. Them sources is getting heavy, boy. Man, I tell you, them sources. Something about them sources. People would say, that ain't true. He said, okay, prove me wrong. I'm still waiting. What's more funny is when I found our work on other people's channels that said the shit wasn't true. I ain't talking about the ones that support the shit, that did the research and said, okay, I'm using this information, cool, because I do the same shit. But you get that other group that break, that ain't true, and then it be in they shit that following week is new courses and shit. But still be in the comments in the back row talking about that he ain't shit. But meanwhile, he ain't told his congregation or his wife, baby, I'm wrong. I misled the family. We're going to have to start all over. I'm going to tell you, whoever you is, guy or woman, you're responsible for your household. And it's okay to say, baby, I misled the family. I didn't do research on a particular topic or a word or two. And I took a word or two and I didn't really research it. What led me to make the decision that this is our way of life. This is good for ourselves as a family. And me, as wanting to be a man of God and a head of the house family, I want to let you know that I made a mistake. And the woman should say that too. Because that's what men and women do. That's why I say black, anything black or white is not human. You ready to go? We're going away, man. Take a bite of the sandwich real quick. Let's go. You know whose crib that is, but you keep playing. You go everywhere else. Keep playing, your ass gonna turn to stone. You know who you is. And I know your life is getting fucked up too, and you just keep playing. You keep running to the world. You keep running to the white, the black man. You keep running to people who don't give a fuck about the truth, whether it's your friends or family or not. But let's go ahead. Let's go fly away from here. Let's go. All right, let's close this out. You ready to go? Because this is the focus right here. I'm onto my YouTube shit. I know what it is. There we go.
I'm surer than ever.
It's so powerful, it might have just shattered our understanding of the universe. We've all heard about how the new James Webb Telescope is kind of like a time machine because it can look back to the early formation of the universe.
Six shocking galaxies have been discovered that defy all explanations.
The James Webb Telescope has identified 6 galaxies that exist 500 million years after the Big Bang that are up to 10 times bigger than the Milky Way galaxy.
Join us as we discuss Michio Kaku breaking his silence on the James Webb Telescope's clearest image in history. The shocking discovery. Building a galaxy is no easy feat. It took the universe over 350 million years to finally form the very first galaxies. They were pretty small and took their sweet time to become the galaxies we know today. But get this. Scientists have just discovered 6 ancient galaxies that are breaking all the rules. These galaxies are thought to have formed just 500 million years after the Big Bang, yet they contain populations of tens or even hundreds of billions of stars. American theoretical physicist Michio Kaku is just as puzzled by this groundbreaking discovery that could change everything we know about the universe. The James Webb Space Telescope, a $10 billion project launched by NASA in December 2021, spotted 6 colossal galaxies that are each roughly the same size as our very own Milky Way. These galaxies were formed way too early in the history of our universe. The mass of stars within some cosmic object.
Did y'all hear that shit? Listen to the arrogance of these people. Listen to the arrogance, y'all. He said it was too soon. You hear the devil? Hear the devil again.
Is not just a few times larger than our 6 colossal galaxies that are each roughly the same size as our very own Milky Way. These galaxies were formed way too early in the history.
How would you say, straight up, you're the children of God, you don't have a pineal gland, and that's why you don't know shit? For real. Any man and any woman knew off rip that there were more galaxies than there is universes. That's why it's called universe. Universe is a combination of galaxies in one space. That's why it's called one verse. That's why when that one verse takes on flesh, it becomes what? A man or a woman. Now we're what? Unified. That's what I'm saying. Motherfuckers take their manhood, they wouldn't want to take that shit off, run to these niggas, get a motherfucking trinket. Now they the new world order. Shut the man, this is some bullshit.
History of our universe. The mass of stars within some cosmic objects is not just a few times larger than our sun, but several billion times larger. And if that's not enough to make your jaw drop, get this. One of these objects could have a mass of stars up to a whopping 100 billion times larger than our sun. To put it into perspective, the Milky Way, home to our beloved...
You know, I said Milky Way, right? Where's that at? Orion's Belt. Now think of this. If you've been teaching African American history Listen to this, y'all. The history of Africa just changed. The history of Africa just changed. Because when the priest of Nimrod and the churches and the priest of Satan, the devil, told you that Egypt, Persia, Rome, Greece, everybody that hate God told you that the Egyptians or Kemet know every goddamn thing. And it clearly stated that there wasn't a machine or nothing based in the Smithsonian historical records that they have in private, that they would never tell another soul. Like, oh shit, we might as well let them know, cause we can't hide the shit. And as soon as we transmit it, somebody's going to steal it, and it's going to be out, so we might as well just go ahead and tell them the truth. But they ain't going to tell you how damaging it is. I mean, the damage is, it fucks up the sun god Ra. To think that there is a bigger god than Ra collapses Egypt's colonialism on religious beliefs. Egypt, the priest of Egypt, the priest of Kemet, black or white, your colonialism, your oligarchy views, your oligarchy way of thinking, your oligarchy lifestyle, your oligarchy trumpets that you play, that we're the best. We are this and we're that. And you ran around this whole planet well over 100 years with your you know what I mean? You gave everything to the Dogon because they got some shit on their head with paint and bones as big as motherfucking Chevy hubcaps. But these is your ancestors who knew every fucking thing. And even in modern day, your modern ancestors, the white man, he thought he knew everything. And y'all paid how much money? And here, a guy like myself, I already got this shit written down. I wrote this shit down years ago. And those that know me and I live with you, I showed you the briefcase, I showed you the information, and y'all laughed and giggled at me. Y'all talked shit on me so bad. Now who's laughing? Who's laughing now though? I got to watch this. I got to watch. This is some funny shit. White Daddy had to tell y'all that the cornerstone that y'all rejected or was talking shit, tried to kill for no reason and put on drugs, was the ones they rejected. Little old me. I didn't know what I was going to do with that stuff. Now I know what I got it for. I pretty much know what's going on now. The vision is coming to pass now. And fellow Masons, I didn't take no oath, but I respect the banner that was originally made in before it got corrupt. Because we need order on with these fucking parasites that got life in it. Sure, I understand that when it comes down to the Mason, Ison, the pure, the spiritual, the nature of things. So these ones who poisoned it and infected it, those are the ones that gotta go. And this has nothing to do with color of skin. It has everything to do with the condition of the heart and the soul, and where we want man and woman to go, and not human. So that's where we're at with that. So this is not about hate. This is not about shooting people with guns and spiritless fun and blood. It's about the renewing of the mind, which calls the spirit. All right, so that's what this is about. This has nothing to do with going up in somebody's church killing people. You bet not. As God, as Most High be my witness. I hope I'm in that scene when that happens, and I'm in a jury. Fuck that. He dying. Fuck that. We don't want to do that dumbass shit. Like that girl that killed her kids. Tomorrow was the end days. She killed her whole family. That bitch. What the hell? I hear what I just said. There's a lady who just killed her children because of a end time coming prophecy shit. Blah, blah, blah. That may or may not be coming because for the past 2,000 years, every 10 years, somebody's always coming out here preaching the whole world is going to blow up and I guess if it's in your brain, think about it, that's a psychosis. They need an exorcism. A pope, tell them you need an exorcism. Or give them some crack, something. They say they have a reason to do it other than that. Not saying the other ones are better, but shit. Listen, we could be like KRS and have a rational view of killing people. Man.
Beloved sun has a mass of stars that's a mere 6.
Uh-oh. Hey, Egypt, look how big that goddamn sun is, nigga. I'm not a tree picker, but I told you I don't worship the sun. And I told you about Dwarf Star Orcus. We're going to play that next.
60 billion times
Oh,
that of our
shit!
sun.
Hey, I told you. Hey, they were watching. I told them they better not worship the sun. Don't do it. But they do it anyway.
Sun.
Oh, shit! I need that picture. Remember Nibiru, the red planet? That after these two, see, was always keeping you from being fucked up is these two blue ones. Blue, red. Blue, red. So if you get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, you get it. I didn't even snap it, huh? Wow. Alrighty. I had to get that.
This discovery is truly mind-boggling, and as Erica Nelson, one of the scientists who worked on this project, put it, it's bananas. Echoing her sentiments, Michio believes that human times that of our sun. This discovery is truly mind-boggling.
There you go. I gotta meditate on that. Why? I'm seeing a pattern. Do you know what that is? I know exactly what that is. Wow.
Boggling. And as Erica Nelson, one of the scientists who worked on this project, put it, it's bananas. Echoing her sentiments, Michio believes that huge gaps in our knowledge are about to be addressed with these new findings. This latest discovery feels like a puzzle piece you don't know where to fit.
Right.
A team of astronomers who spotted these galaxies has dubbed them universe breakers. Because if they are indeed real, our entire understanding of galaxy formation will need to be revisited. This discovery could call into question some of the basic rules of cosmology. So get ready for some exciting new revelations about the cosmos. Cosmology Explained. Have you ever wondered how the universe, which was once a minuscule fraction of an inch across, expanded to its colossal size today? The widely accepted Big Bang model tells us that the universe was born as a blazingly hot and dense point over 13.7 billion years ago. But what happened next to shape the universe into what it is now? Imagine the universe as a baby born from a single point and expanding at an incredible rate during its first growth spurt, doubling in size over 90 times. As it grew, matter formed and the universe cooled. Then the universe experienced a magical moment called recombination, where electrons combined with nuclei to form atoms, and the universe became transparent. Then the Dark Ages followed, a period of darkness before stars and galaxies.
Wait. You hear the language? When you hear Adam, put man. When you hear Adam, put woman. Hear it again.
Called recombination, where
Recombination. What did he tell you when it first started? He said there's a reconstruction on the planet and it's going to change the way they programmed our brains. And we better hurry up and figure it out or we're going to lose power. We're going to lose control. Nuclei. What's in your nuclei or your nucleus of your brain or in your system or in your life? What is the nucleus of your life? Mr. Adam or Miss Adam? Miss Man or Miss Woman? Now, listen to the story.
Electrons combined with nuclei.
Your electrons, which is in your what? An atom, your 666 proton, neutron, electrons, and neutrons, right? And the nuclei. I got the physics book right here. And I got it written down too, before I get that physics book.
To form atoms, and the universe.
How to form man. So how do you form a black man? How do you make a white man? How do you make a gray woman? Well, as it refers to some guy named Dr. Yakub. Some big head nigga demon nigga decided he wanted to know what it feels like to play God and did exactly what we're watching. Right, he did exactly what we're watching. Because I can almost do it too. Seriously. And y'all could too. Anybody could. Why is it forbidden knowledge? Because we can't have too many Dr. Yakubs on the planet, which it happened already. AKA clones and designer babies. So this is how you make. This is how you transform, or transfigurize a man or a woman into a demon or something horrible. Or you take their horrible and make it your Godhead. See that orb? That's the nucleus. Now I know what it is. Actually, they're talking to me.
Transparent. Then the Dark Ages followed, a period of darkness.
See? As we're not in a dark age of humanity right now. Yes or no. Or we're not in the dark ages of humanity again. Like the white man was in their dark ages. And like history was in its what? Dark ages. And now, the black man, black woman is what? Mentally, emotionally, scientifically, financially, everything in what? A dark age. Yeah. 400 years was dark ages for the so-called black man and black woman. So now, the light is back on us. Hello. That's why I'm here. I'm telling you, I'm showing it to you. Watch what I'm for this planet. That's why the Messiah told you, the real Messiah told you, that's why you be doing shit better and greater than he could do. And this is when people start killing people in the name of Jesus. I was like, God damn. Whoa, that was heavy. Let's get it.
Before stars and galaxies emerged. Interestingly, 150 and 400 million years later, the cosmos started to come out of this darkness in a period known as reionization.
Hold up. Now you hear that? Reionization. That means you're re-eyeing yourself or putting yourself back in line to ionize with the rest of existence. But as long as you stay like this, your eyes will be what? Darkened. Your pineal gland will never grow or be there to receive the what? Ionization of all the bullshit you just came from, of being black and African American and all this other shit that's been weighed on your back through the dust and the voices of your ancestors who fucked up. That's why your burden is so heavy, because that is the dust of life that you carry. You carry the past, and all it is just a bunch of dust on your back. That's why they call you dusty niggas. Yeah. Dirty little niggas. Carry all that dirt on your back. Wonder why people wipe their feet off for you, because your back is dirty.
Fast forward,
meaning your past. It's why you're the door locked, because your future is dirty. See what I'm saying? And that's why your friend to the left don't fuck with you, and your friend to the right don't fuck with you. So you're what? You're in a downward spiral to do what? Absorb what you can and don't reflect nothing.
9 billion years after the Big Bang and our solar system sprang to life. Except these new galaxies appear to be roughly 13.5 billion years old. This means they began forming somewhere around the Dark Ages. The galaxies are so large that they conflict with 99.9% of cosmological models that scientists curated with a lot of hard work. This indicates that either the models will need to be changed, or the scientific theory of galaxy formation needs to be completely...
Say it again?
The galaxies are so large that they conflict with 99.9% of cosmological...
They conflict. Now, let's go to the Dogons. if you look at the history of life, Dogon is no different than the cat at your mama's house and the feline at your enemy's house. It's just language. Typology, and put this for that, and this is what you get. Because if you read the script, if you read the history of actions and results, the Dogon are saved because they haven't mixed with you niggas. And the pale skin majority of them. But nonetheless, their information is not from the Most High. It's from another age. Like ions, forever. We're talking about ages. The language of ages. But to get that understanding, you would have to go to a Greek college that I never went to. But if y'all want this information, y'all know my number. You're not in contact with me. You know what I'm saying? Put something aside, because I'm poor, man. I can't get to you. Or you can get to me. I don't mind showing y'all. I got it written down. I live this shit.
Models that scientists curated with a lot of hard work. This indicates...
So that means I got what they got to go back and do. I wonder how valuable... Hey, Dave, you think I'm any valuable to them? If I have all this written down way before they just figured out that, we're wrong. Do anybody got any answers? And I say, I do. And I tell them, if you check all my videos from when I started this journey, I've been showing them orbs, lights, and stuff in the sky, and different things. And they post everybody else's, what they call UFOs and phenomenons, but they never post mine, Dave. Why a white man? Why you always post insignificant people shit? Not insignificant people, insignificant shit, and not the real shit. I was just wondering. Because I have real live photos of the shit that people thought was fake. I really have real live shit. Photos. Real live. I remember I posted so much shit to y'all over the years to ask you to debunk it, whatever. And it's like, I never said that. It's okay.
Indicates that either the models will need to be changed or the scientific theory of galaxy formation needs to be completely reevaluated. Rethinking the Dark Ages. The discovery of such large galaxies so soon after the Big Bang raises the possibility that the Dark Ages weren't all that dark after...
Is the Earth round? Is the Earth round? No. The Earth is in a fucking bubble if you do this. All you gotta do is it's called this. Earth. Flat. You gonna go back? Sure. Earth. Where does the Earth start? Right there. The eye. The Earth is the consciousness. The eye is the manifestation of Earth that is flat, linear. Then you put layers on it when you get squares, buildings, grits, any fucking way. Anyway, so the Earth is flat.
After all, and that star formation began far sooner than previously believed. Thanks to the hard work of scientists, we now know that the Dark Ages lasted from about 380,000...
Now, how we know the Earth is flat? Because fish do not blow out pins and needles. They blow out bubbles. So unless you're a fish living in water, then yeah, your world is round. But if you're a fish living on Earth and you think it's round, you're in trouble. You're a fish out of water. That's where that term comes out. You're a fish out of water if you think the earth is round. Think about it. If I'm a fish and I'm out in the galaxy, I'm looking at a lot of bubbles. So I'm going to go get me some air. Then I'm going to stick my head in one of those galaxies and I'm going to get me a universe. A breath of fresh, what? Consciousness. But if I'm a fish in water, I'm going to blow some bubbles. Because I got what? Air in my lungs. I don't got pins and needles in my lungs. I got bubbles. Like a ball. Bubble, ball, basket. Basic. Yeah, basic has everything to do with a bubble. Because when you square the basic, it becomes a square. And if you have a basic square foundation, then you have some logic to talk to me with. Let's go.
1,000 to 150 million years after the Big Bang. And that the first stars began to form around 180
See that?
million...
Look. What did that just do? What did that just do? And they just chimed in. It just chimed in. What happens? How is Earth
years
created?
after the Big Bang.
Watch. I'll try to work for me.
And that the first stars began
Boom.
to...
See that linear? That would be Earth, nigga. The separation from what? Light and dark ages. The ages of light, L-Y-G-H-T, living in Yah's heavenly truth, versus living in darkness, L-I-G-H-T, the lesser light, living in a lower God's heavenly truth. Meaning God's heavenly truth. We got Yah, the frequency of all this. But when he became the image, he prayed God and became a what? A lesser light. So by nature, it sparked a what? A horizon or a Horus. And so when the God was dead in the darkness, he rose up out of the darkness to the horizon and became what? God at noon. But when he prayed God at noon and the truth seen that, it was the third hour, right? Third hour that in the celestial time was 9, the 9th hour where he died, where the I am, the perfection came and said, get the fuck out of here. You don't rule Earth or the galaxies or the universe. You don't run shit, Christian, Jesus, Satan, Lucifer, none of that. This is why the ignorant had to confound your greatest feat. The big, shut the fuck up. I got it too. And I'm gonna wear that as a super gold crown now. That I got something that you billion-dollar scientists could not prove, and all I had to do is sit my ass down somewhere and say, hey, Papa, I need you. Wow. Wow.
And to form around
See, look at that
180
line.
million years after the Big Bang, marking the end
See?
of the Dark Ages. But for the universe to exist as it does today, hundreds of thousands of new stars would need to be created each year by these new galaxies. But there's not much at
See that
stake
linear?
except our
Go between
entire
it?
understanding of this wonderfully complex
Does make it
cosmos
matter.
we call home.
Now, you see that line going between that? What makes this circle here, right? When it becomes hardened, when all that becomes hardened in the middle, that would be called a earth effect, a ground effect, ground breaking news, earth shattering information. That would be part of the earth chain and the planetary chain, and not the chain around your nuts and your neck.
Before this discovery, the farthest distant galaxy ever discovered by Hubble was
That look like your human heart. That look like your heart.
GNZ 11. But we'll circle back to that in
That's
a minute
heavy
and
right
break
there.
down
That
its
look like a
features
heart.
for you too.
That's scary.
For now, Webb's discoveries could fundamentally change our understanding of cosmology and challenge everything we ever knew. Maybe more studies on the Milky Way.
Where have did I see that before? Now this, I see this in my vision, right? Well, shit. One day, I told y'all, I was in a deep meditation, right? And a bright light just like this. It looked just like that. And it took me to the darkest part of that hole that they call, where all the suns came out of. It took me in there. I don't know if I came in there or if I came out of it. I think I went in there. But when I went in, I came out as a green dragon. Seriously. I went out, I left the universe, went to the galaxies, and went in as a green dragon, and I sat with 3 more dragons. Oh shit. I'm trying to figure out what that is. What's that about?
Way already hinted at how soon stars came into being after the Big Bang. Maybe the discoveries of these galaxies were just about a matter of time.
I'm learning something, y'all.
The Milky Way. This discovery is...
The Milky Way. I thought it was the milk. Hold up. I'm confused. The Milky? The Mikey. Hold up. What did he say?
The Milky Way.
Okay. Who put milk?
This discovery is bound to surprise you. Scientists have just revealed the precise age of our very own galaxy, the Milky Way, and the results are shocking. According to a new study published in the prestigious journal Nature, some parts of the Milky Way formed...
Now, that is a ball. But as it's spinning, it leaves a what? A circular horizon. Now, if this was Earth, and the Earth spins like this, then obviously there's a wall here. You see these walls? 1, 2, 3, 4 walls. 1, 2, 3, 4 walls. And each layer has a beast in it over time. And they get sealed in it. Then each beast gets sealed in that. And then they get sealed. And then they get sealed. But in their ignorance, they were sucked in to the abyss. See, all the suns came out of that one big asshole. But now, this spiral of wickedness is going to a hole that did not have nothing to do with the hole that created the whole shit. You know what I'm saying? That's the hole I'm talking to every day. The one that spit 100 billion trillion, can't count how big that bitch is, son, out the womb of imagination. But if it was a woman, I see out the vagina. If it was a man, I'd see out the penis. Milky Way, not Milky. That's some bullshit. So on earth, as it is in heaven, what they did was whatever is coming from outside of here became as particles, took a form as man, began to change man and change into man. So now in the center of all things, there has to be a new realignment. And what is that?
Just 800 million years after the Big Bang. Astronomers used a survey of almost 250,000 stars to clock the development of the Milky Way, splitting the spiral disk into 2 populations.
Hold on, what did he say? The spiral disk. Not a spiral basketball. A spiral disk. So the Earth is on a disk, nigga. That so happened to be a ball of light. Okay? This disc here is the same disc in the material world. Okay? Just understand that. What's out here is under your feet here on Earth. Literally.
The younger inner disk, of which our sun is a part, and
See?
the older, thicker disk that extends further out. They discovered that the thick disk likely started forming around 13 billion years ago, just 800 million years after the Big Bang, while the intergalactic halo formed around 2 billion years later.
What do you say? Is it a halo a ball? Or is it a flat circle? Or a disc? So the Earth is a disc type halo sun. Disc.
But that's not all. Turns out the inner halo came into existence after the Milky Way merged with another dwarf galaxy, Gaia Enceladus Galaxy, between 8 and 11 billion years ago. While this discovery sheds light on the formation of our galaxy.
Now, you see what's going to happen on Earth when we get to that Stargate. Once some of us get to a certain Stargates, some of you be led to it, you won't even know it. This activates a whole system. And this is why they're spending so much time doing certain things. Because they know that there's some orbs that's coming to come get us while they remake the planet. Because the galaxy is remaking itself, the universe is remaking itself, and so our version of reality has to remake itself. And if you're not willing to remake your version of self, then you're no longer part of the celestial system, but the opposite.
Galaxy, scientists wish the 6 new galaxies didn't defy all logic. Let's break down what else we know about these enigmas. The puzzling galaxies. Oh yeah, these galaxies are packing more heat than we ever thought possible. But that's not all. The density of matter in these galaxies is so mind-bogglingly high that it's making cosmologists break out in a cold sweat. And if that wasn't enough, the amount of normal matter in the galaxies is at odds with the amount of dark matter in their halos. It's like trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. Only this peg is made of a material we don't fully understand yet. To make matters worse, the research team has been busy scouring their work for errors, but so far, only this peg is made of a material we thought possible. But that's not all. The density of matter in these galaxies is so mind-bogglingly high that it's making cosmologists break out in a cold sweat. And if that wasn't enough, the amount of normal matter in the galaxies is at odds with the amount of dark matter in their halos. It's like
The normal matter is at odds with the dark matter. You hear that language? The normal man will be myself and like myself. The normal woman will be like yourself. Is at odds with what? The dark ages or the dark things that matter in life. See, this is what they're not saying. They can't translate the language. The matter, things that matter, is what God has put into knowledgeable things. The things that antimatter, God has not prepared that which does matter. In other words, antimatter is not prepared to come into consciousness yet. Where what matters has already been decodified for the consciousness to develop healthy things, for the antimatter has not been shown to the light of day. And so now they're saying that it's mind-boggling. No. The antimatter is not appropriate. It's not a necessary. It's not a necessity. So that's why you can't figure it out. Why? Because it hasn't seen the day of light. L-Y-G-H-T. Not L-I-G-H-T. And this is their issue, called the power of the tongue and the pineal gland. That's what they're missing. That's why they notice the heat. And that's why you notice serpents have what? Heat sensors. And the pyramids have what? Fire middle. So they don't have a fire middle or a serpent. I mean, a dragon. So they would never get it.
It's like trying to fit a square peg in a round hole.
See?
Only this peg is made of a material we don't fully understand.
See? No
To
language.
make matters worse, the research team has been busy scouring their work for errors, but so far, the data and their interpretation of it have remained solid. The idea of rewriting all history books as we know definitely sounds like a doozy. No wonder researchers are hoping they made a human error instead of accepting how off the mark our knowledge has been. Although the majority of these celestial objects appear to be galaxies at this time, scientists have not ruled out the possibility that some of them may actually be gigantic quasars or supermassive black holes. Except this raises more questions
Those
than
are dead
answers,
sons.
as the
Or
amount of
black
mass
people.
concentrated in one place
Matter
is
of fact,
extremely difficult to
prime
explain
example.
so early in the universe's history.
Prime example.
If these objects are indeed supermassive black holes, it could mean that our
Stop. This is your life right here. This is the black man right here. This is the black frequency on Earth. The black hole. Something about that black penis hole, that black coochie hole, your mouth, your ears, your nose, what you live in, what you drive, what you stick your feet in, everything that has a hole in it, you put black in it. And heaven and earth has even told you about black and science, motherfuckers.
Although the majority of these celestial objects appear to be galaxies at this time, scientists have not ruled out the possibility that some of them may actually be gigantic quasars or supermassive.
Superman's black assholes. That's what you are. Look at you. Look good. Look at the gold in there. Look nice and gold. Looking swarthy and, you know what I mean? You out there in the stars and all by yourself. But nonetheless.
Massive black holes. Except this raises more questions than answers, as the amount of mass concentrated in one place is extremely difficult to explain so early in the universe's history. If these objects are indeed supermassive black holes, it could mean that our understanding of black holes needs to be revised. Supermassive black holes are already known to
Now, can you imagine? You're in a garden. And you have all these pretty flowers around here in your backyard. You go home, you go to bed, and you find a big ass hole in your fucking swimming pool. You find a big ass black hole in your beautiful colors, blue, just beautiful as hell. But as soon as this nigga come around, the picture is fucked up. Or am I looking at something wrong? I could be looking at something. It could be me. But I highly doubt it. That something about a black asshole fucks up the pictures in their own life and other people's lives and the lives of other men and women. It could be me.
to exist at the centers of galaxies, but the idea that they could form so early in the universe's history challenges current theories. Now, before this new discovery blew us away, the JWST and Hubble had already discovered something older than we'd ever imagined. Glass Z13 and GNZ11. Last year, JWST found the oldest galaxy ever seen in the universe, called Glass Z13, and it dates back to a mind-boggling 300 million years after the Big Bang. That's right. We're talking about a galaxy that is over 13 billion years old. This discovery is beyond anything astronomers could have imagined, and it could rewrite the opening chapters of cosmic history as we know it. Glass Z13 is no ordinary galaxy either. Despite its age, it has a mass exceeding 1 billion suns. But it is actually smaller in size than our very own Milky Way, which is home to our solar system. The width of the Milky Way is nearly 100,000 light-years, whereas Glass Z13 is just a few thousand light-years across. But that's not all. Scientists also discovered another ancient galaxy nearby called Glass Z11, which is about the same age as the previous record holder, GNZ11. GNZ11 was the talk of the town in 2016, when Hubble astronomers using NASA's Hubble Space Telescope broke the record for the farthest galaxy ever seen in the universe. GNZ11 was 13.4 billion years ago, and was formed just 400 million years after the Big Bang. GNZ11 is 25 times smaller than the Milky Way, and has only 1% of our galaxy's mass in stars. But it's growing rapidly and forming stars at a rate 20 times greater than our own galaxy. These findings provide new clues about the nature of the very early universe and give us a sneak peek into the secrets that await us. Now, the James Webb Telescope has been tasked with securing even better 5 pictures than its predecessor, Hubble. Workings of JWST. During its first few months of operation, the powerful space telescope spotted objects in the early universe, using its cutting-edge technology to study the universe in infrared. What makes this feature cool, you ask? Well, infrared is the perfect wavelength for spotting light that has traveled for billions of years to reach us, feeble and stretched out into longer wavelengths by the expansion of space-time. This broadening of the wavelength is known as redshift. But what does the word redshift mean? Well, when we observe the light from faraway galaxies...
Y'all hear the language? I don't think y'all heard what they're doing. They're using colors, literally. No wonder I'm bored. I'm into solving stuff like this. Because I hear a language that they're missing. But I know they have a language that I need to, they got some words I need to hear to make it fit. And I'm not going to get it.
Galaxies, we notice that it has a slightly redder color than what was emitted long.
For instance, see this picture? That's a face. So if you count the star there, star, 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 star. See his finger? Don't look at his finger. It looked like some type of monster with his lips, like a monkey lips. It looked like a Geico or some shit. Got his big eyes, got his ears, and a little hat. He might die. Shit!
Pinball game we call our universe. Of the universe.
Oh,
These deep field images offered incredibly clear.
Surer than ever.
It's so powerful.
And the universe became transparent. Then the Dark Ages curated with a lot of rethinking the Dark Ages that obviously believed, thanks to years after the Big Bang, and that the first end of the Dark Ages. But for the universe to exist,
I'm gonna go to that disc, flat. So what's outside of here is inside these, flat. So, all right. Their cure is the flat Earth ideology.
as it does today,
I mean,
hundreds
round.
of thousands of new stars would need to be created each year by these new galaxies. But there's not much at stake except our entire understanding of this wonderfully complex cosmos we call home. Before this discovery, the farthest distant galaxy years ago. While this discovery sheds light on the formation of our galaxy, scientists wish the 6 new galaxies didn't defy all logic. Solid. The idea of rewriting all massive black holes, it could mean that our understanding of black holes needs to be revised. Supermassive black holes are already known to exist at the centers of galaxies, but the idea that they could form so early in the universe's history challenges current theories. Now, before this new discovery blew us away, the JWST and Hubble had already discovered something older than we'd ever imagined. Glass Z13 and GNZ11. Last year, JWST found the oldest galaxy ever seen in the universe, called Glass Z13, and it dates back to a mind-boggling 300 million years after the Big Bang. That's right. We're talking about a galaxy that is over 13 billion years old. This discovery is beyond anything astronomers could have imagined, and it could rewrite the opening chapters of cosmic history as we know it. Glass Z13 is no ordinary galaxy either. Despite its age, it has a mass exceeding 1 billion suns, but it is actually smaller in size than our very own Milky Way, which is home to our solar system. The width of the Milky Way is nearly 100,000 light years, whereas Glass Z13 is just a few thousand light years across. But that's not all. Scientists also discovered another ancient galaxy nearby called Glass Z.
See this? This is on Earth. This is what they call the ice ring. And God, when the Most High put us on this planet, alright, He put a ring around us. That's why you have what? The sorcerer's ring. Or the sorcerer's stone and all that. And so the sun goes around this. Alright? So that's why you have 3/4 day and 3/4 night. And everything is broke quarterly. But when we was put, there were some beings, something had happened. And so we came here, there was another ring. A giant snow ring. Because the first ring was this, everything was cool. Then he pushed them out by blowing the wind. I had a book where he used the wind. We used the earth, it's called Earth, Wind, and Fire. Earth, Wind, and Fire, and something else. I think it's Spirit. And through Spirit, Earth, Wind, and Fire, he used to judge creation. And so now we're at the fire stage of judgment and creation. Or the spirit fire. Where this will be destroyed and it will be taken up in orbs. Little balls of light like this. As I've been showing you, when you got little bulbs of light around you, because if you do, that is your spaceship to get up out of here. So you better find out if you got one.
Cross. But that's not all. Scientists also discovered another ancient galaxy nearby called Glass Z11, which is about the same age as the previous record holder, GNZ11. GNZ11 was the talk of the town in 2016, when Hubble astronomers using NASA's Hubble Space Telescope broke the record for the farthest galaxy ever seen in the universe. GNZ11 was 13.4 billion years ago, and was formed just 400 million years after the Big Bang. GNZ11 is 25 times smaller than the Milky Way, and has only 1% of our galaxy's mass in stars. But it's growing rapidly and forming stars at a rate 20 times greater than our own galaxy. These findings provide new clues about the nature of
Stop. See, the Earth is flat. Everything else is sphere. See the circle? See, little boys and little girls? See? You see the arc? That's your circle. You see the atmosphere? That's your circle. You see the etheric realm? That's your circle. You see the water in heaven versus the water in earth? That separates what? The ethers for your circular look to things? While you're on a flat fucking surface. I tell you, man. I tell y'all just hold on to lies for dear. Man, I tell you. Anyway.
Of the very early universe and give us a sneak peek into the secrets that await us. Now, the James Webb Telescope has been tasked with securing even better 5 pictures than its predecessor, Hubble. Workings of JWST. During its first few months of operation, the powerful space telescope spotted objects in the early universe, using its cutting-edge technology to study the universe in infrared. What makes this feature cool?
They earn every single penny.
Well, infrared is the perfect wavelength for spotting light that has traveled for billions of years to reach us, feeble and stretched out into longer wavelengths by the expansion of space-time.
Stop. Now, how did the Earth form? By inner expansion. What kept it looking like a circle? Because of its spinning vortex, what gave its angles and laws which it cannot transgress or leave its boundaries like men do when they become black, or what women do when they become white, or when they both become bitches and dogs and jackals and want to bite and eat each other's ass out. Now everything is fucked up. You see how that works? So now, you see the dot? You see the flat earth effect? You see the circle? You put the dot up here to that dot. You put the dot to that dot. Put the dot to that dot. You put the dot back over here to that dot. And you will have a box going this way across here. You can make a box going across here. Then you can make a box up here. Then you know that you have a box with 4 boxes inside on top. And then you have a box with four boxes inside at the bottom. Is that a ball? No, it's a fucking square. It's called square in a circle. Alright? To you round earthers, come on at your boy.
This broadening of the wavelength is known as redshift. But what does the word redshift mean? Well, when we observe the light from faraway galaxies, we notice that it has a slightly redder color than what was emitted long ago. In simple terms, as the light stretches out over acres and acres of space, the color of the wave shifts to red. This causes the waves to arrive at Earth with a longer, redder wavelength. But why is the wavelength changing shape and color as it moves? It's not just because the galaxy is moving away from us as many people think. Instead, the empty space between us and the galaxy is actually expanding, pushing the galaxy further and further away. This discovery completely turned things around, as we realized that galaxies aren't racing through stationary space. The faster the galaxy is moving away from us, the more redshift we observe. The higher the redshift value, the further the galaxy is from us, and the more the light has stretched. Glass Z13 has a redshift of 13, and in comparison, GNZ11 has a redshift of 11. By studying redshift, astronomers can even see back in time to the early days of the universe, when the first stars emitted ultraviolet light that has since been redshifted all the way into the infrared part of the spectrum. The James Webb Space Telescope is specially designed to study these distant and earliest galaxies by using infrared cameras and spectrometers. This means that the JWST can peer further back in time than ever before, giving us a glimpse of the early universe that was previously impossible to see. But now that you understand these terms better, we've got one more latest discovery to dissect. 4 more galaxies. The JWST Advanced Deep Extragalactic Survey, or JADES, has confirmed earlier distance estimates for not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 galaxies. And get this, one of them has a redshift value of 13.2, meaning we are seeing the galaxy as it appeared just 320 million years after the Big Bang. This incredible breakthrough has left astronomers over the moon, with Emma Curtis Lake of the University of Hertfordshire in England exclaiming, "We've been waiting decades for this." And who can blame them? Peter Van Dockum of Yale University is even comparing the age of this galaxy to the total time sharks have existed on Earth. That's some 300 million years. It's simply astonishing to think that we can go from nothing to fully formed galaxies in just the blink of an eye. But, as with all great discoveries, there is a catch. Not all candidate galaxies at high redshift have the same good fortune as Jade's GSZ 13-0. In fact, the Finkelstein-led Cosmic Evolution Early Release Science Survey believed it had discovered a potential galaxy at a redshift of 16.4, just 240 million years after the Big Bang. But turns out it was an imposter discovered at a redshift of 4.9, 1.2 billion years after the Big Bang, which is still impressive but not record-breaking. It just goes to show that in the world of astronomy, caution is key, and even the slightest mistake can lead to a completely different outcome. So, buckle up, space explorers, because who knows what incredible discoveries the future holds. But one thing is for sure, the universe never fails to amaze us. The future awaits. The field of high redshift galaxy studies is advancing at a breathtaking pace with the help of the powerful James Webb Space Telescope. The recent discovery of a galaxy with a redshift of 16.4, the highest ever detected, is just one example of the groundbreaking research being conducted with this cutting-edge instrument. And the excitement is far from over, as an ongoing survey called Cosmos Webb is expected to uncover even more high redshift candidates. However, some experts are concerned that the field is moving too fast, with astronomers on Twitter already scooping the open access work of researchers who had not yet published their analysis. Nevertheless, this hasn't stopped many other astronomers from requesting additional time on the telescope or from submitting proposals for the upcoming Cycle 2 of scheduled scientific observations. Despite these tensions, astronomers are still thrilled to be gaining unprecedented insights into the early universe. Maybe galaxy formation started already at a redshift of 20, suggests Van Dockum, referring to a time just 180 million years after the Big Bang. With the JWST's ability to see even further back in time than previously thought possible, it's clear that the telescope is revealing unexpected discoveries that challenge our understanding of the universe. All in all, the race to explore the early universe and uncover its mysteries is in full swing, and the James Webb Space Telescope is leading the charge.
I got to see that. But we're going to close this out. Disappearing.
There's this period of time
So,
identified.
now, this is what we're talking about. Nature on Earth. Because what it says, what's happening in heaven is happening on Earth. So what's happening? The Most High created us in His image. Something happened. Then something else got created in our image and want to act like the Most High. But this creation is causing the disappearing of the original stars of the Most High. But it's something about this 77 trillion. 77 times what is 144? Let me find out. 77 plus what is 144? I don't feel like counting right now. Y'all do that. But right now I'm in research mode. $77 plus what is 144? 77 plus what is 144? I'm just saying what they doing. Because he's saying they detected 77 stars. That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at 77 stars disappearing. Now, when I look on Earth, I'm seeing close to that number of black stars dying on Earth. So I want to know if they're doing a ritual according to this, because he ain't no different. A mixed number is another way. I don't want to know the mixed number. I just want to know. Solution 144/77 as a mixed number is 167-77. Step-by-step solution converting 144-77 as a mixed number or a mixed race or a mixed up race of people. There are 3 basic steps. You go to that 3 again. Convert an improper fraction to a mixed number. The 144 is an improper fraction to a mixed multitude of people. Why? Because divide the numerator by the denominator, you can use long division if you want to find out what the quotient and the remainder are. If the fraction is made up of a whole number, you will always get an integer quotation and an integer remainder. But he says, note down what your quotient remainder and your original denominator is. Okay. Now rewrite these 3 stars in Orion's belt in a 2-step in a mixed number format where the quotient is the whole number next to the proper fraction. So you've been fractioned. The black man or the stars are being fractioned. You see, I missed it. I would guess the remainder is the numerator of the proper fraction. You ever had a fractured lung or a fractured skull? Well, yeah, your head has been a proper fraction. The original denominator is the new denominator of the proper fraction. That's apply these steps to our problem. What is 144 divided by 77? If you do some thinking or long division, you should get a quotient of 1 and a remainder of 67. Well, 6 and 7 is 13. So we know it's celestial. Now that we have all the numbers we need, let's piece together our answer. 144 divided by 77 equals 1 and 67 over 77. So that means that there's going to be one person (67 over 7), and there's going to be that one person. After you divide 77 into 114, is going to have one person of that 77 to do what? Because 144,000 is equivalent divided by 100. Like this: if you put 144 trillion stars elected by the Most High, and you get 770 trillion stars disappearing of that 140,000. Then what's left is you got one that's guaranteed to carry the message. What is 67 over 77 projection rate? Wow. So what's this one he's talking about then? What is this one thing that's causing these stars to what? Disappear? What's causing the black man to die or get away from the life chain or the planetary chain or the earth chain? Let's see.
Identify as the Dark Ages, where, yeah, there was matter and energy, but nothing shining yet.
Stop! See that? Yeah, there's things that matter to the black man and the black woman. Yeah, they're doing things. but nothing that matters. You see that? You see that? He just said it.
Today, we have the internet.
See? What?
Where, yeah, there's matter and energy, but nothing shining yet.
There's matter. You got the energy, niggas, but you ain't shining. Why? Because the truth is not in you. You just watch.
Today, we have the internet. We can easily log every little detail about our lives and upload it onto the web, where it'll stay forever. So future generations can just look things up and...
And what did I just do? Split the, see? The Table of Nations. This is what they call the Table of Nations for real. Matter of fact, someone told me to take a picture. See, here's what's going on. We rule the top part of the world. We rule what's in front of us to the northeast and northwest. But we have enough knowledge to know the boundaries of Ham and Japheth's land. But just like the fallen ones outside this cross roads, they transgressed it what? Boundaries. Everything started transgressing their boundaries. And so the mixing starts this.
Generations can just look things up, and they'll be able to see everything that happened in our lives firsthand. But for us in the present, things aren't that easy. We have to put in thousands of hours of research to figure out what's happened in the past. And with it, we can learn about how things might progress in the future.
Started to get chemical data back from the surface, and we immediately got some surprises.
Well, in that research, scientists have discovered that there are areas in space where several galaxies have vanished, and now something else has emerged, and it changes everything. Join us as we figure out what happened that caused galaxies to disappear into the abyss, and what the new changes might mean for our future.
Stop. Now, we would have to ask oneself. That's just, I'm glad I'm in the space that I'm in right now. Something is throwing galaxies in the abyss, and you got some nigga talking about Jesus. Okay. That right there should change your shit right there. What? Get your mouth open for? I ain't bothering you. I'm thinking, y'all. That shit hit different, man. Yeah, that's hitting different, man. That's hitting real different. Yeah, shit. When you get some sobering information, you know, you tend to just be like, okay, hold on, let me sit down let me slow down on the research, and let me take some of this stuff in, because researching with us here, you'll learn some shit that will make you change, man. You can't you won't be able to defy your logic, because we're so crazy about it. Real shit, we're so crazy about it. What is so crazy about it, y'all? I done forgot. That's so crazy. Yo, this nigga said that the abyss is swallowing galaxies, yo. Check this out. Check this out. Did anybody get that memo? Did somebody get that memo? You know what? I got to share this video. Matter of fact, I got to save it. God damn, I got to save this motherfucker. I have to save it. Matter of fact, I'm subscribing. I'm liking. And, shit. Where's my like button at? I mean, my, what you call it button? Save button. There you go. Save. Dragon knowledge. Truth and the people. Let's get back to this. Yo, he said swallowing up galaxies, man. He said the abyss. So, everybody that died on planet Earth, right? That's just in this universe / many universes in one little ass galaxy. This nigga eat galaxies. I can't even make up a child word for this shit. I'm mortified.
The mysteries of the universe and Earth are both intriguing and complex. From the cosmic microwave background cold spot to the greater unconformity, we are constantly faced with questions about our surroundings that we are yet to fully understand. The greater unconformity is a geological mystery that has baffled scientists for years. It's a literal gap in the geological record, a time period of between 100 million and 1 billion years, during which there is almost no evidence of geological activity on Earth. It's as if for this window in time, the Earth's geological clock had simply stopped ticking. The thought of this happening is downright terrifying because we're not talking about a year or two. We're talking about millions of years just lost, with no person or...
Exactly. When time stops, judgment. Oh my God. And you get tossed right into the abyss with those galaxies. Oh shit, no wonder time is like, it's like, whoever's listening, I got to slow down right now. I got to slow down already. Is it me? Oh, May is almost over already. Yesterday was May 1st. The 15th is in 2 more days. Time is coming to a stop. whatever time y'all on, y'all fucked. I don't know whose time you on, but you better get up off of it. Because I'm having some personal lack of time, and it ain't stopping on no dime. And it ain't stopping on no nipple of no girl's titties or no diamond tip of nobody's penis. No. Y'all better find out what time y'all on. Morning. My name is Hosea Omo Weathers. Salvation speak to the ethers. And this ain't etheric. I don't know what the fuck is. If I had to be a Greek god on earth, and I was one of the good guys though, because I ain't mad at the Most High. I don't want to be worshipped, none of that shit. I'm just giving an analogy, y'all. I'm just giving an analogy. I don't want no bullshit. I'm just giving an analogy. It would be ethos, because ethos is for ether. Okay? Whether it's ether, tornadoes, weather patterns, gaps, gaps, stuff like that. Not Gap clothing, niggas. Not Gap clothing. Let's see what the gods got to say for us, man. Because I'm learning myself. I'm telling you. All this shit is making sense because I'm like, man, I'm up here looking at this guy like, what the fuck am I looking for? I ain't got a telescope, and I don't plan on buying one. I'm letting y'all know now. I've never planned on buying telescopes and shit. No. In fact, I don't even remember wanting to be an astrologer or a cosmologist or any of this stuff. In fact, I don't remember asking for shit when I was a kid. I just wanted something to do. That's how I started playing baseball. My man Sean Gilliam, Snooki, who turned out to be Willie Clay for the Patriots. I used to watch Major Harris, other than that, just play football, man. Man, I'm like, fuck, I must do it. You know, it looked fun, I do it. Basketball. Man, had some of the best basketball players in the city I played with and against and for. You know what I mean? Swimming. You know what I mean? It's like, every sport was like, okay. But I am going to keep it 1,000 wow. One of the main reasons why I don't like sports, and you can call it childish, but I ain't changing it. It kept me morally sane. Is sports. We was posing, man. I ain't mad at you, Warren. I'm just saying, I'm mad at the coach, the white boy that for the Cardinals. He sold us out. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. I'm older now. He probably dead. Fucker. We should have had a championship. We should have had a world championship here. Well, my man Warren, man, you know, he was falling apart at the plate. There's cracking him. Bang, bang. I'm like, oh, somebody get him out. I mean, he's a good pitcher. But this is we're in the World Series, man. We're the only team, you know, young guys, man, that made it this far with the first. Represent the city, Hill District. You know what I mean? Us. We're supposed to be a bunch of thugs and a bunch of little rejects, but we was able to get together and take a bunch of kids from different neighborhoods and made a contender for the World Series. What you think I ain't gonna do as I'm 50 years old if I did that when I was born? You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, man, he ain't let us in the game, yo. He let me in the game, man. And people was asking, man, put him in the game. That's how he got here too. And they would not put me in the game to pitch, man. After that, man, I quit playing sports because no matter what the team is about, you always get that coach or that CEO or that boss or that alpha male that will crush the whole team for his favorite nigga or for his little cousin, because that's his cousin. No. Let him get in the next game. But right now, this is the clutch. All our reputation, all our shit depend on this decision. And you gonna put this nigga in? He already fucked up the first 5 innings. Not to mention those that even hit the ball to score. So we gotta have better CEOs and coaches in life, man. We gotta get away from that favoritism shit. That's why a lot of black communities fail. Protecting wickedness because that's your brother. No, that nigga wicked. Fuck him. She wicked. Fuck her. Them kids is wicked. Fuck that whole corner. Y'all know it. Because they ain't gonna listen to mom and dad. The streets gonna teach them. And if that don't happen, God gonna let something teach them. And that's called death. If your mama don't want you, the world don't want you, death don't want you, the fuck I'm gonna do with you? You go, bye. Right, this is where you go, right here with these galaxies. 77 trillion stars disappearing. Hey, ain't somebody about to get a star on Hollywood? Well, this is where you going, nigga.
No record giving us any insight of what happened and how the Earth bounced back. Most of the time, things like this are theories, but in this case, there's tons of proof that makes it clear that it did happen. The greater unconformity has been observed in various rock sections around the world. In some places, it is a mere blip on the geological timeline, while in others it spans hundreds of millions of years. This huge gap in the geological record is known as one of the most significant unconformities ever discovered. One of the most intriguing aspects of the greater unconformity is that it isn't simply a matter of missing rocks. The rocks that were formed during this time period were almost entirely eroded away, leaving almost no evidence of their existence. Plus, the rocks that do exist from this period show clear signs of weathering and erosion, indicating that they have been exposed to the elements for a long time. So what happened during this mysterious period of Earth's history? One theory is that the Earth underwent a period of extreme weathering and erosion, which removed almost all of the So what happened during this
Look at these parasites. See the parasites? Look at it. The infection of Mother Earth. Dandruff, yo. That's a virus. This is what's killing humanity. You see this? Thank you, Father. This is 77 trillion people dying. And all things on a life is disappearing because of this effect. Look at the death of your planet. I want you to get a nice look at the planet Earth. The planet is the circle, the Earth is what you're killing in the middle of it. That line where I was telling you about, that line of existence, that plane of existence, and it spins like a disc as if it was Saturn ring, but the ring is inside Earth and not on the outside. See, Saturn could be outside, but no, they took the ring of Saturn and put it inside the Earth. That's why you have Saturnalia, Satan talk, Satan satellites. And when Saturn spins in the Earth, and he has his moon watching and transmitting stuff to the spinning Earth, so what's on the Earth becomes infected by his Satan or satellites. or it's set or elites, because it's elites on Earth or what, and forms nuclei, atomics on Earth. So you have who? Pale skin, copper, and you have black skin. You put the copper with the black, you get some type of energy. You put the copper with the white, you get a nice little energy. You take the copper out and put the black and white, now you're neutralized. And so Mother Earth has been neutralized. Why? Because the copper soul or the copper people are disappearing from the earth. Meaning they're removing the copper from the earth. Like they're removing what? Diamonds and gold. So your pineal gland will be the copper to the earth being moved. That's why you're disappearing in energy, existence, and in future.
Mysterious period of Earth's history. One theory is that the Earth underwent a period of extreme weathering and erosion, which removed almost all of the existing rock formations. Another theory is that the Earth underwent a massive tectonic event, which caused the existing rocks to be destroyed and new rocks to be formed. The rocks that we can trace back...
That makes sense because light sheds. Light, in other words, when light goes through your living room, it leaves dust. And then my theory is this: the Most High is so big that when He walks past, He create life out of dust. Because you read the scripture, He said, I can make a rock talk. He said, no, you can't. He said, what you standing on? He said, earth. He said, all right then, nigga. The earth talk, man and woman talk, but their language is cursed. So yeah, that makes sense. Let's go.
Are from after the tectonic event. This does make sense considering there's evidence that the Earth has gone through other tectonic events in the past too.
She says
Turns
out,
space
right.
works the same exact
Light.
way. While on Earth we have the
Dust.
great unconformity in space,
Skin shed.
there's the great void.
She shedded her
The
skin.
great void is a massive, empty space in the universe that scientists have yet to fully comprehend. It's a region that is almost entirely empty of galaxies, stars, and even dark matter. What happened here that caused several galaxies to just vanish? And could this be happening anywhere else? The Great Void is a perplexing phenomenon that has puzzled scientists for years. Its sheer size and emptiness make it an unusual and fascinating topic of study. Eridanus Supervoid, where the Great Void is located, is a an unusual and fascinating topic of study. Eridanus Super...
Why am I looking at this? This is the shit I go through, y'all don't understand. Because I don't know nothing about this, y'all. I'm letting you know right now. Alright? This ain't going to come up to maybe a couple of years later. I don't know, might be, I don't know. According to the spirits, somebody would need some information to figure something out. And they want to come work, maybe. Which is cool. Because I've never given a wrong. I don't give opinions. In other words, something about opinions just make a man very weak.
Supervoid, where the Great Void is located.
Columbia. Yeah, I'm stuck, y'all. My brain out.
is
I
located
left.
is a vast
I'm
region
sorry,
that
man.
spans across almost 1
Damn, I
billion
left.
light years. The void itself is estimated to be around
Oh,
300
shit.
million light years across, making it one of
Hold up, man. I went to sleep. I mean, I don't know what to. See, that is your brain. I want to let you know. If anybody don't want to know this, this was inside your brain. But it's fucked up without your pineal gland. So if you're a black African American, don't even worry about it, man. You'll never get this electricity or this DNA charged. Like the lady said, she said, we got a pill that if you put your hand over this, it'll come on because your stomach acid will turn it on. Well, this is the same thing when your pineal gland is given back to you and the electrolytes in that, along with the electrolytes in your stomach, when they both touch the whole light, higher and lower self, you become a extra something. All right? But this is your brain. Now, whether it's on drugs or not, I can't say.
one of the largest voids in the universe.
So look at your brain work.
This void isn't completely empty, but it is incredibly sparse compared to other regions of space. Scientists have been trying to understand what could have caused the Great Void for years, and they've come up with a few possible explanations.
It was amnesia.
One theory is that it was created by a primordial black hole.
See, amnesia. I knew it. See what I'm saying, yo? Hey, Dave. See what I'm saying? I can see it. It's amnesia. When the galaxy gets amnesia, it's because black holes, black assholes, while grandma got amnesia, well, ain't no love. Where's the love? You see, it was over there. It said, I thought I put it over here. This nigga got amnesia. It said he bumped his head. The primordial man, a.k.a. the black assholes, is why society has amnesia on what it is to be a man or a woman. And how is it your fault? It's because you refuse to go to the creator of all the worlds. Okay, I see it. I'm starting to see the mission here. We just can't have any Carpathians running the UN. So, get that Carpathian right now. I don't give a fuck. Hey, Russia, Ukraine, we okay? But Carpathia, no. 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 New York, no. Nope. I'm glad I ain't a nigga. I fought the boat. No Carpathia, or you're gonna blow y'all shit up. I'm the confirming. I got the book. I'm not in y'all society, and y'all know it's in the algorithm, and y'all know it's true. That's why they get the Ukrainian-Russian war. They talking right now, and they building some shit right now with that, and they gonna come with a unified issue that will put Carpathian, a separate speaking language, and not a Greek speaking language. See, that's the deal. They don't want to talk Greek language. They want Cypriot. Cyriot. Cypriot. Which if you mix it around is cryo. Cry me a river. Watch that last video.
Engulfed matter around it. Primordial black holes are thought to have formed during the early moments of the universe's creation, and they could...
The black man, the first what? On Earth? The black man was where? Doing who? Early creation. As soon as he ate the fruit of knowledge that he had no business fucking with yet, he brought antimatter into consciousness. Thank you, niggas.
It could have been smaller than typical black holes. They could have started out as tiny quantum fluctuations in the early universe that grew larger as the universe expanded. These black holes could have gobbled up all the matter around them, leaving behind a vast empty space. This could make sense because we've seen evidence of black holes swallowing up massive sections in space, but could they really become so powerful that they've taken several galaxies with them? Another possible explanation for the Great Void is cosmic strings. Cosmic strings are hypothetical objects that could have formed during the universe's early moments. They are thought to be thin, long, and incredibly dense objects that could have been produced as the universe cooled. These strings would have interacted with matter and gravity in strange ways, causing matter to be pushed away from them. This could have created vast, empty regions of space, such as the Great Void in between other matter. So there would be no need for dark matter or anything else to occupy that space. It would simply be the space that was created when the matter was pushed out of the space it was supposed to be in originally. Another possibility is that the Great Void is simply a result of cosmic variance. Cosmic variance is the idea that the universe is not entirely uniform on very large scales, and there are regions that are naturally emptier than others. It's similar to how, when you look at a picture, some parts are more crowded than others. On a cosmic scale, some regions could be naturally emptier than others, with no specific reason or cause, and the Great Void could just be one example of this natural variation. But then again, there's also the problem of perspective. What if we've been looking at everything wrong this whole time? The concept of the universe expanding was first proposed in the early 20th century by astronomer Edwin Hubble. He observed that galaxies were moving away from us, and the farther away they were, the faster they appeared to be moving. This led to the theory that the universe was expanding. However,
let's see.
They were, the faster they appeared to be moving. This led to the theory
the first, why would it's, if that void would be things that I was thinking about, but I'll get back to it. You know what I mean? You ever write a song and you leave a blank space there? It's not that you forgot about it, it just, you haven't created an ideology to fit the void between, I'm going to go to the store and then I'm going to, see that's what that word, the eighth, see this is what that letter, the vowel and the ampersand fills in the void. Meaning, in the event that I don't feel like thinking about nothing, in my time of void, I'm not void because I don't exist. I'm not void because I don't know nothing. I'm not void because I'm stupid or lacking in anything. I'm void because I care about what I'm thinking about. So I leave a blank space to create more love. So that void wouldn't be, I can see that. If you can feel that, and you can do it right now. Because they say what's in heaven is on earth, and what's on earth is in heaven. And it said the universe inside of you. Matter of fact, the universe is inside of you. Okay, I've been hearing that song, the universe inside of you. See, if the universe is inside of me, then the universe is inside of the galaxy, that's inside of this, that's inside of that. It's inside of. So it's a forever, I'm inside of. But in the active of the cause and effect of one being inside or outside of each other, there's a moment of, there's a void where there's room to create more love. Love inside or outside of love is still a perfect circle. No matter what shape you put it in, that inside or outside of love, it's always going to be in a loving environment. So I say, like when I practice that myself, I said, when I care about myself, I said, okay, cool. I care about myself. Now, how do I show that I care about myself? Is I'm going to do things in my personal space to look at how much I care about myself. You say, now you want to take this outside? You say, now I'm going out into the universe. What's that? Public. Public opinion has what? A universe. What's that called? Common law. Common and uni is synonymous to being one in mind. So now I'm in a universal law standard. I'll play my part, mind my business. I say kind words, boom, boom, boom. Do go what I gotta do, and I do me. So, cool. There's no void in my life. With or without money or this or that. The fact that in me, I have fulfilled a void that will never be there no more. Because if I put Jesus in that void, then I gotta go to church every Sunday. I'm gonna get a ticket, I might get hit by a car. Because why? I put something outside of me to fill that void. And this is why that void in the galaxy is there, because the creator of all things didn't have a need to fill that void, because he's not lacking. And so I pray that that void is for those who need mercy. Father, place a mercy seat in that void. If I'm fucking up, please, I get a seat in void zone for mercy. Yeah. So that void can be a beautiful place for a sincere person. You know? Because I don't know what I'm going to do between now and, what time is it? 6? Next month at this time? Shit, somebody might do something to me. I might haul up and bop the shit out of that motherfucker's head. And just my luck, he die. You should have been. The next thing you hear them jokes is, didn't you see this? Didn't you see that coming, Mr. Wizard? Mr. I talk to the stars and with God. Didn't you see that coming? See, that's where that shit coming now. Yeah, I can see it. So, I'm about my business. Matter of fact, where my treefers at? I'm gonna sit here and literally zone out. Bye-bye.
That the universe was expanding. However, in the late 1990s, scientists made a startling discovery. They found that not only was the universe expanding, but it was actually accelerating in its expansion. This discovery was made through observations of supernovae, which are exploding stars that emit a known amount of light. By measuring the amount of light received on Earth from these supernovae, scientists were able to calculate the distances to them and how fast they were moving away from us. This discovery was a major. Scientists were able to calculate the known amount of light. By measuring...
Now, the last time I checked, would that be, judging from the landscape, that could be Los Angeles. Now, the last time I checked, people made these buildings. Lights and the bridges. The last time I checked, that ball of light is shining on these buildings that people, white and black, no matter what your religion, live and drive, eat. You know, somebody's in them buildings getting their freak out. Somebody praying to Jesus, Muhammad. There is a living organism somewhere down here that needs this, that does that, in the grand picture of shit. Am I right or wrong, first of all?
The amount of light received on Earth from these supernovae, scientists were able to calculate the distances to them.
So now, let me calculate the distance between the black man and the black woman from thinking about his God. Because we haven't calculated the distance, aka the years, or the grooming would take before they even begin to even conceptualize who the God is. And by the time they figure it out, we didn't put everything in our language that they will never have enough money of ours to even ever get this. In fact, we'll borrow so much money to make sure they stay like that, as we'll put their existence as payees of our interest rates to our corporate endeavors. Did you know that, black man? You are the interest rate for all government contracts. In case nobody told you, so I figured I'd give you the good news. Every time you put black African American, every time you put black African American, you acknowledge that you are accepting the debt interest rate. That's why they're going to go borrow another, what, $6 billion? Somebody. That's the word. Yeah, that's the word. That's the word, y'all. You're going to pay the interest rate, black man. How? They're not going to give you any jobs. They're going to tell you, because you got a felony, you can keep doing this. But they're going to keep putting you in frustrated situations where you're going to be like, fuck this. I'm going back to the block. Fuck Jesus. Fuck Islam. Fuck religion. Fuck God. That's why they're letting all this religious argument go through. As long as you ain't killing each other, talk shit. But as soon as you start spreading shit in blood, now you fuck with our money. That's the only thing the Pellets can worry about. You can beat each other to death, damn near. But you better be able to pay for the damages. If you punch somebody in the mouth, you fucking with human capital. Like your dollar bill is capital. So don't get caught putting your hands on the devil's peoples. And you'll get in court talking about it was just a, well, guess what? You go to jail, you losing your cred. Because I had plans for that person. And since you hit him with your car drinking and driving, we taking all your shit. Now we gotta start all over and find another fuck toy for our other agendas. Yeah, you didn't know? Every court case comes with a bigger agenda that's personal to somebody else. Somebody need to hear that just now.
And how fast they were moving away from us. This discovery was a major surprise, as it was expected that the force of gravity would eventually slow down the expansion of the universe. Instead, it appears that an unknown force, dubbed dark energy, is causing the acceleration.
Now, when I tell you about time, can I tell you, it was just May 1st, man. Time is going fast into the abyss of darkness, man. We're not going into the light of God fast. We're going to the abyss of darkness fast. And before we actually hit the bottom, so before God's creation literally, before everything God created literally hit that realm of pure dark energy, this is when all hell break loose. Which in human time, all hell is breaking loose now in human time. But when that is, whether it is inhuman, I mean, that was in man and in all things, when that judgment comes, this is a whole new judgment seat. Because now all frequencies and all things that came out of the void is going to be judged. Whatever's not in the void, going to be judged. Why? Because the Most High knows all things, so you should be in the void anyway. See that? If you don't know shit but the Most High, then obviously you're in the void. But if you Mr. Know-It-All, and you got all the fucking answers and how to save the whole planet and what everybody else said, and still think you the shit, look at me, I'm this, I'm that, then you're going right to the father of lies, God, in the abyss of dark energy, where nothing can save you, because he just said it.
The nature of dark energy remains a mystery, and it's one of the biggest puzzles in modern cosmology. As the universe continues to expand and accelerate, galaxies will eventually become so distant that they will appear to be moving away from us faster than the speed of light. This is because of the fact that space itself is expanding between us and the distant galaxy.
Stop. Now you see how close to God we are? Y'all see how close to the Most High we are? What did he just tell you? What did he just tell you? He said, you're getting further and further away from the birth of life, and you're tumbling down into the dark abyss of the dark energy, and it's pulling you away, black man and black woman. Come back to the light, Carolyn. Caroline, come back to the light. Caroline, North Carolina. Carolina, jump for France. Carolina, she loved the jump in France. Carolina. Matter of fact, I want to hear that real quick. I need to hear that. My brain is hurting right now, y'all. Reggae version of Carolina. Who's saying that? Shaggy. Mom, yeah, Carolina. Shaggy. Long time no hear from. Let's see what your OG Shaggy. To the Trinidadians in the island brothers and sisters who are gonna cut Selassie and all that bullshit off the house of Israel. Let's get us.
Carolina, why your body, girl? Make them know say I'm from my them.
Go wrong, jump their brother, North Carolina, South Carolina. They want the jumping bonds. North Carolina, they put the money on me. Oh, she know that Carolina, won't you wine for me? Oh, hey ya, hey ya. Oh, hey ya, hey ya. Don't say ya, hey ya, hey ya. Happy hustle. Yeah. Wlisten.com. 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 It's Wlisten.com. Wlisten.com. fly paper. Ooh, fly paper. Dabalicious.com. Dabalicious.com. Oh, Dabalicious. Dabalicious.com. Dabalicious.com. You want to do fly paper. Happy hustle. Carolina. Till she got here and fucked it up with this bullshit here. Brought this fuck shit, pyramid star walker bullshit, fucked up ass weird energy shit to our land, put on a motherfucking afro. I don't know if she with an afro. She don't know what type of hair. She don't know what the fuck she want to do. She don't know if she want to be curly head. She want to be I don't know. But it ain't looking good. Because this looks strictly like Fro playing the part. Flat out. And you can even see the niggas looking at her like, this bitch crazy. And he's like, look, this is interesting. And the Indian sister here, she's like, this bitch weird. Look at this African bitch here. The Mandela Concert 70. Now, granted, I don't know where the fuck they at, but I know between that year with that U.S. president, after leaving this Catholic facility, he came to America, did some African voodoo shit with them. That's why her eyes is all black. She ain't got no afro, right? Because they said that's winning. Bitch, what happened to the fucking afro? Then now you get to America, now you want to be all tribal like you're an Indian, then they go back, then go to the Black Panthers as if you was an Indian, knowing goddamn where here. Somebody's fucking with the dates. But oh, this says what? This is ex-husband Nelson's 70th birthday. Oh, ex-husband's 70th. I'm thinking dead. My fault. My fault. Nonetheless, they get divorced after she fucked him and came to America on her ex-husband's 70th birthday. Why? Why would you come play a Black Panther? What are you doing? Where's that shit at now? All I'm asking is this. Where's that look and this look? This look should be in this room with this look. And they're all baffled like, what the fuck is she doing here? This is about your ex-husband. This is about your husband. She's getting paid in the honor of her ex-husband. Why? Because White Daddy did knock the pussy out the bowl. And now, what? Liberation Day. We got over it. We cool. She ain't put that shit on no more though, did she? She said, bitch, you better not put that nigga shit on. You ain't no motherfucking African. And she got her shit right. And look at her now. They back in Africa. He had to check that bitch on that black power. Bitch, don't you fuck with them. See? Africa still. Africa. 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 End the story. In the story, when he meant that morta lex means law. She put the law down. Mortal X. It's either mortal X or mortar law. Means mortal or rock law. So when you turn a man into a black rock, that's what? Mortal or mortar or brick and mortar. So this would be short for mortar law. She single-handedly turned the United States into black African Americans. That's what she's good for. Chris Peter, known as KRS-One, is known for shedding the first blood in hip-hop. And she's known for creating the first rock or the first church called the Black Man, called Peter. As the Most High knows, that's the truth. The rock of the church is the black man. Morta Lex. Who's that? Winnie Mandela. She birthed through her mind and her sexual organ this man as a toy, a monkey, through the what? Dark energy called Satan. It created the first rock of church called Peter. Peter means rock. Rock means father. This is the father of the black bitch church. Huh? Say something fly. If that ain't the truth, let's bet me. Let's bet the money. All Pan-Africans who say that they are Pan-Africans, let's bet the house now. Let's bet scholarship now. Jabari, I'm up. Let's go. Let's go. All African studies of the black man. We can prove to you and show you that the black man is not African, and that it was a conglomeracy from a documentation that sits in the center of a little city called Malta. And all of the world's information of who is being born is there. And that's how they pay their corporate global bills to the dark energy of the universe. In the dark energy of the universe, you and all things that's been created will be tossed into that black hole that swallows galaxies. And if you see how small the Earth is compared to other planets, and how small the Earth is in the universe, I'd straighten up overnight. I don't give a fuck about what. I'm straightened up even more now. I ain't lying. I'm done with that. More than Lex. Matter of fact, let me make sure I have this in my little, what you call it? For historical purposes. So we know that Winnie Mandela, Mortalex Mongoli, or Mongoloid da Madiba, one vita. So they're talking in ancient Latin. And I'm not going to go and translate it for you. I can't do every damn thing. God damn it. No. So where were we? Carolina. Coming to the light, Carolina. The light.
What that means is that not only will we never be able to reach these galaxies, but we won't even be able to observe them anymore, as their light will never be able to reach us, essentially disappearing altogether. You see,
what that sounds like when you lose a dead relative, when you lose a relative, or you lose a good person, like Malcolm and Martin. Even though they made mistakes, nonetheless, there was a light in your house, in your life, in your street corners, at the bar, at the stripper pole. Even though in this wicked moment, there's still somebody that's a light. Stop destroying the salvation that's reminding you that you're going too far into the darkness. Because when the light is out, there is no hitting a switch to turn it back on. Thus it says, can you turn me back on so I can go warn some people? He said, no. Everybody got to go thirsty like you did. Everybody has a choice to either drink from the fountain of life or the fountain of death. I showed you heaven and hell. I showed you light and darkness. I've showed you light and darkness in this life and then in the next life. I've showed you everything. And those that know me, you watched me go through it all. What more do you want, man? And what ain't gonna happen is somebody hold your hand. Jesus can't pay this debt. It's a trick. There is no magic wand. Let's put this back on and finish talking.
the universe we live in is made up of countless galaxies, stars, planets, and other celestial objects. But did you know that the oldest light in the universe is still present today? This light is called the cosmic microwave background, and it fills the entire universe. The CMB is a type of electromagnetic radiation that was first discovered in the 1960s by two radio astronomers, Arno Penzias and Robert Wilson, who were studying radio waves in space. So what exactly is the CMB, and where does it come from? The CMB...
Stop. What did he say? Radio waves. It's in all things frequency. So when I tell you, Yah, you are my salvation, that's what? He's in all things frequency. You hear that? Because we're in the inner water. Everything outside the earth is in outer water. And so certain things are just bubbles that are separated like that. So who's the big fish in the sea of life? That's why they call it the cosmic sea. The cosmic waters, yo. And damn, I feel you, sister. Cosmic elder. Yeah, I've been thinking about you, man. Matter of fact, I remember our first conversation. Yeah, I remember our first conversation, man. I hope you're alright. Had the pleasure, you know, having a dialogue about your nativity. We were talking about the culture thing, and had the pleasure of hearing you grow and hearing how fast your children grew from a distance. And glad to hear how you and your husband was working things out. or not, I don't know. But whatever the case, man, we still cool. Because we ain't talked shit. Matter of fact, I think the last time I did talk to you, you had got your new house. I only say it because I'm an elder, because that's your, what you call it, thing. I'm not saying you're building, I'm just saying something that happened years ago. So I'm sure it's different now. So I'm not getting into details. I'm just saying what I remember that you know, and other your fans and those who are part of the that community across the globe. Cause we family. I remember, yeah, you know, you had some personal family issues going on about the stability of your family. Shit, yeah, I kept busy. You know, that's what I do with my friends, though, audience. You know, you don't have to tell me you got personal shit you got to take care of. If you care about somebody, you pretty much know they busy. You pretty much know they're busy. So hit me up if you get a chance to yourself, man. I ain't got no wife. I ain't got no new babies and all that crazy shit. No. No. I like my... Hey, let's check this out. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. At first, I did want a child for a minute. But I'm like, nah. Last two picks of women, I didn't pick the right ones. The last two I let pick me, I still didn't pick the right one. I quit. And that happened 4 times, and that was way too many. After one, I'll quit. But I tried to play with it. Not play with it, but I quit. I'm doing by myself.
Is the afterglow of the Big Bang, which is the event that gave birth to our universe approximately 14 billion years ago. The Big Bang was a massive explosion that created everything in the universe, including time and space. In the beginning, the universe was incredibly hot and dense, but as it expanded, it cooled down. About 380,000 years after the Big Bang, the universe had cooled enough for the first atoms to form, and at that point, the light was able to travel freely through space. This light eventually became the CMB that we observe today. The CMB is like a snapshot of the universe when it was just 380,000 years old. It provides us with a perfect record of what the universe looked like in its infancy. By studying the temperature variations in the CMB, we can learn a lot about the early universe. The CMB shows tiny hot and cold patches, which are caused by small quantum density fluctuations that occurred when the universe was young. These fluctuations were amplified by cosmic inflation, which is a theory that explains how the universe expanded incredibly quickly in the first moments after the Big Bang. The primordial fluctuations in the CMB have provided cosmologists with vast amounts of data, and they have helped to support the theory of cosmic inflation. Although the CMB has given us a lot of insight into the early universe, it also poses some mysteries and anomalies. One of these anomalies is the cosmic microwave background cold spot, which is a large and unusually cold patch on the CMB. The CMB cold spot is about 70 microkelvin colder than the average CMB temperature and appears in the southern celestial hemisphere. Overall, the radius of the cold spot is about 5 degrees, which is much larger than the largest fluctuations in the primordial CMB temperature, which occur on an angular scale of about 1 degree. This makes the cold spot even more unusual. Many theories have been proposed to explain the CMB cold spot, and almost all of them are widely different from one another. One possibility is that it is a statistical fluke, which means that it is just a random occurrence that has no particular significance. Another possibility is that it is caused by a supervoid, which is a large empty space in the universe that has less matter than the surrounding areas. Similar to the dark void we've talked about earlier on in the video, but even bigger and a lot colder. The supervoid could be causing the cold spot by interacting with the CMB radiation that is passing through it. Other theories suggest that the cold spot could be evidence of exotic physics, such as the existence of a parallel universe or a cosmic string. And then there's dark matter. Dark matter is the elusive ingredient that makes up most of the universe, and without it, our galaxies wouldn't even exist. But what if we told you that some small galaxies seem to be missing a whole lot of it? I mean, we're talking about a lot less dark matter than we ever expected. Scientists have identified 19 dwarf galaxies, much smaller than our own Milky Way, that seem to defy our understanding of how galaxies are formed. These outliers have much less dark matter than we ever thought possible, adding to the already simmering mystery surrounding the elusive substance. It's not easy to understand how these galaxies came to be. Dwarf galaxies typically concentrate dark matter far more than larger galaxies, but these tiny rebels seem to have a different story. Their smaller size leads to weaker gravity, which makes it difficult for them to hold onto tenuous clouds of gas. This usually shifts the balance of mass in dwarf galaxies away from normal matter and toward dark matter, but not for these outliers. Scientists have been researching for years to figure out how these galaxies formed, where they emerged from, and why they have so little dark matter. Kyle Oman, an astrophysicist at Durham University in England, says, "This new class of galaxy is straining our ability to explain all galaxies in one cohesive framework."
Now, what did he say? They can't explain why this little dwarf, out of all this dark matter that is so vast, that this little dwarf matter resists all that. That sounds like a prophet. That sounds like I created Jacob as my own firstborn. And you see what I'm saying? That sounds like the story of Adam and Eve, where that dwarf wasn't dark at all until it partook of some darkness. But now that it mastered darkness, it can go through the universe and galaxy without being infected with the totality of darkness, meaning death should not have no power over you. So darkness don't have no power over this dwarf, because in its actual makeup, it has the truth, the power, the life, and the manifestation within itself of the Most High. Who knows the words Most High, Yah, frequency. I'm just making the language of the universe and the cosmos and the galaxy to heaven. So when we talk, we're seeing the whole picture. Alright? So that means when we start talking, we're not going to be able to talk to the regular niggas, man. What could we say to them? If we went to a smart religious person, what could we say to them? And I'm glad I learned this word called a Rudites. I'm glad I read one book mentioning Rudites, you know, and I see the nature of the book, because you have a system of people, whether it's their fault or not, who refuse to educate themselves and change with the cosmos, and keep dark energy in the cosmos and dark energy in man out of balance, according to the will of the Most High. And I'm just shooting that out there.
It's a mystery that has scientists around the world working together because everyone wants to get to the bottom of this mystery. In 2016, Oman and his colleagues identified 2 galaxies that appeared to be missing dark matter. A while after that, 2 more oddballs turned up, and now we have 19 in total.
Stop. Hear that again?
Everyone wants to get to the bottom of this mystery. In 2016, Oman and his colleagues identified 2 galaxies that appeared to be missing dark matter.
Stop. What did he say? If you're missing the desire of this world, then you're without dark matters. You hear that? If you're a friend of this world, you're in dark matters. If you're not a friend of this world, you're not in dark matter. One foot in, you put your one foot out, you put your one foot in, then you shake it all about. You do the hokey pokey, and you turn yourself around, but that's what it's all about. Hokey motherfucking pokey. A song and a dance. Keep playing on that fence. There's a fiddler on the roof, and when you fall down and bust your tooth, we're gonna tell you, you should have said what you're supposed to do. Without dark matter. Here's an interesting number. Watch this.
A while after that, 2 more oddballs turned up, and now we have
What they call oddballs. What y'all call me? What do y'all call people who love the Most High only? Oddballs. So even heaven and earth confirm what you know that I am. Thank you. I am an oddball. I'm weird. I don't have dark matters in my nuts, in my mind, and in my heart. You got dark matter, niggas. I try to tell you, but you don't want to listen to me, so I let Future Space tell you. Alright? Because you ain't written no space in my head. And it looked like you run out of future space. And it looked like the space behind you is burning up. So it looked like you're between a rock, church, and a horror space, reality. And Jesus is at the crossroads. Bone Thugs and Harmony. See you at the crossroads, dip, dip, blood, and they get lonely. See you at the crossroads. Bloody. That shit go. Bloody. What's up, Martini? I know you up there in the cosmos. That was your favorite song. Bone Thugs. Sometimes I can't believe the people that's dead is dead. That's probably why I ain't get a chance to cry. But shit, I ain't got time. We got shit to do. If you got time to cry, you don't want to go this route. To anybody who's got this far in the video, if you got time to cry and boo-hoo about who ain't treating you fair and this ain't going your way and you lost this, and you know what? Stop right now. Don't even go no further. Enjoy whatever. Look around you. Really spin around you one time to the left. Spin around yourself 2 times to the right. And then 1 full time again to the left. And tell yourself, I don't want to know shit else. And it's okay. At least you being honest.
we have 19 in total.
Hold up. 19 oddballs, man. What do they call oddball? A planetarian, like a man, who's been formed by the Most High from a planetary system. Not from a pastry dish, from a planetary system. And he's on Earth, walking through downtown Pittsburgh with a cup of coffee, almost about to go to jail for punching a motherfucker in his mouth, telling me I can't orbit Earth. And I've been born from the elements of the Earth. And everything in and around the Earth ain't gonna tell me I can't walk. And he with this bright ass green shirt, pale as fuck. Then look at this fat black motherfucker looking like motherfucking overweight Michael Jackson on Thriller, and this hyena looking like the dude, or not the Karate Boy, but the dude that said "Show enough," a midget show enough. Fucking characters, man. And I'm more mad at the two black people, because you would think the nigga walking away, he going on a bathrobe, chilling. Leave this nigga alone, he walking away. But you know what they do? White daddy, who is a white dog at best. There's a difference between white people and civilized pale skin. Just right, there's a difference between black people and civilized dark skin. Their only success is their philosophy of what is an alpha male and female. And it gets no bigger than that. That's their ceiling. I am an alpha, this, that. Look at me. I'm the shit. And if you don't like it, I'm going to beat you the fuck up. That sounds like Judah. That sounds like the black and white Judah on the planet. Dude.
Scientists used data from the Arecibo radio telescope in Puerto Rico to weigh dwarf galaxies by observing how fast hydrogen moves around them.
So hold up. So the human got a galaxy, and man has this dwarf galaxy, and we're the oddballs. We're the weird ones. And so now they're investigating us weird oddball close with no dark matters in us. How come they're not dark matter like us? How come their physical makeup, how come they don't want to dress like me? How come they don't want to eat pork like me? How come they don't want to have sex with babies like us? We like sucking on a horse's penis. We find it fascinating and tasty. How come they don't like it? Who is their God? What is in their house, mommy? Little Susie, mind your business. We don't like animal fur on our burgers, okay? We don't like fur burgers, okay? Little Lisa and little Annie and shit. Little redhead girls. Blondie. Darky-haired girls, and you rainbow. We don't eat what you eat, okay? We're not odd. You're odd. So we come from the cosmos. You come from the earth, and so everything that is material on earth, you wear your earth like your feelings. But since I'm cosmic, we're just odd. Right?
The higher the speed, the more total mass a galaxy has. They then combine the mass of the hydrogen and stars to estimate how much of each galaxy's mass.
Hold up. Now to the black mathematician, we should have fun with this one.
Around them. The higher the speed, the more total mass a galaxy has. They then combine the mass of the hydrogen and stars to.
Now we should understand, right? The connection between the cosmos and what a man is, not a black man. We know a black man is missing what? His atomic strong force. He is taught to enjoy what? Frailty and feminine. So now he has his weak force, and he uses electromagnetic force to overrule himself and his proton and photonic, his boson, and his W boson, aka the alphabet. The letter Y and Yah, the letter Z, and A, from A to Z, Alpha Z, and the W for the ethers and or the combination between two people or two consciousness. The W bosom, the Z, Alpha Zeta, the Y, the vow to God, the photon, where I can see God's face. Hey, yeah. You know what I mean? Next. Y'all know. And that's why I said about what? Magnetic force. That's why I have a way to make magnetic streets on the whole planet. But nobody want to listen though, y'all. Straight up, Dave. I told them I know how to make magnetic streets. We can all glide on the streets, but they don't want to listen. So, keep buying rubber.
Is to estimate how much of each galaxy's mass is made up of normal matter. In about 6% of cases, the total mass of a galaxy added up to less than the mass of the gas and stars. The missing mass is the dark matter, which is not surprising. But the 19 dwarf galaxies...
The missing mass is the dark matter. My question would be then, if I chase these things of the world, and that's all that matters to me, then what's the mass that's being missing? What's that mass? Am I hearing somebody through my motherfucking TV, man? Hold up. I went down. I don't give a fuck. I ain't doing shit.
Galaxies in question are all within about 500 million light years of Earth, and 5 are in or near other groups of galaxies. In those cases, the researchers note, perhaps their galactic neighbors have somehow siphoned off their dark matter. But the remaining 14 are far from other galaxies. Either these oddballs were born differently, or other things like exploding stars could have upset their balance of dark matter and everyday matter. James Bullock, an astrophysicist at the University of California, Irvine, suggests that it may not be a case of missing dark matter at all. Maybe these dwarf galaxies have clung to their normal matter or even stolen some. Whatever the case, this discovery is telling us something about the diversity of galaxy formation. The only trick is figuring out exactly what it's telling us. The discovery adds to the mystery of galaxy formation and challenges our current understanding of the universe. It suggests that there may be more diversity in the formation of galaxies than previously thought, and that the role of dark matter in this process is more complex than we had assumed. This new finding could lead to revisions in current models of galaxy formation and evolution. The study of dark matter is a crucial part of understanding the universe on a larger scale. The more we learn about dark matter and its role in the formation of galaxies, the better we can understand the universe as a whole, including the formation of our own Milky Way galaxy, and if the threat of the disappearing galaxies could end up being true for ours as well. If there's even a sliver of a chance that it could be, we need to figure out ways to get ahead of it, so we can save our galaxy from disappearing and becoming virtually nothing before it's too late. Thankfully, the threat isn't imminent to us right now. But if it is, we're already on our way to figuring out the solution. But do you think we're really safe? Let us know in the comments below. If you like this video, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel for more videos just like this. We'll see you in the next one.
What I wanted to think about was, shit, slipped my mind. I'm gonna think about it real quick, man. It's gonna be some powerful shit too. As soon as I get it together. As soon as I can remember it. I was doing something I forgot. dark. Let's see how long this is first.
There would be people in the media, in the academic world, and in politics, particularly those who believe that third parties can make better decisions than people can make for themselves.
He was a light, though.
They are those third parties. I think most people who have not been in the academic world would have to see the academics in action to realize how deeply they believe this. I can remember a conference at Middlebury College some years ago in which they were laying out these plans for how they would manipulate the poor in order to get them to do this, to do that, to do the other. And I said, who are we to be running these people's lives? And they looked at me as if I were a man from Mars, speaking a language they had never heard before.
Thomas Sowell came to fame as one of the first black intellectuals to question many of the policies advocated by the civil rights establishment. Today, he is in the enviable position of seeing many of his ideas, particularly those criticizing affirmative action, gaining increasing popularity. Now, in his latest book, he criticizes self-styled elites who, through a combination of wrong-headed compassion and egoism, have created many of the ills of contemporary America. I'm pleased to have the author of The Vision of the Anointed, a fellow North Carolinian, Thomas Sowell. Welcome.
Oh, okay.
You still have family.
The Vision of the
Let's
Anointed.
say
We
that.
got to watch this, y'all.
I have relatives out
Oh, we got. It's
down
gonna
here.
go to
Most
time
of my
in.
family are on the East Coast now, from New York.
And you...
Time out. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this video. We're gonna keep watching it. I'm still researching. I'm studying. I've got a lot of confirmations. Who's ever watching, you more than glad to stay and watch until Facebook turns this thing off. I told you, because this is what I do every day, all day. And for him to write the book, Visions of the Anointed, and I'm up here with my visions on TV. Wow. Talking about spirit led, y'all. I'm like, shit. Really, I'm like, what I'm looking at and the things, how everything came, the visions, and he wrote the book, The Vision of the Anointed. I don't know what I'm going to make sure I heard this shit right. Fuck that. Let me shut up.
Criticizing affirmative action, gaining increasing popularity. Now, in his latest book, he criticizes self-styled elites who, through a combination of wrong-headed compassion and egoism, have created many of the ills of contemporary America. I'm pleased to have the author of The Vision of the Anointed, a fellow North Carolinian, Thomas Sowell. Welcome.
Yo! Carolina to the light. Shaggy. Carolina to the light. Oh shit! This is crazy. Hey yo, that's crazy. I had no clue. Oh my goodness, praise y'all. Wow. Wow. I just got a burst of heat on me just now. Hold on, y'all. Holy shit. Wow. Oh shit, we're sitting watching this space stuff. You know, Crystal Palace. We're breaking it down. We're sharing strength and hope. And then what comes to my mind is Poltergeist. I see the lights. I'm thinking of Carolina. Caroline, Caroline. Caroline, come to the light. Come to the light, Caroline. Come to the light. Come to the light. Get out that dark spirit, Caroline. And boom. The song Shaggy come up. Carolina chopping from. You know the wrong thing dance. And here, The Vision of the Anointed. Brother Thomas Sowell, a book writer from Carolina. If that ain't cosmetic, I don't know what it is. Now, I'm going to watch this and just keep riding with the Flav. Happy hustle, y'all. Father, I thank you for the eyesight and the hindsight. And I'm having a ball. Shit. That was crazy. That was
Well, thank you.
You still have family in Charlotte. Let's say that, don't you? Don't you
Oh, I have relatives out in Gastonia, but most of them are on the East Coast now, up in New York.
And you grew up in Charlotte.
So the age of eight.
He do look like my
aunt. And then what happened?
I grew up there. I was at the age of 20. I left Harlem, and then I've been moving ever since.
You left Harlem to go?
Oh heavens! I went to first down to Washington for a few months. Then I was drafted into the Marine Corps,
Right.
and from there on, I went on to college and graduate school and all the rest of it.
Wanting to do what with your life?
Well, I had to find that out, but early on, I guess I wanted to be an economist. I simply took economics courses, and I had no idea what economics was about. And I found that I did far better than that than anything else. And so there was really no, the choice was made for me.
Do you know why that was? I mean, what part of your...
Oh, I could speculate, but not really. Right.
Was Milton Friedman a mentor for you?
Yes. When I first went to the University of Chicago, he was my advisor, and I took a course from him. But that really was not the turning point in my intellectual career. I was a Marxist before I took Milton Friedman's course, and I was a Marxist after I took Milton.
So he didn't turn you from a Marxist to a Friedman Prize?
No. But what did that was working for the government. And I began to see what it means to have the government control things. I was dealing with minimum wages in Puerto Rico as a summer intern. And I began to realize that, one, people were losing their jobs as you kept raising the minimum wage. And two, that the Labor Department really didn't care about that because the minimum wage law was supplying about a third of their appropriations, administering that. And in fact, I spent the summer trying to wrestle with the idea of how could we test whether the minimum wage law was really causing these jobs to be lost in Puerto Rico. But I finally, at the end of the summer, came up with something. I felt very proud of myself. And I could see the stunned looks on people's faces as I told them this in the office. Oh my God, this man has stumbled onto something that will ruin us all.
Right.
I was waiting for the congratulations, you see.
Oh, you're the
and I
opposite.
could see these stunned faces instead.
And that's interesting, right? Because I've been watching a few economists and academics, your Shelby Stills, your Walter Williams, and your Thomas Sowell. And that's one thing they all kind of agree on here, right? More government, more problems, right? He said himself, like, it took me to work for the government inside the building to realize that that's not the answer, right? So it took him real life experience in there to make the change from a Marxist to what he is today. Let's keep it going.
And I could see these stunned faces instead.
How was it, though, for you, and I've watched you and read you for years, to be an African-American man respected by a cross-section of your peers, and yet be
that word,
so
African-American?
against the grain of fellow African-Americans?
Smart but no power.
Well, I don't know that we can say against the grain of fellow African-Americans. You mean fellow African-American intellectuals?
Yeah, well,
I don't think African-American intellectuals are any more typical of African-Americans than white intellectuals are of whites.
Except they're not.
If you went by intellectuals,
you ain't use the color.
John Anderson got more votes at Stanford than Ronald Reagan did. Yeah. So I'm not sure.
Probably got more votes in Cambridge too.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. And so intellectuals are not typical of anybody other than intellectuals.
What was it that Bill Buckley used to say? I'd rather be judged by the first 12 people in the New York Phone Directory than by the faculty at Harvard.
Oh, absolutely. My goodness, yes. That's a very rational choice.
Yeah. But it was not difficult for you in a sense? I mean, even though, let's assume that in terms of certainly the civil rights establishment, you were in some ways what a...
Now, that's where they get that I'd rather be carried out by 12 than judged by 1. Because those 12 thought like one person. So when you think you're going to go pick 12, and that one is tainting the other 12, you see how you get dragged into court, into the game? That's why I got golf and tennis.
What a pariah.
Well, yes and no. I mean, they've had a wonderful way of handling it, from a tactical point of view. They simply keep quiet when I come out with a book. And it's a 2-week wonder. And then after the 2 weeks have passed, they resume as if it hadn't happened.
Right.
And so that is so much better
exactly what
than
they
engaging
do.
me in any kind of debate because they really don't have the facts on their side.
Right,
Ever
exactly.
wanted to be, after that
I feel that
experience,
too. I feel that now. Okay.
be in government at any level, anywhere?
I can't really think that I have. I probably had more opportunities to be in government since 1980 than anyone who has never actually been in government.
Yeah, they wanted you badly because you would have been, I mean, you would have helped the cause too.
Well, I don't know about that. Someone who came to me, I said to him, the President of the United States has better things to do with his time than constantly have to be saying, well, you know what Tom really meant was.
Were you a friend of Reagan?
No. I barely knew him. I sat in on a luncheon with 10 other people with him once. I was impressed with the man that, one, he was not at all like a caricature in a lot of ways, either intellectually or in terms of personal compassion. One of the things he described, which I thought was quite moving, was a man who had been condemned to death. And the papers came to him, of course, for the appeal for the commutation. And how he went through these papers looking for anything that would be justification for commuting them. And the man was absolutely wrong from day one. There was absolutely nothing there. And he said he wasn't going to just overrule the court on the basis of, he wanted to overrule the court, so the execution went forward. And the night of the execution, he said, there were people gathered around the governor's mansion, and they were out kneeling and praying outside as the hour of execution came. He said, I don't mind telling you, I was in the governor's mansion kneeling and praying too.
That's probably right.
Yeah.
Did you turn down the job of Secretary of Education?
Yes.
Why?
Why not?
Because you don't believe there should be a Department of Education? Or
I don't believe in the Department of Education. I really wrestle with that because education is so horrible in this country that even though I knew I'd been miserable in the job, I thought, well, a lot of people have been miserable in Normandy and Iwo Jima, and I wouldn't be here if they weren't. But I finally had to ask the question, what do I have the political skills to accomplish that would make it worth the hassle that I would go through, not kind of the hassle I would give to other people? And I thought, really, I don't have those skills.
Yeah, and you had no ego drive to, say, be the cabinet of the president.
To have that picture to show my grandchildren. I'm sitting there with
no. To be there, to be in there with the president.
Right?
This is kind of good, right? He's kind of answering a lot of my questions I had about him of like, why didn't he push forward and into the education sector and try to make hop into a role there and try to make a change. So him giving us direct answers to a lot of my questions in this interview, man.
No. To be there, to be in there with the president.
They change some shit that's broken. It works good, bro.
Not that you haven't had a lot of.
That's that dark energy we just talking about.
Rather interesting answer to be a part of that dialogue.
No, I've seen too many things going in my life. I want to be one of them.
Would you have liked to have served in the Supreme Court? You don't have to be a lawyer to be on the Supreme Court.
Someone raised that question. The first time I heard that raised, it was back in 1980, and I just given a talk on Capitol Hill, and I was walking across the Capitol grounds with a bunch of young legislative aides, and I said I poo-pooed the whole thing. And among those young legislative aides was a young man named Clarence Thomas.
And you two stayed friends and became friends.
Yeah.
And you approved of his confirmation.
Oh, absolutely! My God, I thought it was a truly horrible thing that happened to him. He and I have talked, alone for hours on various occasions, and never ever used any language that couldn't have been repeated in Sunday school. So the thought that he did all this stuff was absolutely. Sometimes.
So that brings you to the conclusion that Anita Hill lied.
Oh yes. But I could also analyze that.
You know what? I saw a video about that. I think it came up in my feed one time. I think he was before Joe Biden. I believe so. You guys let me know down below. I might do that one next, man. I've never heard that. I keep hearing about it, but I haven't seen it myself. It was way back in the day. So I might have to do that one next.
Conclusion that Anita Hill lied.
Oh yes. But I could also analyze it. In fact, I wish I had simply dismissed it because, think about it, she said that at first she didn't even want Clarence to be told that she was the source of this story. Now imagine, two people are alone when something happens, and then years later someone comes in and tells you a story. How hard would it be to guess who the other person was if it really happened? And what earthly point would there be in not telling you?
So what do you think her motivation was?
Oh, there's tons of it out there. I mean, people don't go to Yale Law School in order to teach at Orville or Roberts University.
But she's not there now.
I know, but I'm saying, you know, she had a lot to try to explain away. People don't go into a big Washington law firm in order to quit and become a government employee.
So she was looking for an explanation.
That's one possibility. But I've read other things and learned other things from other sources.
About her?
Yes, and you know, that she didn't get the job that she wanted. There are a lot of things.
And you're pleased with Justice Thomas on the court?
Oh well, yes. My gosh, he's one of 3 people that still believe that the Constitution means what it says.
The others, Scalia and Rehnquist?
Yeah.
All right,
let's good guess.
Well, okay. The vision of the anointed. Self-congratulations as a basic for social policy. I mean, you posit here that they're a group of self-anointed elitists who are responsible for what, you know?
Well, for much of the social policy of the past 30 years and for the disastrous consequences that have followed from those policies.
And who are these people?
He said self-anointed. Farrakhan, Jesse, whole bunch of other niggas.
Those who believe that third parties can make better decisions than people can make for themselves. And particularly when they are those third parties.
Because there are all these fucking churches
I think
and wannabe motherfucking temples. Everybody got the solution for God. Fuck out of here.
How deeply they believe this. I can remember a conference at Middlebury College some years ago in which they were laying out these plans for how they would manipulate the poor in order to get them to do this, to do that, to do the other. And I said, who are we to be running these people's lives? And they looked at me as if I were a man from Mars, speaking a language they had never heard before.
This interview is a little bit different, man. I think on this one he's being a little bit more open to his personal, you know, takes in his personal life and things he's gone through here. I think we're learning more about him, you know, and his views and how he got to these views on this interview here. It's kind of interesting. It's kind of just drawing me in.
Do you therefore believe, I mean, this is almost universal kind of debate. Do you therefore believe that the government has no responsibility for those less fortunate than ourselves? If free enterprise, they cannot find a place in the market economy?
Well, there are many things the government can do. I think the most important thing they can do is maintain a framework of law in which people do, in fact, find jobs and find progress. After all, this is not a hypothetical question as if this situation has never come up before. I mean, look at the entire history of the United States. I mean, the United States did not become a prosperous country only after the New Deal. I mean, history didn't begin in the 1960s or even in the 1930s. And you look at the history of blacks, for that matter, you know, that blacks have come a very long way, long before the first civil rights law was passed in the 1960s. In fact, in the 5 years prior to the Civil Rights Act of 1964, blacks rose into professional and similar occupations to a greater extent than in the 5 years afterwards.
So you
exactly.
would, even if you
another 15, 20 till now. See what I'm saying? That's we should get rid of all the old motherfuckers.
As the civil rights legislation was passed,
self-proclaimed prophets, anointed ones. Fuck out of here. Shit work. And he even said this.
You would say those civil rights laws were unnecessary and counterproductive?
Oh no. You had to get rid of the Jim Crow system. You had to have voting rights and so on. But I remember back in 1964 writing to a friend as the Civil Rights Act of 64 was being poured out in Congress. So I hope this law would pass with absolutely no crippling amendments, exactly as it was written, because among other things, it had some good things in it. Was one reason, but the other reason was that I was convinced that it would not have the effect that they thought it would have, and that what I assumed very incorrectly was that once people saw that yes, this would break down the Jim Crow system, it would not cause any dramatic improvement in the economic condition of black people, you know, and that people would then say, no, now we have to turn to something else in order to do that. And I was completely wrong about that. That when it didn't produce that result, they said, well, that just shows we need more of the same, which is the old argument. You know, we try policy X and it absolutely goes nowhere. We need stronger policy X.
This argument has been, I'm sure, voiced to you before. Clarence Thomas benefited from affirmative action.
Who said so?
Clarence Thomas says so, I bet.
No.
He doesn't.
No, he does not.
Clarence Thomas does not say that affirmative action programs helped him in terms of the educational opportunities he
No, he never
received?
said that to me.
Do you believe
He said he never
do you
said it
think
to
he would
me.
say no to that question?
He might well, for one thing. For one thing, my understanding, and I haven't researched it, my understanding is that he was admitted to college the year before he began the affirmative action program.
I don't know his
And
answer.
what,
I researched this.
one thing, my understanding, and I haven't researched it, my understanding is that he was admitted to college the year before they began their affirmative action program.
I don't know his answer.
And what the program did was to delegitimize what he had done.
Yeah.
That he was a man with an outstanding academic record.
Yeah.
And he goes out into the job market, and people, and despite this,
And they look at him and they say, you got there only because of affirmative action rather than because of your own merit.
yeah, but ordinarily, someone with that kind of record, you'd look at it and say, hey, this guy is really a world beater. But no, and I've seen that in my own life. I'm old enough that I've gone through the whole metamorphosis.
And what have you seen in your own life?
All right. When I was in the Marine Corps during the Korean War, I was trained as a photographer. And I was assigned to Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, where a great many of Southerners were in the Marine Corps, white Southerners. And in that barracks, whenever somebody had a photographic problem, his camera wasn't working, his pictures didn't come out right, and so forth, they would come to me. I was astonished that the biggest redneck in the barracks would come to me to ask me, and there were all these white photographers.
Fix my camera.
Yeah. You say, why is it? I finally figured it out. They said, no, if this guy is black and he's a photographer, he must be some photographer, you know. Now, when I started teaching in the early 1960s at Douglas College, I read up on all the stuff about new teachers and seeing how it's hard to get the respect of the students, particularly if you're not much older than they are, and I looked younger than I was. And so I worried about that, you see. And I walked in that room the first day, and there was instant respect. And it sort of took me aback. And I realized, no, they're saying, look, this guy, I was the first black male to teach there. This guy must be something else, you know. Go forward now, 10 years. By this time, I've completed my degree. I've written my books, Sherlock, all the whole thing. I'm now teaching at UCLA. And students will come up to me at the end of the term, and they'll say how much they like the course and all that. And somewhere in the course of that, there'll be a slip up, and they'll let it out that they were quite surprised that the course was as good as it was. And one of the things that struck me, even before the end of the term, one kid came to me one day, and he had a passage in the book he was having trouble with. And he said, can you tell me what this means? I explained to him what that passage meant. He said, are you sure? And I said, yes, I wrote the textbook. And he looked in the front and he felt embarrassed. But this is what affirmative action does.
So you can't see any positive affirmative action.
I don't doubt
that in fact it increased the pool, as is frequently used the expression of what affirmative action can do is increase the pool.
I don't know what that means. And I've never had anybody explain it.
One more thing I want to check out. You go cash out. You guys are hanging out with me today, man. And so this is one thing I want to share with y'all. So also, it's not that I'm not approachable, man. You know, I'm a people person, dude. I don't want to hurt nobody. I don't want to see nobody hurt. I don't want to get hurt. I don't want to see mass extinction of no people. You know, that's between that's that dark energy shit. I'm not on that, man. We on rebuilding the brain, we rebuilding the minds, man. Getting back to our cosmic self. So that's what I'm on. So I'm just trying to find something. What you call it? When I told you about this, they're doing it again. You guessed it. They're doing it again. Here you go, right here. This is the confirmation right here.
Hi guys, it's Quinn here. If you enjoy my videos, consider hitting the like button. It's the only way the YouTube algorithm really notices me. Today we're going to talk about a book from an author that most of you have definitely heard of, but I'm willing to bet that the vast majority of you have never heard of this particular book. This is a book by Frank Herbert, author of Dune, and it's called Hellstrom's Hive. This book was originally published in 1973, 8 years after the publication of the first Dune book. And in this book, Frank Herbert continues to explore the 4 things that he's most excited about: ecology, human social structures, government, and the future of humanity. Keep in mind that this video will have major spoilers for this book, so if spoilers is something that you don't like, you probably want to click off of this, but if you don't care, continue forward. In this book, we follow members of a government organization known only as the Agency. The Agency has caught wind of some sort of secret weapons program on a farm somewhere in rural Oregon. They also believe that some sort of cult-like society might be forming. They send an agent out named Porter to kind of check things out. He ends up going mysteriously missing.
They send him out. Now, they got this book, from what I told y'all. It's this book called Cultural Deprivation. They have a bunch of them doing that, y'all. They in the club, they in the grocery stores, they in the hair salons, they in your Dollar General, they in the hood, they in your cell phone. Yeah, they collected everything about y'all, man. And how I know they rule you? If you got colored hair, they practically control you. If you got spandex on every day, all the time when you go outside, they overrule you. If you've noticed your dress code is a little like everybody else on Facebook and on social media, you've pretty much sold your soul. I just want to let somebody know that too. But there's somebody who likes to chase fashion and money and good looking guys, especially if they're chocolate. You know, because some of y'all black women, y'all like them black men. Black hair. Well, let me let you know something. You know why they say the black is cursed? Because it has more dark matter. Yep. Hey, that's a fact. You absorb shit, and that's it. And that's why they have a black hole for black people and dark matters. That's all they do is absorb, seek, and destroy. Called Satan.
Ultimately, it turns out that there is a weapon, and the power of the weapon is beyond anything the Agency ever even considered. At the head of this weapons project was a man named Dr. Niels Hellstrom. Hellstrom understood that he needed a weapon so powerful.
Your name? Watch this if you ever watching this. Just came to me.
Because he
Watch this. Yes. What is hell in fire and brimstone? Check it out. Watch what's coming. Check out the prophecy. Fire and brimstone, right? Get this up. Hailstorm. Hold up.
He had something very...
He needed a weapon. So powerful, right? Who needed a weapon? Let's go back.
is beyond anything the agency ever even...
See, the Doom movie was about a Leviathan underground in the desert. It's Desert Doom. Alright, a giant worm, which would be a Leviathan, some type of dead worm or Egyptian something. They had the movie, they had that in the movie Mummy. So we know this Egypt shit, magic of the dead. So when he wrote this book about Egypt, and he figured out Orion's belt, now he's up in Orion's belt because Orion is making war in heaven. Orion is a hunter. He has an archer. And he's shooting his arrows up at what? That hole that spits suns out of it. Like a woman shoots out a baby. And he's shooting at it. And the whole purpose is to get up there and walk on the sun and go back in that hole and war back with the creator of that realm. That's what this is about. But now when he writes this book, check it out. Now they're trying to make a weapon that goes up there. They need the power of the suns. They're trying to find all the power. They're trying to get the children of God. They're trying to... This is their last hoorah at pulling the Most High out that hole I showed y'all. Matter of fact, let me get that hole for you. I knew I needed that picture for a reason. This one. This hole right here. This supermassive black hole. Where they show that all these big ass suns was coming out this supermassive black hole. In order to close that hole, they need a powerful weapon. Alright. Here's the mark. See the crosshairs? And where's that crosshair at? Right there in Russia. Right smack dab. Right there. But they need that weapon to get in this hole. And these suns only line up at a particular time, one time. They got one shot, maybe. But to speed things up, they want the Most High to come out his hole, so they think, move this out, and then as he's coming down to attack them, they can shoot the little beam of whatever and kill the Most High, and they can jump back on the moon or the suns and jump in the hole and be gone and rearrange shit. That's their thought, man. It sounds kiddish, don't it? Because that's what rebellious children do. Come on, Frank.
Even considered. At the head of this weapons project was a man named Dr. Niels Hellstrom.
Hailstorm means hailstorm. Fire and brimstone. That's why I put that up there. Well, we listened to Dr. Hellstrom, let's find out when it rained what? When it stormed, when hell came from the sky, doing what? When the hailstorm came, see the storm? This is another way God talking to us. The project was a man named Dr. Niels. Hell strong, but no. Hailstorm. Where is he at? He's in outer space. This is why I'm talking about it. Now, they said in 2011 in JSTOR, fire and brimstone. Idiomatic expression referring to God's wrath, found in both Hebrew Bible and the Christian New Testament, a period reference, fate of the unfaithful. Now, regardless of whose God it is, it's for the unfaithful. Now, if you've been unfaithful to Satan and the Most High, you fucked. Because Satan works for the Most High, and so do Lucifer. Now, if you're a devil, you fucked. If you're wicked, you fucked. If you thought an inkling that everything was about you and your race and color of skin and how you dress and how you stroke shit, you're fucked. You get hit for fire and brimstone. Christian and King James ain't gonna save you. Don't even worry about it. They've been there, done that. Don't worry. And look what it says. Smoke rising from a volcano, which the phrase fire and brimstone is intended to invoke. But somebody said something different.
Understood that he needed a weapon so powerful because he had something very important to protect. A festering, swarming secret living beneath the very earth itself.
Oh, I told you.
Hellstrom has a weapon that makes an atom bomb look like a child's pop gun. Those guys in the car, those FBI agents your buddy was worried about, they were knocked out by a little hand version of this weapon. That handheld weapon can kill people at a distance or just knock them out. Believe me, I've seen it. Now, the area surrounding this mysterious farm where Hellstrom supposedly resides is devoid of all...
You know what he said? Hailstorm. So Dr. Neil is a hand of the Most High to these secret societies with these weapons. You see what's going on, y'all? Y'all hear the language? So fire and brimstone is coming. Hailstone seen it. So if they so you know if they got a weapon that can destroy people from miles away, and the FBI get their hands on it and shit, what you gonna do, Jesus? When that nigga pulled that wand out that looks like a kid's toy, and you start giggling, and you hear the and you giggle, how this nigga funny, and he blast your ass with that motherfucking funny toy. Ain't gonna be so funny. And then scoop your ass up and put you in his pocket and feed you to one of his version of a bearded dragon. Yeah. Yeah, y'all keep thinking Martian shit is funny. Wait till you get a load of some of this shit coming.
Animal life, and most of the vegetation is wiped clean except for grass. It is eerily plain, unnaturally so. The agency eventually sends more agents to follow up after Porter goes missing, and what they eventually discover has implications for not only the future of humanity, but the entire Earth. We eventually discover that deep beneath the farm, inside the Earth, in a system of tunnels and caves, lives an entire society of insect-human hybrid workers, and they are highly specialized, like bees or ants. Hellstrom's hive didn't operate under a code of ethics or morality. Essentially, only two things mattered: what was good for the hive and what was not good for the hive. The hive was also moving towards what Herbert describes as a non-verbal base for human existence. He describes finding such a base as one of the major purposes for the hive. On this base, they would build a new language.
See what I told y'all? Now, you hear that hive? Who told y'all about Beyonce? Queen Bee Cult. The beehive. The grouping mentality. The gang mentality. They're transforming you into them. Man, I tell you, this confirmation is just pouring out. Shit, I don't even want to eat right now. Shit. Wow. And we did mention Beyonce. Let's see if I can find it. See if I can find it. So we know redemption ain't gonna happen, right? We gathered that much. I want to show you something. Oh. Bullshit. Man. You know what? I think I got it here. I should. As you understand when he said this. What does it mean to have the breath put in your nostrils? See the difference? That's why there's no breath in your mouth. You're close. They blew breath here. This is what created your crystal palace, man. You heard? Look. Help you out. So some of y'all got amnesia. See? They don't tell you nothing else except for what they don't get. And that's a pineal gland. They can tell you how to use yours because theirs don't work. So while you work in your pineal gland and theirs don't work, they're shutting down the other 3 castles or the other 3 pyramids or fire centers that shoots up that energy up into the atmosphere or up into the ethers that rotates clockwise and counterclockwise with the universe, galaxies, this, that, eons, forever, simultaneously in the hands of time. Notice the hands of time, each one passes the baton. When we say hands of time, it's like passing the baton. What we're doing on Earth is being passed all the way out into the outer limits, as well as to the inner limits. And it comes back as a magnetic force, aka you are what you eat, you are what you give off, aka the universe hears you because it's never, what you're saying is all has been heard before. All that special stuff they talk about. But why is it so important to breathe out your mouth and not through your nose? Because air that is breathed directly into the lungs is not filtered. That's why you have a dark energy or a dark heart, opposed to having turbinates that filter the air before it gets in your breath, into your light, to your blood. So, breathing through your nose, air gets into your blood fresh. Breathing out your mouth, inhaling out your mouth, your blood is dirty. Breathe in, clean. Breathe in your nose, clean. Breathe in your mouth, dirty. And how I know? Y'all seen this? I never had this picture a long time ago before. Case in point. They took our pineal glands out. That's how they got our energy, our memories. He ate that shit, y'all. Don't think one moment he didn't eat that shit. That's why you got the word a Horite, a Gordon, and a Rob Lee. That's his name. A Horite, who is a demon who robs lives. Horatio Gordon, that's what his name means. A Horite, Hora, whore. Research it. The root word for whore is a demon, an underground demon from Middle Earth. Gordon or Gordon is from Medusa now. And rob is the act of stealing people's, obviously, on the wall, souls, and eating them. That's your history. And some of you get out of them city streets because it just might be an army base up under there like Lincoln Avenue. I'm going to change my mind about wanting to do anything with that. Side. You see, children are no longer important. How we know? They killed Mickey, y'all. Mickey Mouse is gone. Alright, Elmo is no longer blue. Alright, I'll just help you out. Elmer is out. Elmer is dead. Alright? Mickey Mouse and Elmer is dead. Alright, they're telling you, and he's like, come here, let me tell you something. He's up there in the clouds like, man, look, it's fucked up. What happened? They killed the Mickey Mouse Elmer convention. They were supposed to have a child pornography, child rape ritual, and they killed it because it would take a rapist to paint Mickey Mouse gray, like a ghost, make him dead, holding a once blue Elmo is now pink. And he's dead too. See his hands? Elmo's dead pink. And Mickey, the white and black mouse with the black shorts, is dead too. So that means their Mason version of this shit is dead. That ritual was over at that time for me. And to prove the gateway in Detroit, written in stone again. See, the whore ace, the whore the devil, the demon ace. What? An engine of water at the gateway to the great city. They're talking right now. A whore ace, E. Dodge, blank, right? Do, whore ace, or C. A hora. C, do, Deanne, C, Horace, Horace, Dodge and Son, something, Memorial, found train, or fountain, or found something, or I obtained, what? An engine of water. We're at the gateway to a great city. Okay, Horace or Ho-Ace. Guess what that's saying, Detroit? And they're going to bring more dark energy to start killing people. Watch. Detroit going to start getting more murders in a minute. Or a new drug. So now, who's Jesus? Watch this. See that blood? Let's go back to the movie. Let's talk about the blood of Jesus.
Workers, and they are highly special. Like bees or ants. Hellstrom's hive didn't operate under a...
Understand, the Church of Beyonce. The Church of Adam. Who prayed Adam? As in the Adam ant. You think I'm joking? Watch. Hold on. Esoteric of Adam ant. Now you know Yola or Yala or Yola. It's like Joel. You got Jola, then you got Joel. I see the devil in that. Out of ants. I guess so. There's a word I'm missing, y'all. I'm gonna figure it out. Sanskrit. Sanskrit. They use a lot of animals. No, Egypt. Is Adam and an Egyptian god? Question. Hello? Making a video, suntan versus Satan.
What you got to do tomorrow?
I hope I breathe. Other than that, nothing.
I was gonna cook dinner. You wanna come and eat?
Absolutely.
Pick you up in the morning when I come down.
Absolutely.
Spend the day together.
Oh, that's cool.
Try to put some of this negativity behind us and focus on what we need to do.
All right, I'm in for that. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and call you.
We're not going to get into no debates or nothing. We're just going to try to relax, you know.
Yeah, the stuff that I'm doing, I'm doing now, and I'm learning now. I'm so not going to argue with nobody. Like the stuff that I know, I don't have time to get somebody to understand it, because if it ain't in them, it ain't in them. So it's like everybody has. Where I'm at today is everyone has the right, the access to change their way of thinking, get connected with the celestial and the cosmology of things. And I did that, and I'm gonna enjoy that. And I'm not using it to throw in somebody's face or compete. I'm just gonna stick with what I'm doing, stay me, and that's it. So yeah, I don't get no more arguments. Yeah.
You can educate you, so whatever happens, you're prepared.
Exactly.
Those who don't prepare fall to the wayside.
Exactly. That's exactly where I'm at too. But no, I ain't got no debate, no argument for nobody. I'm not. Nope.
Stripping your positive energy. Everybody wants people to. I mean, you're passionate about what we do. I'm passionate about it, but I've learned that I'm not gonna fight them to listen. You know, and I understand it's gonna be hard for them to believe because they believe in such the other crap. You know. You still there?
Yes, ma'am.
And anyway, yeah. I said I cooked some dinner and I'll clean my bedroom.
Oh, okay.
Tonight I'm gonna go to the laundry. You got anything you need more so I can throw in the laundry?
No, I'm good. We got one downstairs. In fact, I might do it tonight because I gotta let all this information process. Man,
you got what?
I got a lot of information to process. I'm responsible for something. At first I was in denial. I'm like, not me. No, not me. The Most High wouldn't pick no butthole like me to do anything. You know, really, that was in me. That's how I felt about myself. But people don't get this information flowing the way it's been given to me. But we share it, and that's where that passion comes from, you know. Because what I just learned today, when
Believe
orchids,
it or not,
yeah,
I get like you get when I'm talking to other people. Like somebody that just don't know nothing.
Yeah.
I get real passionate, but I notice if my voice elevates or they take it as anger or they take it as I'm going crazy.
Exactly.
So I had to start watching and relaxing a little bit and try to do it with just conversation. Because it seems to, I was looking at it because I was experimenting with it.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Come on.
And I found out if I be more relaxed and just throw it in there like casual conversation. For instance, we was at the food bank and Brother Greg was there. He don't know that I remember him from the temple. You know, and I was like shocked to see the Moorside Temple supposed to be solely independent, and you up here getting food banks from the European. Come on now. But we started talking. You know, he was talking, and so I said, "Let me try this on him." I said, "Yeah, the world's bad shit." He said, "You better go, sister. You better know. Everybody going crazy." I said, "Yeah, but you know, you got the last word." And as I'm talking to him, people around me and they see how calm I am and they started hearing myself.
Yup. You got it?
And they started coupled up with Linda and saying they pee. You know, and one lady, she said, "What do you call it?" I said, "The Most High Living God, the creator of all. Man didn't create none of this. He getting crazy.
That's for sure.
So, me and them talked the whole time until he got inside the building. And he was like, sister, you go first. You studied up. Yeah, when I come out here, I pray every day to the Most High put his armor protection around me, because dealing with demons and monsters every day. I said, but one thing for certain, thing for sure, they can say what they want to say. His words is coming true. And if they don't think it's coming true, okay, what's going on? He was like, wow, you can preach that word. I said, no, I'm not preaching that today's conversation. Yeah. I study. I don't come out here mingling with these people because you don't know who you mingling with. And
hey, you learning fast, boy. Hey, you learning fast.
Do what?
I said you learning fast, huh?
Yeah. Well, I'll be watching you, and I see how passionate you are when you're dealing with me. And I had to realize, I said, my son is so you probably get away with it with me. I'm quite sure you don't do it with other people, but with me, it's like you be hammering it into me.
Yeah, because you're my mama. Absolutely.
Like,
go ahead.
You're sending me on a psychosis. If you don't stop, I'm going to lose my damn mind.
That's the whole point. I want you to, so you can put some new shit in there.
Yeah, why are you trying to lose my mind?
Well, you ain't gonna make the trip. You ain't gonna have enough oil in your lamp. It's in the Bible. Them 10 virgins, read that 10 virgins script.
You know what? I was looking at, that brother came on. He was talking about how in Corinthians, I don't know what the guy's name was, supposedly said we got to veil over our eyes because we keep following Moses' law. Damn, I can't catch a break with this fucking parkway.
The people that can't give Moses' law, it got a veil. Absolutely.
No, they said Moses had a veil on, and in Corinthians, 2 Corinthians, that's in their new gospel. And I said, no, this is a lie. Because you done threw Jesus up in the air, and you want me, now you want to put a veil on me.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not going for this one here.
You caught that shit.
No. So I read it, and I was like, okay, I see where you're going with it. Now you want to make, you said Moses had a veil on when he talked to the people. Now you said the veil was removed when Jesus walked on the scene, but yet you can't prove nothing about this character. And where did he live? Who was he? This cartoon character, he's got an S on his chest, supposed to be a Superman. No, come on now. So you try to tell me that the Most High's lied in, because if he said there is no other God beside me, none that he knows, then there's a problem right there. Straight up problem right there.
And guess what? And if anybody has a dispute with you, they can watch this video I'm doing right now that tells who Jesus is literally on earth. His name is Adam Ant, and it's how it goes. It says by this.
Adam Ant?
Yeah, no, really. This guy named Dr. Neil Hillstrom went to a beehive underground. Right now, I have a picture on my screen. Remember I showed you that picture where that guy said they went underground and found the blood of Jesus?
Yeah.
Well, guess who's underground? These ant people. They're like ants and bees. They got a color like ants and bees. I'm not watching it right now.
Oh, is it on YouTube?
Yeah. I'm watching it right now.
What's the name of the person posted?
I'm gonna hit you up. Let me get it to you. My fire hit the screenshot on his ass too. Man, everything is clicking right now. Everything's been clicking. Just look up Quinn's Ideas, QUINNS, or Hellstrom's Hive, Hellstrom Hive.
I ain't gonna remember that when I get back to the crib.
Now what you do is, all you're gonna do is put on your YouTube real quick. Hit the microphone. Oh no, matter of fact, do Google. Just hit Google Hellstrom Hive, and then just leave it for later on. It'll be in it'll be in your library if you do YouTube, and it'll be your search engine on Google. That's what I do if I want to remember shit. Like, blah, 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 blah. When I look for my history, not I'll say, oh yeah, I remember that. But as he's saying is, as the words go, and it's on my screen now. It says Society of the Insect Human Hybrid Workers. Alright. But it clearly states tunnels and caves live in an entire insect society. Well, sure enough, I'm looking at this picture that they said Jesus' blood is 20 feet underground. They said according to Matthew 27:51, this is the code. This is the code of where to find the mother bug at. This is where you got to, where federal government or whoever knows got to find that, destroy that insect hive. It's just like the movies Alien. It's the exact same thing. Yeah, the movie Alien is made after this. Now, as it's coming to me, as I'm watching in real time, in real life, because these things, oh my God, I can't explain. It's so real, it's hard to explain. Now they got the precious blood of Jesus. They got the blood they needed to revive their queen bee or their queen ant humanoid. That's why you got Beyonce.
These people will literally kill themselves to get to this baseball game. They crazy. I mean frantic. They'll take their car to get to the game. Oh, they need to sit down. Ain't that serious?
Yes, it is. That's their livelihood. That's their culture. Yeah, that's their culture.
It brings the animal out in them.
Exactly. Okay, bees, ants. Okay, we're there. All right.
Hellstrom's hive didn't operate under a code of ethics or morality. Essentially, only
they didn't have no ethics, and that's just like the world. No ethics, no morality. It's just like that in the name of Jesus. As long as you say the name of Jesus, you don't need no code of ethics, you don't need no morality. All you gotta do is go to work like an ant or a bee, put your money in the pot, and we'll make sure you have food and water like a queen bee or a queen ant have. It's the same process. So these are not humans running our government. It's these things. And this is what Trump was talking about, but the problem is, the people who runs the religious part of this gambit, he's in the bed with them, so they're going to kill his ass. Anyway, because they still going right back to the insect colony. So it's a fucking big-ass circle even amongst the devil. Everybody's running around in circles. Shit. This is like a real sci-fi movie, man. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, real shit. Coming from where I'm looking at these things, and the past 3 days, the information has just been dropping. We'll be thinking about one thing, and I'll be like, what if it's this? And all of a sudden, boom, we pull it up, and the whole video turns into 8 hours. Yeah, that's so, I'm just rocking with it.
Two things matter. What was good for the hive, and what was not good for the hive.
It's for the hive. That black man, that white man, that's humanity. And it's like, when you really read it for what it really is, here in America, and they're telling us, we don't like the darkies and the people with the dark type blood in them. That's not good for the hive. We got to destroy them. Yeah, that's the whole point is, they're doing what's good for the hive in the best interest. And the hive was also moving
towards what Herbert describes as a non-verbal base for human existence.
See? How do you get a human to be non-verbal? How do you do that?
How do you get a human to be non-verbal?
Yup.
Kill it, I guess. Kill it.
No. I had that experience too. One of the main reasons that made me stop getting high, for real. Like I said, my marijuana is my medication, for real. What made me stop getting high, one day, I lost my mind. I just say this. I lost my mind, and I got me a little crush. And I sprinkled that motherfucker. And I knew something was wrong, something wasn't right. It was just something just wasn't right. And anyway, I rolled it up, y'all. And I hit that motherfucking man. And my whole fucking verbal capacity was gone. They put it in the crack and in the other drugs. In other words, the people on heroin and crack, they've been experimented on back in the 80s. And it didn't work.
And they amping up this fentanyl and stuff because they did that crackdown on that Legionnaire Police Department.
Yeah.
And found out that the commander of the department was a female, and she was trafficking fentanyl, bringing it in.
Yeah.
Every time they bust somebody, all of a sudden the evidence gets missing.
That ain't that new.
The drug enforcement, the FBI came down on them all last week. So they ain't even talking about. That's one thing when they get busted, it's hush hush.
Yeah, because
It's flashed all over the news.
yeah, because it has to be hush hush because they'll have to let all of their prisoners out the jail.
Yeah.
That's why. Matter of fact, the state police here in Pennsylvania is responsible for bringing 30% of it in. Pell King told me in the county jail. A couple of them.
I believe it because people, I mean, folks ain't got no labs and stuff to make that stuff. Somebody bringing it up in here.
State police. Matter of fact, coming through McKeesport and Norfolk Sales.
Then they made those two buttons.
Exactly.
At the bus stop.
Exactly. Those what happened was when they got caught on to about the evidence being missing, they went straight to McKeesport, gave somebody a whole shitload of that shit, gave them an idea, came back to them a week later and busted them and put that shit right back in the evidence. To cover their ass. That's all it is. I watched them do that shit for years. Yo. Because what they would do, they'd catch a motherfucker hustling on the streets.
Scooters and stick them in the damn street. Can't park.
Anyway, yeah, that's what that's about. But a non-verbal based human, yeah, the crack, the fentanyl, yeah, but the fentanyl is, if they don't die from losing their ability to think, then the fentanyl is the end game. That's the setup. Towards what Herbert described as a non-verbal base for human existence. Where's that? Atlanta, Chicago, Detroit, where you get the what? The mumble rap. Yeah, Kodak Black. What the fuck he say? Yeah, right there. Non-verbal. And they get the Jesus piece, so we know they're not communicating with God, so they're non-communicative with truth. So we get that. That's what we got here.
He describes finding such a base as one of the major purposes for the Hive. On this base, they would build a new language fitted to their needs.
See, and when I tell people about languages, when I tell y'all about languages, they're building a new language as we speak. So, when I told y'all, let's create our own language, I'm stupid. When I tell you, the Most High said, look, walk away from these motherfuckers, take all your money out the bank, bring your pen and paper, get you some solar panel shit, so we can build a small community to begin to sit down and figure out what we're going to do before and after we pray to the Most High about His presence. This is happening now. That's the whole point, though. and nobody's fucking listening. And folks are like, what are you doing? Well, I'm putting in 99.9% of the work. If I had balanced out money with what I know, y'all would never hear shit from me. Straight up. Y'all would. If I had the money to go with what I know, y'all wouldn't hear nothing from me. That's probably why God got my ass poor too, mama. I straight up, I'd roll out. I'd say, you know what? Here's a book, I'm gone. I wouldn't show no compassion, no empathy, nothing of that. Here it is, I'm out. Let's see what they got for us. It's only 8 minutes.
Well, I gotta get ready.
Now, the Hive has been around, semi-coexisting with humanity for hundreds of years. Hellstrom has been the leader of the Hive for about 100 years. He fully believed in the superiority of the Hive over normal humanity. Now, there's a really, really interesting thing that Frank Herbert does with this book. He frames the agency as very hypocritical and positions Hellstrom's Hive as kind of the protagonist, even though...
Hold up. Hold up, what do you say?
Frames the agency as very hypocritical.
Stop. Hypocritical. We got Adam. Watch this. So you gotta understand where they get the names for this at, though. The language. Who's the god of hypocrisy? The most merciless God of all is the God of what? Hypocrisy. What did he just say? Does with this book he feed the frames the agency has a very hypocritical what? Jesus, God. And he's very dangerous, they say. Whoa. He merciless, y'all. He ain't got no mercy. So when he died for your sins, ain't no mercy. He coming to get your soul, Jesus, Christian. He said, "Come and get your soul." Hey, Runes, he said, "Come and get your soul." White man, black man, no matter what type of religion you at. Hypocrisy is coming to get your soul. You've been a hypocrite against God, and there will be no mercy for you. Hypocrisy is a tool and a weapon of the Most High. And if you've been a hypocrite to the Word of God, there will be no mercy. There you go. The precious blood of hypocrisy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. How we know? The oath of hypocrisy. I want to make sure I get the spelling right, though. See, because I'm looking at one P versus two P's. Okay. Hypocrisy. You got to wait close. Because this is hypocrite. Medicine. I'll take the Y physician for hypocrite. So let's try this. See how they slick with typology? Bang. Let's try this. Same thing. Hypocrite. Medicine. The Y sometimes sounds like the I. Hypocrite. What is a Hippocratic oath? One we know is what? Merciless. Like Mercy Hospital. And all those doctors who do donations and take your money under the military of the church and tell you in the name of Jesus, because they're really merciless. And I've built underground ant cities and beehives across the planet so you can feed me in your time to a merciless God. And here's my oath as Dr. Reverend Jesse Jackson, Dr. Minister Martin Luther King, and Dr. what? Then the word is hypo in it. Nonetheless, there's hypo cry. Remember hypo cry? Hypo cry. Christ. A merciless Christian. Hype. Merciless Christian. Hype. That he's the God of saving everybody. Why? Because truthfully, he comes from hell and he has his blood that is merciless. That's why the Romans were red, for being merciless when they killed our ancestors and then poisoned us in our minds with this oath that they're a doctor at Harvard, Yale, when the skull and bones really means death. Camp or beehive or what he would call an agency, federal agency.
Positions Hellstrom's Hive as kind of the protagonist, even though they represent this kind of anti-human force vying for the soul of mankind. One really...
Stop! Who told you that there is something underground? I told y'all weeks ago. I told y'all a couple days ago about the germs and the viruses and things like that. That there is a force, an agency, that your governments around the world is helping destroy all humanity. And it's coming out of a thing called Carpathia. As the book is stated, in this book, Herbert is telling you that they're alive, and I'm telling you Carpathia is alive in Ukraine right now. And if y'all don't slow this shit down, Detroit, that Stargate, all the Stargates in America is going to be blown up. Texas, California, Chicago, Detroit, New York, and Pittsburgh. I ain't gonna be here. I'm letting you know, Pittsburgh, East Coast. When y'all see my ass leave to Pittsburgh, you better make your way that direction. You better go north, nigga. Whatever's in front of you, better go right to in front of you. If I'm in front of you, you see me rolling out, you better follow that motherfucking sun. And I ain't talking about the sun in the sky. I'm talking about the S-O-N on the earth. And start singing songs and what's else? Yeah, mercy, mercy, mercy. Things ain't what they used to be.
And deranged concept in this book that's actually quite similar to two separate concepts in Dune is the concept of the sexual stumps. Now, I think
the phallus, the pineal gland when you are at your sexual height of moral sex and universal concepts, but they stump your growth when Jesus cursed what? The fig tree. He stumped you. When Jesus did this, when Jesus cursed the fig tree, look. Pictures of Jesus cursed the fig tree. Let's see what they think of. Alright? They like to draw and paint, right? See, it looks nice, right? Let's try this. Pictures of a fig tree that's been cursed. Let's see if it's a stump. See it? This is the picture of a stumped black man. Now you look like you got straight hair and weave now. You ain't got no afro, nothing natural. You got no Asiatic in it. You ain't grabbing no sun. And you ain't got no fruit to be indigenous to America. Because you don't know where your roots is at. So you are a cursed fig tree by Jesus, who is what? Merciless. That's why you're getting murdered today. Merciless. That's why poor housing. Merciless. That's why right now downtown there's over 100 homeless. And as long as they can feed them like little babies, it makes it seem like they're doing something for the city as an act of mercilessness from the God Jesus. Merciless. Stumps in life.
I think this concept is quite similar to both the concept of the axolotl tanks and the concept of the Bene Gesserit breeding program. Now, these sexual stumps were essentially humans that had been reduced to their breeding parts, torso to the waist, and they provided certain genes that the hive needed.
See that? So when you was born in the hospital, they injected your baby with these genes. That's why Jerry Springer looks like this. This is not it. What I told you about Jerry Springer? Let's go back to that last prophecy. See now, let's start this real quick. See what they're destroying? This is Orion's belt that gets your mind locked into your lizard brain down here. That's why they had the snake going through this pyramid. Alright? Boom. You're hypo what? Merciless. See? This is where you get your merciless thoughts from. Look. Let's go back. See the blood? Merciless, hypo. All right, let's see if we can get this back up here. I'll show y'all. Oh, wrong shit. There you go. Bam. Hypo. Where's your hypocrisy at? Where can we find the disease of hypocrisy, Papa? We got adamant, right? Dog eat dog, right? That's what black people do. Now, where's hypocrisy? Merciless. Hypo. Thalamus or Christianity or cry. Hypocry. In your mind breeds hypocrisy against God. When you call on Jesus, you hate God. Who's God? Right? You want to be God? So here is your God conscience right here. Merciless. And you're going to die. Here you go. You're the God of hypocrisy. Ooh, it got really hot in here. Ooh, shit. Hold on, y'all. Ooh, the heat turned up all of a sudden. Ooh, shit. Well, I really got hot, y'all. Hold on. Hey. Who would have thought that, man? We're not comparing anything, but we want to know who's bringing you content like this. Who's paying for content that's bringing you nothing like this? And I just want to know, do I deserve anything for giving you this cosmic truth that is on earth as it is in heaven and as in you and as in every book on the planet? I told you I didn't need a book. I told you I didn't need a book. All I had to do is just ask my creator, Papa. So that's why, you know, when y'all tell me you got your books, I'm like, that's cool. I used to confirm. So now we understand about the hypothalamus. Matter of fact, let's see and what's that's going on. Let's go with that. What does the hypothalamus do? Wow. And I just got hot like a motherfucker too. The hypothalamus is an area of the brain that produces hormones that control body temperature, heart rate, and hunger. Let's pay attention to this. What's controlling your heart rate and your hunger? What is you hungry for, black man? What is you hungry for, black woman? What are you hungry for that makes you merciless? What you hungry for that turns your hypothalamus, your temperature, up to, I'm turned up. Yeah, that's the thing, I'm turned up. They turned the heat up in your thalamus to be what? Merciless. So now when you angry, because what? You can't put food on the plate or food on the table. You see how the music, you see how the music beats you? You see how the music plays into your crystal palace? So now, when that is in your ear here, right, like your head, like your earphones, that's all this is earphones. So when you hear your hypothalamus say, hey, I'm going to turn your heart rate up, I'm going to turn your emotions up, I'm going to turn all your feelings up from your heart rate. And from all that energy, you're going to be hungry to use it, and you're going to be hungry after you use it. The question is, are you going to choose what's holy or what's unholy? And the measure of that decision determines your heaven and hell on earth and on the other realms that we just showed earlier. Capiche? So I'm trying to, hopefully, somebody, not decalcify, but regenerate. Because this was hardened, your heart was hardened. This is your heart right here. Your heart was hardened from day one when you was born. Then you need the heart in your brain, heart in your other organ, your other heart, your lungs, and you become a living, breathing robot. Because all your organs are hardened from God, so you're a machine. That's what they call you. If you don't have the Spirit of the Most High in you, you're technically what they call a cyborg. And there is no laws in the federal government for a cyborg, aka a black or white man, or a white or a black or white woman. It's only being tolerated because it is financially lucrative. Alright? Other than that, they would put you on an island like they did Hiroshima and blow you the fuck up. They would do that. They've done it. And they'll do it again. They'll do it again. And while you sit here thinking that they won't do it again, when I see that motherfucking thing blow up from a distance, I'm going to be sitting there eating popcorn, being like, I told them this movie was coming out in the near future. And since they want to play their part of being the people that they were supposed to be, they become part of the victims in the movie. You ever see that movie, right? You right, nigga. You see everybody's going away from the problem. Why are you trying to save Jimmy and Aunt Lily's ass? Jimmy and Aunt Lily been watching TV. They seen the prices right. You know what I mean? They hear the gunshots outside, the news, and people talking on the streets. And you gonna go all the way back. Hey, I'm gonna let you know. If you fucked up on the way leaving, that's one thing. But we left and you still there and you got fucked up, I'm not doing no recon nothing. Don't call me for no recon shit. No. Because we done told you years ago, it's in the Bible, the scripture, and if you thought it was a game, I don't know, when are you niggas gonna play Incredible Hulk and all that shit? And then we're gonna tell you that's what got your ass, or our asses, in this bind in the first place, trying to do God's will. And we said they supposed to be caught up in the web of deception, They asses there. Same with me. When I was out there in the streets, and a lot of y'all used to tell me, Omar, man, you too nice looking guy to be out here. Remember, this was when I was younger, and I didn't listen to y'all, man. And I knew everything. I knew what I was doing. Because I was listening.
The Hive often bred without...
Let me pause to show y'all some respect. The reason why it seemed like I didn't know I was doing and was listening to y'all, because if I did everything y'all told me to do, other people get so jealous, I wouldn't have got to where I'm at now. See, because there's a lot of stuff I was already knowing. I got a lot of conversations coming through the streets and stuff, and I didn't talk to everybody. I was cool with everybody. It made no difference. And so I was never a dark energy person, even under the influence. So, not saying that it makes it any better, but just for the sake of we knew what we was doing. Thank you.
Outsiders because they needed the genetic diversity.
See?
And I'm sure those of you
look at that word diversity we used yesterday. Wow.
That have read the Dune series can see the very clear similarity between that and the Bene Gesserit breeding program.
You know we gotta go there, right? Who is Bene Gesserit? That makes sense. The Church of Beyonce. Feminism. The sexual thing. They're attacking the women of God again. Females, women, you better find you a man. You better find you a man while they still get breath in them. All that, you gotta have a bunch of money and cars. That's the hook to get you into that beehive, that ant farm. Hey, now it makes sense where all the women been disappearing. Why they been getting their organs clipped and killed, and now it makes sense. Now it makes sense how the LGB, all this female, everybody's showing coochie, the sex. These things are above ground, and they're picking their victims. Mental and physical training. Female students. They got a trap out here. They're trapped out the bando. That's when Gucci didn't start coming out the trap. Female students, stripper poles, Cardi B. Megan Stallion. These are doom bitches. These are what? Matriarchal order, the Jesuits. They're in the church. Mary, Venus, Jesus, the drug gang. So I told you when I was telling my mom, the physical and mental condition of what? Drugs to do what? Take your speech. They're looking for drugs to fuck your speech patterns up. To keep your calcium, to keep your... I see it. Wow. Seriously, man, I told my mom, man, I've been experimenting a lot, man. So Now it makes sense why the Most High had me come back here and go through my old behaviors to see if I was strong enough to get this information and give it to y'all from experience. So basically, I'm a living science project, but yet I have to live these things to tell you that I had this experience that when I smoked that stick, right? I'm not gonna go into any names because I don't even know nobody's saying anything what they already been saying, but people that know me know what I'm talking about. And like I told you, I was like, man, I don't be getting high, man. It's just I'm noticing something. And I told a couple of my cousins, a couple of people, I'm noticing that the pure cocaine years ago when I was in Mexico, you was cool. I mean, naturally, you know, you have the nature of the plant, and you used it for what it was for. Cause like my teeth was fucked up, so I usually blow or I pack it on my shit, cause I'm not paying no motherfucking doctor. I ain't got no money like that. Cause every time I go to the doctors, man, I'm thinking they gonna kill me. Cause every time I get teeth worked on, it's like they pulled out another teeth, the one I was telling them to fuck with. It's like there's always doing something extra when I go to the doctor or the dentist. So I'm like, I learned to self-medicate like the ancestors. And like, you know, these crackers wasn't always there to give us medication and shit. Fuck out of here. Now everybody can be a drug addict because they're self-medicating, because they're going through something and their body is telling them, try this since it's cheaper than this. Only problem is, you better be sincere because you'll become an addict. AKA people died from oxycodone. So this drug is designed to destroy the man and woman nature in a being down to a human being, a man of color or a color of interest. That's why you have a color of law. Now, once they brought you out your manhood into a human state, now they can tan you with a color of law and send you out there in the ant farm until you get my motherfucking money, because all you got is death and taxes coming to you. He said, what about my God? Jesus already know about it. The queen bee and the queen ant, called Mary Mother, whether she white or black, Beyonce, will play this frequency over you while you do these drugs. So we see that. Breeding program. Drugs. Let's try this. Theory behind Bene Gesserit breeding program. For our results. See that? How does it work? They're talking to each other. Until the time the God of the Emperor of Doom. Doom is Jesus, right? They just found it underground. Hold up. Tell the story real quick. I'm getting a download, y'all, so bear with me. So, the purpose of the Bene Gesserit breeding scheme is to breed Kwisatz Haderach, a male with other members who can see both sides. That's Baphomet. Male, female. Baphomet. That's Jesus. Damn. So many people went to hell, y'all. I'm sad right now. We gotta have a meeting, myself and somebody. We literally have to put this in a format to get the bigger picture, y'all. I'm doing my part. Who's ever spiritually connected to this, you better find the other spiritual connections. Y'all got the money, I got the information. You better find some place to meet up. And this is a national security issue. Really. If there isn't a federal government, National Air Force security issue, yeah, I'm for certain that it is. This shit is already in effect. And they've made laws already to protect this new regime coming up on top of the earth. Perception. The story will be complete until a moment of perception when facial contact with Father is lost. See? That's why there's no black man in the house. The Catholic Church, United States of America, London, France, Japan, all the nations are part of this melting pot of making sure we have no contact with the Father, Most High Yah, the Father in us, our ancestors, our children, none of that. That's the program. And it is working so awesome right now when I see gay, homosexual boys, and young men and men, downtown Pittsburgh, and every other major city in the United States. Right now, all I can say is goodbye. There's no reason to cry for them. There's no reason to say anything but their parents is the same way in other forms of fashion. So now you shouldn't be able to look at social media the same no more. Because as soon as you see anything on social media, instantly you should know that right now you're either part of making sure humanity is wiped out, or you're making sure humanity keeps thriving. There's only two things left in 2023, coming to 2025 and 2030. Your time is not that long. In fact, it used to be Agenda 30. Now it's Agenda 25. Matter of fact, they might have started it yesterday. Oh, wow. And I'm going to keep it one thing, man. I'm happy. I'm an oddball. Remember all them times y'all was kids? They said, he's an oddball. Bow down, hit your knees right now and say, glory, glory, glory to y'all. You for being my savior, for you made me an oddball amongst devils, amongst the damned, amongst people who was born to go to hell. So now you can turn on the TV with your popcorn and say, look at all them rich niggas with all them funny cars going to hell. And now you got proof. It's not an imagination. It's not a hell is only in your head. No, we got proof that we know exactly where you're going when you fucking die. We know where your thoughts, heart, organs, feet, eyes, tongue, words. Oh shit. You're screwed. I just want to tell y'all screwed. I just want to say y'all screwed, man. Y'all screwed. The Jesuit, hold up. Watch this. This is how sneaky they was. Who was the newest Jesuit Pope? Francis. Jesus, Jesuits, Pope. Do what? Male-female memory will be complete until moment of conception. When the physical contact with the Father is what? Lost. You see the purpose of the church in Jesus? Look. Hold on, make sure we get it all in. Until the time of God, Emperor of Doom. Alright? That's how they had to put it in there. The purpose of the Jesuit breeding scheme, like Ponzi scheme, alright, is to breed Kwisatz Haderach, or Harat, or Rosh spirit, with other memory who can see both lines, male and female, not man and woman, male and female, not man and woman, male and female. Very big difference. See the gene splicing, mixing. Male memory will be complete until the moment of conception, when what? Physical contact with Father is lost. Come on. Run that by me again. We're talking about breeding. A male with memory who can see both lines. Okay. Male, female. Okay, I got that. He can see both lines. Alright. There's a line. And he say, well, hold up. There's a coochie line and there's a pee-pee line. I don't know. But okay. The male memory or cell, memory cell, will complete until the moment of conception, when the contact with the Father is lost. What is the purpose of this thing? melanin. They need your melanin. Oh shit. The breeding program needs your melanin. Opens and tab to access genetic memory, but only maternally. Wow. 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 Am I reading this shit right?
As well as much later in this.
Why he got so many Doom books too? No real shit. Why he got so many Doom books? If that shit ain't real. Look at the books he got. This is how you know a storyteller by the books that they got. And if there are any coincidences, clearly there is none. The melanin, the mela, and take the G off, the melanin opens in new tab to access. The spice, your blood of the melanin is a spice. Oh shit. That's why the babies want you to come to the hospitals, because the blood in the blood banks. And that's why they use the drugs to bring you in the blood bank so they can get your blood, and then you go use money to get drugs, and then have you clock in. It's a system. Black people, right there, all day. Where's that? Atlanta, Georgia, Southern Hemisphere, the Bible Belt. We're getting all their melanin spice. You hear that? Atlanta, Georgia. That's why they put Oprah, Tyler Perry, all the homosexuals, all the killers, all the murderers, the Gucci's, the Atlanta ATL swag and the mentality being merciless, the murder of all our quote-unquote black leaders, black musicians. They need the spice melanin. I guess they ain't want mine. Mine ain't that good. I guess they tried mine. They said, no, we don't want that. It tastes like a turkey, but something ain't right. So, I'm glad you don't like my shit. Man, they don't like my shit. So now we understand that Jesus, the Jesuits, the ant people, the breeding program, the breeding ground is down south in Atlanta. And now we understand where those storms come in.
The Tlaelaxu
And Louisiana. So now we see why at the coast is going to be flooded, because that's where they're at.
axolotl tanks. The ultimate goal of the hive was obvious and unavoidable.
Jesus, listen to the Church of Jesus Christ. Hey, Pastor Bill, T.D. Jakes, all the Masons and Isons and secret societies on the planet that didn't know this. This is what you signed up for. You swore an oath to kill humanity. Just for you to be killed the same way. In other words, you swore an oath to kill somebody the same way you're going to get killed. Wow. Wow. Come on, eye for an eye. Shit.
Avoidable. Two dominant species often cannot coexist. The hive intended to assimilate all of humanity and completely displace individual-based mankind. They were going to swarm before long, and there was nothing the outsiders could do to prevent that swarming. Swarm would follow swarm thereafter, and the wild ones would be assimilated and pushed back into smaller and smaller portions of the planet they shared now with tomorrow's humans. So the hive is an anti-individualistic society whose only concern is the survival of the society as a whole. Any individual is only tolerated if they benefit the society as a whole, the hive. Science fiction writers, Frank Herbert being no exception, are often concerned with the future of humanity, not just technologically and aesthetically, but culturally, socially, genetically. What aspects of humanity are valuable enough to hold on to for thousands of years, millions of years? And what aspects will we let go of and lose over time? Now, the hive is better than humanity at several things. They're stronger individually, they're more efficient, their specific adaptations would permit them to exist at 10 to 12 times greater density than humanity could exist at. So they have a much higher potential sustainable population than humankind. They also live much longer lives than normal humans. So the question is, do we value the strength and the efficiency and the longer lives, or do we value our individuality, our free will, our ability to decide the path of our lives for ourselves? And not saying that all of those things are mutually exclusive, those are just examples. But as a species, we will have to choose between certain aspects of ourselves as we continue to move forward as a species and continue to evolve and change. So, as always, Frank Herbert uses his narrative as a vehicle to philosophize, and I found this book to be a really great exploration of some really interesting science fiction and philosophical concepts. So if you like the work of Frank Herbert, definitely check out this book. Thank you so much for watching, guys. Make sure you like and subscribe for more Quinn's ideas. Peace out. Also, check out our Patreon, as it is the best way to support this channel. Thanks so much.
Curious. It's out of curiosity, y'all.
it's Quinn here. If you enjoy my videos, consider hitting the like button. It's the only way the YouTube algorithm really notices me. If you'd like to do more to keep this channel afloat, consider donating through the PayPal link in the description or checking out our Patreon. Thanks guys so much. In the Dune universe, the power of the Padishah Emperor Shaddam IV rests on his wealth, his influence in the Landsraad, and his Sardaukar army. The Emperor is one of the most powerful individuals in the known universe. His wealth comes from the fact that his house, the House of Carino, holds a majority of shares in Chom Company, also known as the Combine Honet Ober Advancer Mercantiles. Chom Company facilitates all interstellar cells in the galaxy. This essentially meant that Chom controlled the sale of spice, and the Emperor got a hefty portion of each.
Stop. It's nuts running in the spice of life and skin of plants and so-called black people. That chaos, but chaos controlled the sale of the black man or woman, and the emperor got a hefty portion of what?
Each sale, spice was the most valuable substance in the universe.
Stop.
The Landsraad, of course, was made.
Check this out. Who's the most valuable people in the universe?
Valuable substance in the universe. The Landsraad of
Spice. There was slavery right there. Melanin is the spice that we get from the sun. Ship itself that lights up all things. The most valuable substance in the earth. And y'all decided to give word out to Jesus. Y'all crazy.
Of course, was made up of the great houses of.
What up? The rat. See, look, it even tell you what y'all ratting and shit.
The Imperium. This included House Atreides, House Harkonnen, and others. The Emperor was at the head of the Landsraad. He had the sole power to grant and remove fiefdoms of planets throughout the Imperium.
Stop. Jesus had what? Hold up.
The Emperor was.
Jesus, the Emperor, Lord and Savior, right?
At the head of the Landsraad. He had the sole power to grant and remove fiefdoms of planets throughout.
Look at that. He had the power to save your life. Look up Jesus, y'all. Let's see if you're gonna save your black ass. Hold up.
Throughout the Imperium. Early in the book Dune, House Atreides is given the fiefdom over the world Arrakis at the command of the Emperor. The Sardaukar themselves were known to be some of the most brutal warriors in the galaxy. Their strength came from the harsh realities of the planet in which they were trained.
Merciless. Remember? You gotta be merciless to be a hypocrite. In all things. You gotta be merciless and being nice just to kill a nigga. Yeah. You gotta be merciless to know the truth and don't tell a nigga. Here's what you live like.
A prison
Welcome to Black History, literally. Where you're full of, what they call that, dark matters.
Known as Seleucus Secundus. The world had a degree of hostility comparable to the world of Arrakis. All of